when this prince, who has been in a coma for 6 straight years, shows up to duel the Sword Saint and her legendary god sword armed with nothing but a wooden sword. The girl thinks he's completely insane. And then Davy makes things even worse. He gives her a head start and tells to attack first. The Sword Saint immediately launches forward, ready to slam this idiot into the dirt. But to her surprise, he easily blocks every attack and counter-attacks with such force that he sends her flying. His punch lands hard and she just can't understand what's happening. How is this guy so fast that none of her attacks can even touch him? She tries again, but only gets punched once more. Furious, she just can't accept that he's toying with her and unleashes such a massive attack that our guy barely manages to save his ass. Davy claps and tells her that this wasn't bad, but it's time to finish things. When she asks what he means, he simply throws a light punch at the same spot he hit before and she collapses to the ground. Helpless, she starts crying, asking why she can't beat him after working so hard her entire life. So how did this supposedly weak and talentless prince become this ridiculously powerful? 6 years ago, Davy was just a talentless 10-year-old prince when his own half-brother shot him in the back with an arrow, leaving him in a coma. At the same time, his mother died from poison and they never discovered who was responsible, even though it was pretty clear that the king's second wife had orchestrated everything. While Davy's body remained in a coma, his soul ended up in the place where heroes go after death, the Heroes' Hall. Everyone there was surprised to see someone so weak, talentless, and definitely not a hero, but they decided to train Davy for 1,000 years until he became just as worthy as everyone else. Of course, their training was anything but normal. They beat him every single day to strengthen his body, and lowered him into lava just to improve his patience. They called it training, but Davy had had enough. Tired of all their so-called lessons, he decided it was time to say goodbye. At first, they called him an ungrateful brat, but in the end, they let him go. And just as he turns to leave, a flash of light engulfs him. In an instant, he finds himself back in his frail, sickly body, the body of the abandoned prince, Davy Al-Rhone. He is the prince of the Rhone Kingdom, a small, insignificant country ruled by a useless king. And now that Davy is back, he's determined to make those who killed his mother and tried to do the same to him pay, because he's not that weak and innocent brat anymore. Sometime after Davy wakes up as he rests, the door to his room opens, and a maid steps inside. Watching her, the boy thinks to himself how long he has been stuck in this place. In all that time, the only person he has actually seen is this maid, the one who has been looking after him. It isn't much, but to him, it feels like a small blessing. At least there is someone who cares enough to check on him. When the maid leaves, the boy sits up on his own for the first time in a while. He feels a bit relieved, thinking he can finally do at least this much by himself. His eyes drift to a calendar by his side. Picking it up, he realizes that 6 whole years have passed since the day he was struck by an arrow and fell into a coma. The memory of that moment comes back sharply, filling him with anger, but he quickly steadies himself. He refuses to return to being the weak, useless person he once was. To prevent that, he needs to recover and restore his strength as fast as possible. Determined, he stretches out his hand and tries to summon his old power, yet nothing happens, leaving him surprised and frustrated. His mind drifts back to the past, to the Hall of Heroes. He remembers standing there while being told that his holy power was very weak. Still, it wasn't something to fear. What he needed was not more power, but better control over what little he had, harnessing and stabilizing it properly. As his thoughts drift, he recalls what holy power really is. It's a gift granted by the gods to those they love, and only a few receive it. One of them was Daphne. She was blessed with immense holy power, far more than most could ever imagine. But it wasn't just a blessing. Through her own effort and training, she learned to harness it and use it properly. It was Daphne who taught Davy about holy power, guiding him with her patience and skill. Thanks to her efforts, the holy power he now holds is extraordinary. Looking back, the boy realizes that it was all 6 years ago. Now, when he returned to his body, he was terrified that all the experience he had gained in the Hall of Heroes would vanish. But it didn't. Everything he had learned remained within his soul and carried over with him. Even so, his body had been in a coma for so many years that moving it again feels almost impossible. Restoring his strength and powers will take a long time. He tries to cast even the lowest healing spell, yet nothing happens. The failure frustrates him, and he can't help but think that if this were his past self, he would have already handled it with ease. Davy feels like giving up, but he knows he can't. With frustration building inside him, his restore magic suddenly activates and his body begins to heal. Slowly, he pushes himself up, realizing that he has finally managed to awaken his holy power again. The rest of his skills, the ones he learned in the Hall of Heroes, will take time, but he is confident he can restore them one by one. He steps out onto the balcony, standing under the open sky. It feels like forever since he has seen the sun with his own eyes. The warmth makes him smile, and he lets out a shout of joy. Behind him, a sound breaks the moment. The maid drops a plate, shocked to see him standing there alive and moving. Embarrassed by her reaction, and by how loudly he celebrated, Davy feels awkward, almost wishing he could sink back into his coma to escape the attention. After a while, a royal priest is called to examine him. After checking his condition, the priest remarks that Davy's body is in far better shape than expected. He should have been in much worse condition, but instead, his recovery looks unusually strong. The priest asks if there is any hidden pain, but the boy bluntly tells him there isn't. In his thoughts, he reflects on how different he is now. In his past life, he would never have spoken so casually to someone like the royal priest. But things are different. He knows his position well, as his mother was once the queen, and he himself is the first prince of a small, insignificant kingdom. Not long after, a finely dressed woman enters with two boys by her side. At first glance, she looks like an elegant lady, but Davy recognizes her as his stepmother, Linus Barriott. He knows well that this was the woman who poisoned his real mother to take the throne for herself. Now she holds the title of queen. Seeing Davy, she straight up questions him, inquiring if he remembers the face of the person who shot the arrow at him years ago. The boy explains that he never saw the attacker clearly, but what matters to him now is whether that person has been caught, because the attack was nothing less than an attempt on a prince's life. If someone tried to assassinate a prince, the punishment would be severe. Hearing that, the woman's eldest son looks nervous, as that's the same man who shot Davy with an arrow and put him in a coma. The stepmother, however, insists the case is already closed and no culprit was ever found. After examining Davy, the royal priest notes he's recovering far better than expected and should be back on his feet in a few days. If any trouble arises, Davy is told to return to the temple, where a priest will be sent to assist. As the priest departs, the stepmother remarks that if Davy had simply died, it would have been better for everyone. Davy only smirks, mocking her with a jab about how the one who used to annoy him so much suddenly seems lively again. She leaves with her sons in tow, the eldest lingering just long enough to sneer at Davy, calling him a useless embarrassment to the kingdom, a disgrace for having wasted away in a coma. Left alone, Davy mutters about how he's been using holy power to heal himself all this time and nobody even noticed, probably because their skill levels are worlds apart. Lying back on the queen's bed, he recalls the old plan he once had, killing his stepmother and her son, Carlos, when he returned. Now that he's face to face with them though, the idea feels pointless. Maybe the years in the temple mellowed him out, as the thought just seems small now. Thinking about it, he lets it go, knowing revenge can wait and recovery comes first. Time skips ahead. Davy is shown deep in training while half a month has already passed since he began restoring his powers. The days blur together, spent almost entirely channeling holy energy through his mana flow. Healing has become second nature to him now, and thanks to Heia's research, a divine doctor who specialized in necrology, he's picked up techniques that make recovery easier than ever. During one session, he casts clean magic over himself, quietly appreciating just how convenient the spell is. Right on cue, Amy appears carrying a tray of food. Thinking it's finally a proper meal, Davy just finds a plain bowl of soup. A little underwhelming, but he doesn't complain and starts eating. The light meal only sharpens his appetite, and before long, he's asking for more. First 5 plates, then 10. Amy can only stare, frozen in shock, but Davy waves her off with a calm explanation that restore magic has sped up his digestion. Where 2 plates once left him stuffed, now everything burns away almost instantly, leaving his body craving more. With each bite, he feels a bit of the strength he once had in the Hall of Heroes returning, as though his old self is reawakening piece by piece. That momentum doesn't last, however, as his stomach suddenly twists, and he bolts for the washroom. A few days pass. Davy now is wearing glasses as he calmly reviews the palace's budget. His expression hardens when he sees the numbers are a complete mess. Amy admits she made a small mistake and apologizes, but Davy simply shrugs it off. When he asks about the palace staff, he realizes Amy is practically managing everything by herself. It's odd, as this may not be the king's main residence, but it is still a palace, once full of princes in attendance, now reduced to a single young maid holding it together. He can't help but compare this life to his past one. Even when things were rough back then, meals were never a problem. Here though, even the basics feel like they're slipping away. Turning back to the budget, Davy asks how much money they actually have. Amy explains that the palace should receive 6,000 gold a year, but at the moment they barely make 100. This month's allowance was supposed to be 500, yet less than 100 ever made it through. The gap makes the truth obvious that someone is pocketing the difference. Shifting the topic to Amy's wages, he presses her for an answer. She hesitates before admitting that, out of what little comes in, she only receives 1/3. That revelation catches him off guard. Part of him admires her for enduring such treatment, but another part finds her stupid. Nobles treat maids as property, and Davy knows she comes from some small baron family, perhaps ending up as a maid because of a past mistake. But Amy isn't just another servant. For 6 years she has cared for him, even using part of her own wages to cover his needs. The thought genuinely warms him. Whatever she's lost in pay, he decides he'll make up for later through his own business. Amy tries to brush it off, reminding him that they barely have enough food for tomorrow. He dismisses the concern and tells her to stop calling him prince. It feels too formal, too distant. With her at least, he feels like he has someone by his side. The next day, Davy and Amy now stand inside the castle financial management office. Despite being a prince, Davy is there to check on the finances himself. However, Amy beside him is anxious and worried about the queen knowing it, which could land her in a lot of trouble. Davy notices it and calls her out on it. While inside, he broods over how his father did nothing when his mother was killed, making him unworthy of the title, father. As Amy drags along, the boy, glad to have her, promises to keep her by his side. As they reach the office, the head of the department straight up insists that the funds Davy's after have already been allocated, leaving nothing left to use. Davy's irritation builds, not helped by the man's thick mustache twitching as he speaks. Also, looking around, it's clear to the prince that the officials here don't take him seriously. Holding back his temper, the boy straightens with the composure of a prince and leans in calling them out for messing with him. The man stiffens at the question. Davy doesn't let up, pointing out that the official allowance should be 500 gold, yet far less ever makes it to the palace. According to Davy, they received less than 100 gold, and the man in charge explains that most of the money goes into palace maintenance. Whatever remains, he claims, has already been handed over. Davy, however, finds it absurd. If more than 400 gold is truly being spent on upkeep, why are the tiles cracked and grass sprouting through the floors? To him, the palace looks more like a haunted house than a royal residence. Inside, Davy knows the in charge might be questioning his sudden involvement in finances as a prince. Because of that, he wants to see what kind of reasoning they will come up with next. The man tries to explain further, saying that funds are not directly handled by the financial department. He insists that coming here to demand more money makes little difference, as this place is not meant for that. Davy has no patience for such words. He decides to leave with Amy, already convinced that management will offer the same kind of excuses. All of them are just wasting time, covering up and pocketing whatever they can. Leaving the office, he notices how messy everything looks. Papers and belongings are scattered, with no sense of order. He quietly reflects that if the nobles are this careless, then the palace staff, maids, and servants must have already abandoned the place long ago. Yet Amy didn't run. She stayed, though the strain on her face was clear. When Davy tells her to fetch a sword, surprise flickers, but his quick reassurance that it isn't meant for violence sends her off reluctantly. He has no intention of harming people anyway. The only things he's about to cut aren't really considered people. He admits he's in a shaky position and can't move around freely. If he starts involving more nobles or spreading rumors, people would see him as crazy and might try to remove him from the family politics, something he wants to avoid at all costs. Meanwhile, blood appears on Davy's face because he has just killed a pig. Amy reacts immediately, questioning what he's doing. He explains that he found the pig near the castle side and brought it here, then signals for a plate and a purifying agent. Inwardly, he admits to himself that claiming he caught it was a lie, as she would never accept the truth. Amy expresses concern, pointing out that as a prince, he shouldn't be handling the blood of an animal like this and that one small mistake could hurt him. Davy reassures her that there's nothing to worry about and continues to handle the pig's meat carefully. As he works, he is thinking about the politics around him. Even if he wanted to meet the king, his father, he couldn't, as there are too many political complications. His stepmother is working hard to stop him, but Davy feels confident. His master, Hercules the survival god, has trained him well and he's become skilled enough that these tasks feel easy. He finishes cutting the pig neatly and tells Amy that dinner is fully prepared and ready. Meanwhile, his stepmother, in her room, is confused, trying to understand what the prince is up to. One of the maids kneeling nearby asks if she means Davy when she talks. The queen confirms that the maid is right, admitting that things feel strange compared to how they used to be. The maid reassures the queen that there's nothing to worry about, as Davy is just weak and barely able to walk. Normally, it would take him a full year to recover his strength, so there's no immediate threat. The queen notes, though, that some of the maid's information might be incorrect. She reminds the maid that even though she is an A-rank informant connected to the Black Moon, an assassin guild that secretly runs the kingdom, she is still a maid. The queen feels she can't fully trust the girl, sensing something unusual about her. Her main concern, however, is the first prince, who was even abandoned by the king. Despite the maid's assurances, the boy somehow wakes up. The stepmother wishes to have the prince's life completely in her hands. However, as she remembers this, she goes quiet, feeling that the control he once had in her hands is gone. The A-rank informant maid also speaks up, calling her out on bad-mouthing the assassins, yet still, the queen stops her from speaking further. She admits she was letting a bit of her anger out, but assures that she can intervene in Davy's plan if needed. However, she points out that if things don't go as intended, the consequences fall on the maid. In frustration, she throws her coffee, noting its poor taste. Meanwhile, back to Davy. He has finished preparing the pork and invites Amy to sit and eat with him, but she refuses. Back in the day, Davy remembers learning to control his mana. The process was incredibly difficult and dangerously unpredictable if anything went wrong. Yet he was fortunate to have a skilled teacher at the Halls of Heroes guiding him. The teacher, despite being a drunk priestess, wielded immense power as a necromancer and carried a massive staff. Alongside her, the sister Hippocrea oversaw his training, treating it as an experiment. Davy felt hesitant about the whole ordeal, but Hippocrea reassured him that it would be fine. Yet history tells a different story. Coming to the present, in the palace, Amy notices him wandering around and reminds him about exploring the forest again. Davy points out that the weather is perfect today, making it a good day for a walk. He tells Amy she can leave if she wants, and if anyone comes looking for him, she should let him know. Amy agrees and leaves. Davy thinks to himself that his relationship with Amy is improving. His efforts to get closer are paying off earlier. If he had asked to be left alone, she wouldn't have let him go anywhere. Now, after building trust, she allows him a bit of freedom for a day. As she leaves, Davy sits in a quiet corner of the forest. There he activates his Operation Field, magical ability, and begins inhaling the air around him, which transforms into mana inside his body. This is part of his special breathing technique, something he learned from Odin, a powerful god. Normally, people can only store a limited amount of mana through meditation over weeks or months, but Davy's technique allows him to collect in a single day what others would take months to gather. It's a revolutionary method, one that could change the world if revealed, but Davy has no intention of sharing it. Learning this technique is extremely difficult, and he knows its power is something he must keep to himself. As he is meditating, he senses another presence nearby and notices someone watching him from a tree. He wonders who it could be, then takes flight. As he moves, he reflects on the many eyes on him, knowing it must be the queen. He realizes that handling the situation carefully is crucial, otherwise, trouble is inevitable. For now, he decides to ignore it, seeing it as potentially useful. Most people assume he's a weak, insignificant prince, and that misconception works to his advantage. He keeps his Operation Field active, concealing the fact that he's gathering mana. The field prevents anyone from seeing his true actions, working perfectly in his favor. As his mana stockpile grows rapidly, he decides it's time to create a mana circle. Normal priests can't wield magic properly, and holy magic or necrology is off limits for most. Davy can use all three types of magic, thanks to the blessing of two extraordinary heroes. The method, however, makes him slightly uneasy, as most mages form a mana circle over the heart to channel magic efficiently, but combining holy magic and necrology would normally destroy it. To prevent this, he designs a special mana circle just for himself, called the artery circle. He arranges all the arteries in his body into the circle, including the heart, forming a complete system. This allows him to channel mana fully, while safely combining holy magic and necrology, making his powers far stronger than normal. This method yields excellent results, but it requires significant modification of his body. One small mistake could be fatal, which is why he had hesitated to attempt it before. Last time, he barely managed to complete it, succeeding only with the support of the 4 girls who were with him. A bit worried, he starts channeling energy into his body. Into his shock, the 4 girls, the heroes, appear in his mind, giving him renewed motivation. He feels confident that if he fails now, it won't be as bad, since he has already spent 1,000 years in the Hall of Heroes. With this resolve, he prepares himself to perform the technique exactly as needed. Evening falls, and Davy does not return. Amy grows increasingly worried. She remembers that he told her not to disturb him unless there was a major problem. Panic sets in as she fears something might have happened, and she can't even call for help. Just as her anxiety peaks, Davy finally returns, reminding her that she shouldn't have referred to him as Prince. Amy stays silent, overwhelmed by relief. Davy, noticing Amy has calmed down, claims that he needs to work even harder. Exhausted, he collapses onto her shoulder. While the girl blushes at the closeness, the guy does not intend it. He is simply completely drained. Eventually, he falls to the ground from fatigue. The next morning, Davy opens his eyes to find Amy passed out while looking out for him. He recalls how tired he had been the previous day, nearly passing out. Looking at his hands, he realizes he has successfully created the artery circle. Mana from all three types of magic flows through his veins, and he can feel it clearly. The unusual circle gives him an additional advantage that allows unlimited use of any of the three types of magic with just a simple motion of his finger. 5 months pass, and Amy is pleased to see how much has improved. She gathers medicinal herbs and meat for the boy, though Davy explains they don't really need the herbs. He reflects on how, months earlier, after creating the artery circle, everything in their life began running smoothly, with all operations and tasks progressing well. 3 months ago, someone had begun leaving herbs, meat, and other supplies outside the garden for them. At first, Davy suspected Queen Linus might be behind it, scheming somehow, but he quickly realizes she couldn't be responsible. He becomes convinced that someone genuinely wants to help him, though he cannot identify who. To investigate, Davy spreads his mana throughout the castle. He senses a presence, but notices it is deliberately hiding from Amy, so as not to disturb her. Deciding to leave the mysterious helper alone for now, he does not interact further. As he spreads his mana, he senses more arrivals nearby. He tells Amy to get ready, as some guests are coming to the palace. After a while, 3 people arrive, and Davy recognizes one of them as Queen Linus' informant, her trusted agent. Just as they arrive, the informant straight up goes on checking on Davy. Seeing him do that, the boy wonders whether he will recover quickly, and the priest notes that he has been in a coma for a very long time, so it's dangerous to use his healing powers on him. Inside, Davy realizes that this fellow hasn't even used a healing spell on him and is just following false orders. Despite being the priest of the nation, Davy knows he is lying and doesn't want to use healing on him. For that reason, the boy calls him out, pointing to the silver gun given to him by Priya, which can heal any injuries. However, the priest tries to explain that holy power is usually reserved for priests, and that as a prince, he shouldn't be selfish with it. He compares Davy to Prince Carlos, implying that the boy lacks the same discipline. Hearing this, Amy yells at him, criticizing him for speaking so boldly in front of the prince. Angered, the priest slaps her, reminding her that she is only a maid. Davy steps in, interrupting before the situation escalates further. The priest observes Amy and decides that, as a maid, she should at least be taught something. He notices she isn't particularly skilled yet, but her smile is surprisingly cute. After finishing Davy's examination, he tells him the checkup is complete and that he will return in 15 days. With that, the boy instructs Amy to escort the priest to the doors and leave him there. Outside, the priest continues threatening her, claiming she will need to come to his room at night, and reminds her that the prince's life is in his hands. Amy, as a royal maid, has nothing to worry about, as he is only concerned with the sick prince. Back in his room, Davy feels a cold, intense rage rising within him. He reflects on how he had previously maintained dignity in the temple, but now that control is slipping. He remembers Daphine's warning that if he loses control, his rage could turn him into a mindless beast, attacking everyone around him. Yet Daphne also taught him that this rage can be a driving force, pushing him toward his goal. Thinking about it, Davy draws his sword and rushes down the hallway. 2 priests, noticing the movement, immediately move to stop him, but before they can react, he strikes with precision, overpowering them and killing them instantly. Back to the priest, the guy is still bullying Amy, preparing her for what she must do next. Amy questions whether he plans to assassinate royalty, but the priest clarifies that Davy is only a prince in name. Even if he kills him, Queen Linus would be pleased, and there is no one in the kingdom capable of stopping priest as he is the queen's right-hand man. As he is yapping, Davy overhears it all, silently sitting behind him. Then he quickly intervenes, neutralizing the man by pinning him down and placing his sword over him. He trucks Amy to observe what happens to anyone who attempts to harm royalty. The priest watches in disbelief, asking how Davy can act this way. The boy explains that this is why lower-class priests never rise to high rank, as they lack this kind of resolve and power. Amy confirms that anyone attempting to attack royalty is executed instantly. As she is in the middle of her sentence, Davy swings his sword in a flash, cutting his throat. Even as the man dies, he warns Davy that Queen Linus will not accept this quietly. She is far too cautious and controlling to overlook such actions. The boy simply brushes it off and with a single swing, cleanly decapitates him. He ends the man's life with a warning that anyone who crosses his path from now on will meet the same fate. A short while later, Davy informs the queen himself, only to be met with a sharp, furious slap. She is enraged, demanding how he could act this way, and pointing out that the man he killed was a disciple of the Holy Land. The boy calmly explains that the man had threatened his life, and that he punished him according to the law. Queen Linus raises her hand in anger again to strike, but Davy finds it's almost funny how things have changed since he fell into a coma. The kingdom's laws used to be brutal, but now the queen hesitates so much. Davy observes that while so much is happening around him, the king remains silent. He reflects that when he punished the man who endangered his life, the reaction seems disproportionate. Killing a loyal ranked disciple now seems such a grave offense because the status of royalty has declined so much. Hearing that, Queen Lindis yells at Davy, questioning his audacity for comparing the status of royalty to that of a mere disciple and challenging the king's authority. She is furious, convinced that Davy has no right to take a life, judging only with his empty-headed reasoning. She warns him about the complaint that might come from the Holy Land. In her rage, she mocks him, even comparing him to his mother, calling her stupid. But that doesn't sit well with Davy, and he starts radiating a fierce aura of anger. As he warns her about her words, she collapses to the ground in sheer fear, while her maid assassins grab Davy firmly and chain him up tightly. Seeing that, the boy notes that the loyalty of her servants is impressive, but thinks it would have been more entertaining if she had pushed things further. Davy moves to his chair and reflects that in this kingdom, whether queen or king, anyone who tries to kill royalty receives punishment, no matter their status. Hearing this, the queen realizes internally that Davy knew the person who shot him with the arrow, her own son, Carlos. If he ever revealed that, Carlos would face severe consequences. The boy smiles, thinking to himself that he always knew this and that he cannot keep such a strong trump card secret for too long. It is far too valuable for him to hold back. Davy teases her for slapping him despite being supposed to rest, then shrugs it off and excuses himself. The move only fuels her anger, but he presses on, pointing out that the palace is in shambles and insisting that everything be repaired. He makes it clear that if nothing changes, the rumors will only get worse, and he will not back down this time. After this humiliation, the queen heads to her room and starts throwing her belongings around, furious that someone dares to challenge her. She mutters that if Davy wants to die, he should go ahead, confident that she can make it happen. In the hall, Amy is carrying some items back to her own palace. Meanwhile, people around her whisper, spreading rumors, specifically about Davy. Ever since he woke from his coma, his behavior has been unusual, and it does not go unnoticed. These rumors are the result of Davy taking care of that priest, and after that, the situation of the inner palace was changed. The rumors begin to spread, claiming that the first prince has gone mad after waking from his coma. Davy also notices how people are starting to see him differently, especially in the palace, where most of the 50 or so inhabitants are aligned with Queen Lindis. His reputation has now become something everyone is watching closely. Meanwhile, Amy is visibly happy, excitedly showing him the newly delivered supplies. Seeing them, Davy feels that his personal situation is finally improving. He doesn't need the medicinal herbs, they are unnecessary, as his health is already good. Amy points out that the people sending these supplies must be kind and thoughtful, aware of his good character. Davy wonders internally how she knows his personality is so good. Amy quickly confirms without hesitation, and he thinks to himself that she is surprisingly straightforward and genuinely a good girl. Just then, a man arrives and greets Davy. He is Chamberlain, the people in the palace who manage and organize things behind the scenes, called bishops. The guy explains that, by the queen's orders, all the sinners and thieves in the palace who had been mishandling the royal funds have now been accounted for and returned. Seeing these people, Davy recognizes many of them from before. Curious about their usual punishment, he asks the bishop. The bishop explains that, normally, anyone caught embezzling royal money faces public execution, along with their entire family. Hearing that, the culprit starts pleading for mercy, admitting their serious mistake and begging to be spared. Meanwhile, Davy listens carefully, considering the situation. Seeing these guys like that, he reminds them about the rumor he had heard, that the first prince has gone mad and now craves blood. Hearing that, the prisoners plead desperately for mercy, begging to be let go, promising to live, even begging for alms. He listens carefully and then instructs the bishop to take control. The bishop quickly organizes the prisoners and has them sent to jail. However, Davy feels a bit uneasy about all this, knowing the queen is ordering it, clearly acting out of fear for her son and husband. He doesn't feel entirely comfortable with how much power she is exerting. Despite that, things in the palace are becoming more interesting. The bishop informs Davy that all the empty maid positions will be filled by evening. Davy approves and instructs that Amy be made his personal maid. He orders that her salary match that of a high-ranking maid and that she also receive a bonus. The bishop assures him that everything will be done exactly as he wants. With that, the boy decides that the last thing he wants is to meet his father. He asks the bishop about it, but the old man apologizes, explaining that he is only a messenger. Davy realizes what is happening and listens carefully. The bishop suggests patience, reminding him that running a kingdom requires time, but Davy cuts him off, telling himself that he understands perfectly what the bishop is trying to say and will remember it. Being a bit relieved, the bishop prepares to leave. He informs Davy that he has finished all his tasks and is heading out. Before he goes, the boy adds that while the food the bishop sends is good, the medicinal herbs are unnecessary. His body is in excellent condition. He also instructs that any other supplies sent along with the food can be stopped if needed. The bishop is slightly confused, realizing he knows, and advises that he should rest because important guests are coming soon. Davy internally wonders if the bishop can really see everything happening in the palace, noticing how he knows about the guest. As he leaves, the boy uses his field magic, which had already informed him that Bishop is behind delivering the supplies. The Grand Chamberlain Bishop, someone Davy remembers well from childhood, has always managed the staff under the king. When Davy was young, he met the bishop regularly, but now he hadn't realized that anyone besides Amy in the palace was truly on his side. Suddenly, Amy arrives and informs him that the fourth prince and the second princess have come to meet him. Before she can finish, the second princess lunges forward and jumps directly onto Davy. This princess, Winley Al Round, manages her own small part of the kingdom and is confident in her authority. She quickly notices herself sitting on Davy and calls out to him. Davy, startled, hadn't even sensed her presence because he was focused on Amy and had deliberately removed his mental focus. That distraction leaves him unaware of Winley approaching. Soon after, Winley's brother Bars appears and lifts her up like a little kid, reminding Davy that he should be more careful since Winley has been around from the start. The guy then explains the reason that he wanted to meet Davy to discuss something important. Their father, the king, currently has 3 wives, Queen Linus, and 2 concubines. The first concubine, Anisha, has her own standing, while the second concubine, Alice, has become a supporter of Linus. Because of that, between the two, the second concubine has been treated like an outsider. Winley and Bars are the children of that second concubine. Bars points out that things have already turned chaotic and apologizes for the rough start. Winley loses the moment but accidentally slips, nearly kicking Bars. Bars scolds her, asking why she is acting recklessly. Winley, feeling frustrated, argues that he is acting too formally and it feels strange, especially since he had been the most forward earlier when meeting Davy. As they both are yapping, Davy finds it funny but knows these two are the only one he can trust. Soon, the 3 of them sit together, enjoying coffee. Bars remarks that 6 years have passed, during which they were sent to a remote area. Davy nods, thinking he knows exactly what their situation was like. When he had fallen into a coma, both of them were only 8 years old. Because of their circumstances, they had to be hidden away. Their mother, the concubine Anisha, had little control over them. Their first daughter had even been sent to a foreign kingdom for a political marriage, orchestrated by Queen Linus through her plotting and scheming. Davy reflects that Anisha couldn't do much to protect her children, but he now understands the challenges they faced and the careful measures taken to keep them safe. Davy understands it all and asks the twins if they have met their father. Bars explains that before coming to Davy's palace, they had gone to meet the king. Hearing that, the boy wonders how their father is, and both twins are surprised by the question. Bars clarifies, asking if Davy hasn't met their father yet. He reassures them that there is no need to worry, as he will meet their father in due time. Bars notices that the palace he is living in is in poor condition. Davy confirms that while money had been embezzled there, the situation has now been resolved and the missing funds will gradually return. Bars is furious, shocked that people had dared to mishandle the palace's wealth. He insists that such offenders should face consequences, and that the king himself should be made aware. The twins are serious and concerned, but Davy calmly assures them that he can handle all the problems himself. Relieved, Davy realized that more people in the palace were on his side than he had expected. He notices that Winley has exceptional magical talent and works as part of an artistic group within the palace. Her brother confirms this, adding that she is highly skilled and dedicated. Winley is very skilled in magic, but beyond that, she doesn't excel at much else. With this, the twins start arguing again, and during the quarrel, Winley points out that Bars is participating in the Continental Swordsmanship competition. Despite his rough personality, he managed to qualify, which she finds surprising. Hearing this, Davy asks for details about the competition. The 2 siblings pause, realizing they need to explain. Bars complains that Winley has ruined their original plan. They had intended to discuss the topic later, but she preempted it. Winley calmly replies that they were going to reveal the information anyway, so nothing has truly changed. Bars then hands Davy a letter, explaining the upcoming swordsmanship competition. He informs the boy that it is held every 5 years and that this year's event will take place in Polisti Kingdom. Davy reads the letter and realizes that the competition spans multiple continents and is designed to maintain peace while allowing nobles to test their skills, similar to an Olympics for swordsmanship. Bars urges Davy to take advantage of any opportunities that arise from the event, noting that he has rarely left the palace or the kingdom during his childhood. Hearing that, Winley jumps in, claiming she was the one who already discussed matters with their father, indicating that she is taking the initiative in handling the situation herself. She insists that Davy should come with them to the Polisti Kingdom, also known as the City of Water. The twins also reassures him that if his body is too weak to travel, they can even carry him on their shoulders. As the twins continue to argue, Davy interrupts, saying he will accompany them. Both siblings are surprised and quickly become happy at his decision. The boy observes their reaction and realizes that simply agreeing to go with them lifts their spirits immensely. He reflects that, as Bars had said, since he has never left the palace or his world before, this trip will give him a chance to experience events outside, enjoy himself, and have some fun without harm. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the bishop is speaking with someone about the upcoming swordsmanship competition. He mentions that Bars, now 14, should talk with children of his age to prepare. He reassures the person that there is no need to worry, explaining that the young masters have already grown up well, have learned good manners, and are capable of handling the situation responsibly. However, seeing Bishop acknowledge it, the guy, Davy's father, finds it disappointing. Time passes, and Davy sits in his room, looking at a photo of his mother. Seeing the room and the palace around him, he feels relief. The palace is finally restored. It no longer looks like a haunted house. Thanks to the bishop's fast work, empty positions have been filled quickly, making the palace functional and lively again. Amy takes in the sight and begins to cry, overwhelmed by how beautiful the palace has become. She can hardly believe the transformation. Seeing her joy, Davy smiles, only for Bars to cut in a moment later, asking if he's ready to leave. Hearing that, Davy checks with Amy to ensure all the preparations are complete. He gives her a small bottle of beer to hold carefully as they step outside. With that, they head to the Polisti Kingdom to participate in the Continental Swordsmanship Competition. This tournament occurs every 5 years and is highly influential, drawing participants from multiple kingdoms. Bars's participation has already elevated his standing, making his position in the competition significant. The siblings understand the importance of the event and the opportunities it represents, preparing themselves to take part. If Bars manages to achieve even a small success in the competition, it will greatly impact Queen Linus, especially concerning the second prince, Carlos. Despite this, Queen Linus doesn't interfere with Bars' participation. She allowed him to compete without obstacles. This could mean one of two things. Either Queen Linus is confident that Bars won't achieve anything in the tournament, or she is secretly planning something behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Davy's father, the king of the Rome Kingdom, arrives. Seeing him, Davy feels conflicted. He thinks this man should have been his father, yet after half a year since waking from his coma, it seems like he only avoids him. Soon, the king gives his blessing to Bars but ignores Davy and leaves without saying a word. While turning away, he simply acknowledges that he seems healthier but decides not to waste any of his remaining emotions on him. Witnessing that, Davy reflects that while his father has changed, his own focus must remain sharp and he cannot let personal feelings interfere with what lies ahead. Just then, an announcer on a stage declares that the fourth Prince Bars will represent their kingdom in a big competition. This is a huge deal, so they decide to hold a festival. As the announcement goes on, Davy's mind is still on how his father looked, changed, as if he is completely tired of everything. Soon after, the trio ride in a carriage heading towards their destination. Bars points to Davy that how boring the ride is but reassures him they have elite guards so no animals will bother them. He asks Davy if he's comfortable, worried he might be uneasy. Davy explains that he's not uncomfortable, just a little bothered that the trip is so long because they're in a big carriage when they could have been a lot faster on horseback. Winley quickly interjects, insisting they have no right to complain after Davy provided such excellent wine. She praises its flavor and wonders where he found such a high-quality bottle, a question Bars echoes. Davy replies that he doesn't know where it came from, his mother simply left it for him. This revelation surprises the twins. Bars then wonders if it's okay to drink something so important, but Davy just laughs. He explains that his mother left the wine for him to enjoy, not just to be stored away, and that it was meant to be shared during a special moment like this. Hearing that, Bars realizes that he really changed a lot. As evening falls and their celebration winds down, they decide to rest for the night. The journey to the Polisti Kingdom will take another full day, so they set up camp. Bars, a little concerned for Davy, remembers it's his first time camping. He also recalls how much he always wanted to go on a trip like this, which is why he deliberately chose the carriage to make the travel slow and more enjoyable. Davy understands Bars' consideration, knowing that as a patient, it's important not to rush. The care shown by his brother impresses him. Even though their father has changed, his siblings are still the same, and he feels incredibly lucky. After a while of resting, Bars excuses himself to go to bed, leaving Davy to stand outside alone, looking up at the moon. Just then, Amy arrives, having come to find him. Seeing her, Davy picks up a stick and prepares to train, ready to make a perfect comeback. Nearby, a guard talks proudly about the two moons, Sirius and Crius. He explains how one marks the beginning, while the other lights the end. Someone nearby is impressed, but he brushes it off as simple common sense. Moments later, another guard approaches, confused as to why he's speaking to himself. In truth, Davy was there all along, hidden by phantom magic, quietly toying with him. Davy already knows these guards were hired by the twins. They're fine for now, but if assassins strike, things could get messy. And sure enough, 20 of them are already hidden in the shadows, waiting for the group to fall asleep. Davy sees right through it. He knows they've been sent by his stepmother, eager to remove him and the twins in one move. Though he wants to keep his strength concealed, he has no choice when the assassins all leap at him at once. Before they can even land, Davy moves. With nothing but a wooden sword, he slashes through several in an instant, cutting them down midair. Davy remembers what hero Pegasus once taught him, that anything can become a weapon if used properly. Even a piece of cloth could be deadly. On top of that, he has mastered the Hand of Death, a technique capable of unleashing devastating strikes. As he cuts down another assassin, the rest hesitate to push forward. In an instant, Davy vanishes from sight and reappears behind them, mocking their efforts and making it clear he knows who sent them. Still, he's a little surprised that his stepmother dared to target 3 royals at once, a move bold enough to shake the entire kingdom. Without giving them time to react, Davy strikes again. Assassins fall brutally one after another, while he warns the survivors to run back and tell Linus that he's coming for everything she has. Terrified, they scatter, but to their shock, Davy was only toying with them. As they flee, he flashes forward, slashing through bodies left and right, mocking them for being so unfit to call themselves assassins. 2 desperate ones lunge at him, while another tries to escape in the chaos. With a single merciless swing, Davy cuts down the attackers. The last one thinks he's getting away, but Davy has already prepared a spell in advance. Even from a distance, the magic finds its target, striking him down instantly. By the end, the assassins sent to kill him lie dead at his feet. What was meant to be his deathbed has instead become theirs. News of the assassin's failure reaches Linus through the maid, who reports that every candle used to track them has gone out. The shock hits her instantly. Enraged, she slaps her, furious that they couldn't even handle 3 children in a handful of nights. Her finger turns toward the Black Moon Guild, disappointed in their incompetence. The maid explains that, according to the guild, Davy may have had outside help. This unsettles Linus as she cannot imagine anyone siding with that brat. She orders the maid to investigate further, and delivers a sharp warning that if they fail again, she will end their contract and personally see to the guild's destruction. By the next morning, Davy and the twins arrive in the Pelisti Kingdom. Though small, about the size of Singapore, it is one of the most beautiful places on the continent. As Davy takes in the beauty of the city, Bars points out his happy expression, which he confirms, but there's little time to admire the view. The continent's grand swordsmanship competition is about to begin, so they head straight to the stadium to check it out. There, Winley quickly briefs Davy on the event that 8 different countries are participating, with the host nation, Palin, at the center. The competition will focus on each country's chosen main individual, and is for the younger generation, with all participants being under 20 years old. After hearing the details, Winley mocks Bars for being the so-called representative of their country, sparking yet another argument between the two. Jokes aside, Davy knows Bars is no ordinary swordsman, as his rank sits just below that of a master, an incredible feat for someone his age. The focus soon shifts to the representative from Palin Kingdom, the famed Princess of the Sword. Davy finds himself confused, realizing someone new must have risen during his time in a coma. Her name is Elena de Palin, the only princess among 9 princes. While part of her fame comes from her rare position, most of it is due to the legendary blade she wields. That blade is Caldera's, known as the God's Word, said to shine through 1,000 nights. The name sparks Davy's memory of his first teacher, the sword god Hares. Lazy but frighteningly skilled, Hares often spoke endlessly about Caldera's, claiming it was the sword that struck down the demon lord. Davy figures Hares must have left it behind to leave his mark on the world, yet it still feels strange to hear about it now. Lost in thought, Davy suddenly notices Amy staring at his bowtie pin with a lifeless expression. When he looks her way, she brushes it off, leaving him puzzled. Shaking it aside, he turns his focus back to Caldera's. The blade is said to be unbreakable, housing an ego born from its maker's soul and the wielder's love for it. And now, that legendary sword has chosen Elena as its master. Beyond her skill, Elena is also known for her beauty, though most of the boys seem to care about little else. After lunch, preparations begin for the evening festival. Davy, dressed like a budget butler, feels uncomfortable in a suit that's far too tight. Amy quickly reminds him that, as a representative of Rhone, even just as a spectator, he still carries the kingdom's image. Davy knows she's right as many eyes will be on him tonight. At the festival, he meets the twins, who light up at the sight of everyone dressed so elegantly. Davy even compliments Wendley and takes her along as his escort, drawing her flustered smile. Not far away, Princess Elena stands watching quietly. A royal beside her tries to capture her attention, but she hardly seems interested, only going along with his chatter. When he brings up the stadium, Elena dismisses it coldly, seeing it as nothing more than a barbaric place. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, the banquet for the swordsmanship competition is in full swing. Royals from every land fill the hall, chatting and laughing, while Davy stands quietly to the side, observing. Most of them are young and, in their own countries, highly admired, yet the one drawing the most attention is Bars, who easily captivates the ladies around him. Setting that aside, Davy sharpens his focus, making connections and quietly filtering out potential enemies. Standing there like an outsider, he eventually catches Bar's eye. Just as he decides to help, Davy grabs Wendley for a dance. The girl beams with excitement at sharing the floor with him, but also feels a bit sad that he can't enter the competition because of his state, despite being a talented swordsman. Hearing that, the boy smiles awkwardly, admitting that the girl thinks too highly of him as it's impossible to be an expert at 14. Davy, watching his younger brother among the new faces, reflects that talent is always built on hard work. The boy mentions it has taken him 1,000 years, which makes him lose interest in the whole exchange. Nearby, a cheerful voice interrupts. A red-haired royal walks up to them, greeting Princess Wendley politely. Davy studies him, trying to figure out who he is, while noticing that Wendley looks displeased. The newcomer quickly ignores Davy and goes straight to the girl, taking her hand and asking to speak with her. She pulls her hand back and says she is busy with her brother. The youth frowns but then introduces himself as Prince Valencian, 7th Prince of the Bolta's kingdom. When it is Davy's turn, he introduces himself plainly. The response confuses Valencian. Curious, Valencian asks why he is there. Davy answers calmly that he has come to watch his younger brother compete. Valencian accepts the answer without much reaction and wishes him rest. Then he drops to one knee and makes a bold gesture toward Wendley, saying he will dedicate his victory to her. Wendley is unsettled and reminds him that her twin brother Bars is also competing. The remark offends her. She takes Davy by the arm and leaves, while Valencian stays behind in frustration. As they walk away, Davy notices how much Wendley has grown. He becomes puzzled when he sees Valencian still glancing at him. The arrogant prince does not stop. He soon follows and scolds Wendley for looking down on him. Davy, tired of the scene, trips the prince and grabs his arm as he falls, making it appear like an accident. Valencian cries out in pain, his hand trembling from the impact. Davy lets go and remarks that the prince is lucky his arm is not broken, then questions what honor he has left. Furious, Valencian throws his glove on the floor and declares a challenge. Wendley tries to intervene, but he pushes her aside and insists it is a matter of honor despite his injured arm. Before the quarrel grows worse, a young woman in a white dress speaks out. She calls out the prince's behavior and rejects the idea that the princess has any right to restore his honor. Davy, however, is caught off guard when he recognizes her. She is Princess Elena, known as the owner of the sword god Hares. Hares was an ancient hero of the Palan Empire, the first wielder of the divine sword and the creator of a devastating claymore technique that has now been lost. His style became famous for shifting between overwhelming force and unshakable defense. Because of this, when Davy sees Elena before him, he realizes she carries that same legacy. Her resemblance to Hares strikes him, reminding him of the hero's presence and skill. Davy suddenly freezes when the girl turns her sharp gaze on him. Since she catches his slip, he stumbles over his words and tries to cover it up. He forces a clumsy smile and mumbles an apology. When she finally looks away, he exhales as if the moment has passed. At that moment, Bars comes to his side with a questioning look, while the girl shifts her focus back to Valentine and presses him for an apology. The prince's expression darkens, and Davy knows he will not give in easily. Because of that, everyone is shocked when Davy accepts the challenge without hesitation. Valentine turns pale, but Davy does not let him retreat. He picks up the glove from the floor, confirms the duel, and raises a wooden sword he has not touched in a long time. Seeing this, Bars grows uneasy, worried about his brother clashing with a contestant. He only also watches with pity, but Davy brushes aside their concern. Valentine sneers and mocks his level, suggesting he surrender to avoid shame. He claims he will forgive the insult if Davy falls to his knees. Bars tries to step in, but Davy stops him with a calm glance and rests the wooden blade on his shoulder. Valentine, brimming with false confidence, promises that if he loses, he will kneel and apologize before everyone. The boy makes sure he cannot take those words back, so the duel begins with both raising their wooden swords. Davy glances at his siblings and fixes his stance, choosing not to reveal his true strength. Because of his posture, Valentine laughs and underestimates him, unaware of what is coming. As a result, he spreads his arms wide and taunts Davy, claiming he has given him the chance to strike first. When Davy does not move, the prince grows impatient and urges him to attack. Pressed by the moment, Davy recalls a trick. He leaps forward as if begging for mercy, which lulls the prince for an instant. Then he suddenly drops low and rushes in with speed, closing the distance in a blink with his sword raised high. The wooden blade slams down and knocks the prince's weapon loose. Valentine sneers and calls him a fool, but Davy's follow-up slap sends the sword flying farther, cutting his words short. Because of the blow, the red-haired prince crashes onto the carpet, clutching his face as the weapon clatters beside him. Meanwhile, Davy stands over him and remarks that he had not even tried to dodge. The crowd stirs at the sight and whispers spread at the mismatch. Valentine's pride burns, so he scrambles to his feet, seizes his sword, and shouts that he will strike Davy down. Davy only smirks, showing no fear. Just then, their wooden blades clash with sharp cracks, and Valentine feels the pressure. Despite Davy's sloppy posture and lack of control, he somehow manages to overpower him. Before Valentine can figure out what's happening, another strike sends him crashing to the ground, silencing the entire crowd. Davy doesn't stop there. He starts trash-talking, mocking Valentine's skills, which only makes him angrier. But Davy just smiles, because this is exactly why he learned his unique style, the drunk sword. It's a technique that looks like the wielder is fighting while drunk, created by the greatest drunkard hero of the hall, and later refined by Hares himself. When their styles combined, the result was a strange but incredibly powerful technique. Davy remembers training under Hares, even when the style was treated as taboo, because its heavy, unpredictable strikes were considered dangerous. But in the present, Davy isn't using it to kill or injure, he's using it to humiliate. It's a style made for show, and with an audience this big, it's more than effective. He keeps mocking Valentine, clearly enjoying himself, while Elena calmly watches from the sidelines. Just as it looks like the match is over, Valentine suddenly snaps. Like a madman, he channels sword spirit into his blade, shocking everyone since this is supposed to be a non-lethal training duel. He charges at Davy, who just stands there, looking clumsy and distracted, feeling Elena's cold stare weighing on him. But as Valentine's blade swings down, Davy casually bends aside, trips him with his leg, and pins him to the ground. Valentine trembles, while murmurs ripple through the royals, buzzing about what just happened. Hearing all the chatter, Davy realizes he might have just won. Everyone starts praising Davy for his performance, especially considering he just woke up from a 6-year coma. The twins are also amazed and rush over to him, still in disbelief at what they saw. Meanwhile, Valentine sits off to the side, sulking and trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Elena doesn't show much emotion, but even she admits it was a good show before quietly leaving. Back in the carriage, Bars points out that the hosts didn't seem too happy about the fight. He tells Davy he was lucky to beat Valentine, considering the guy's skill. Turns out Valentine has been stirring up trouble like that for years, and even has his eyes set on Winley. Despite the victory, Bars warns Davy to be careful next time. But before he can keep yapping, Davy presses down on his hand, making him yelp in pain. Shocked by the sheer strength, Bars immediately shuts up and rethinks his opinion of the fight. Winley, on the other hand, is already smiling, clearly impressed by Davy's performance. Back in his room, Valentine is in a frenzy, cursing, flipping chairs, and ranting about how the Happy Prince humiliated him in front of everyone. He's furious, not just because of the embarrassment, but because he had his eyes on Winley. Marrying her would have meant gaining Bars as a strong subordinate, and even the Queen of Rune was in favor of it. Now with his pride shattered, everything feels ruined. In a rage, he screams at his servants to get out, throwing things around and swearing he'll kill Davy the next time they meet. But to his shock, someone actually hears that wish. A strange blue smoke fills the room, morphing into a royal maid. The maid offers him a flower to smell, and with a twisted smile, promises she can help him bring Davy down. Before Valentine can react, her body shifts, revealing her true form called Chariot. She grins wickedly, sinking her sharp teeth into him as a sign of their pact, assuring him that soon he'll be able to do whatever he pleases. The next day, the disqualifier round of the competition arrives, and Davy is ready to cheer on his brother. While he quietly channels his magic and mutters to himself, Amy notices and asks about it, but he brushes her off. Together they head out to watch Bars perform. Outside, Bars is ready for his match, but in the contestant room, Valentine is already waiting. He's sitting there with his sword, smiling in a way that feels almost evil. The stadium is roaring with cheers as the first match begins. Davy watches for a bit, impressed by the atmosphere, but leaves soon after. He's really only interested in Bars' match. He heads back to the royal stand, where Winley is waiting. She quickly asks about his health since he looked pretty sick after his own fight. Inside, Davy struggles. He can't exactly tell her about the mana circle he formed at a young age, the one that lets him overwhelm his opponents. Still, his stomach puts a strain on his body, and he realizes that if this keeps up, he might have to use holy power to stabilize it. Soon Bars walks out and the crowd erupts with excitement. Curious, Davy glances at his opponent, and is surprised to see none other than Valentine standing there. Before the match starts, the referee goes over the rules. No killing, no coating weapons with mana. Aside from that, anything goes. Up in the stands, Winley looks worried about Bar's excitement getting the better of him, but Davy reassures her that her brother will be fine. The two fighters step forward, and the match kicks off. From the way they move, Davy can tell they each have their strengths, but Bars clearly holds the upper hand thanks to his raw power, or so it seems, because when Bars swings at him, Valentine shocks him by blocking the strike head-on. The guy is proving to be stronger than anyone expected, clearly improved from yesterday. He's giving Bars a tough time with sharp counters and precise blocks, but as Davy watches, he feels something strange coming off Valentine during the fight. Even so, Bars is also improving right there in the middle of the match, which surprises Davy. Winley, watching beside him, remembers how Bars had always wanted to protect her as a child and grow stronger. Now, in the present, she sees that same determination burning in him, but Valentine isn't letting him breathe. He's relentless, pushing back with unnerving resistance, and there's something almost evil about the aura he's giving off. Even Bars looks unsettled by his strange movements. Finally, Bars decides to end it with his heaviest strike. He charges forward with full power, but Valentine easily dodges. Bars tries to follow up with another attack to regain balance, but it's too late. Valentine has already channeled mana into his sword and presses the dull blade against Bars' chest. For a moment, it feels like Bars is about to die. The night before, while Bars was practicing his sword technique, Davy noticed him. Because of his upcoming match, the guy couldn't sleep and decided to train instead. He was confident he would crush his opponent, and Davy also trusted in him thanks to his clean posture and smooth mana flow. Still, despite not wanting to reveal his own technique to the public, Davy decided to help. He had Bars sit down, and to his shock, Davy pressed his fingers against him, pushing something inside his body. Bars screamed in pain, but our boy brushed it off, saying it was just tension from training. In reality, though, Davy was mixing his mana with Bars, a method that broke every rule of their world. As the guy struggled to process the pain, Davy struck him hard while chanting strange words. Before Bars even realized what was happening, he collapsed to the ground in agony. Despite beating the crap out of him, Davy ordered him to get up and rest. Still stunned, the guy agreed, not realizing what Davy had just done to him. Meanwhile, our boy couldn't hide his excitement. Seeing the green magic circle he'd just formed, he was already looking forward to tomorrow. Back in the present, just as Valentine coats his sword with mana and tries to strike, the attack gets blocked by a magic shield, the one Davy secretly placed on him. The onlookers are stunned, having clearly seen Valentine go in for the kill, only for his sword to go flying as Bars stands there protected by a shimmering barrier. Winley is also overjoyed to see her brother safe, but her smile fades when she notices Davy's seat is suddenly empty. Down in the arena, the referees rush in to stop the fight, calling out Valentine for breaking the rules and attempting to murder his opponent. As they warn him of the consequences, Valentine lashes out in rage. His attendants try to calm him, and even one of the royal guards attempts to escort him away. But to everyone's horror, Valentine grabs the guard's head and crushes it like a balloon. The entire stadium falls silent in shock, unable to process the fact that he just committed murder right in front of them. The moment the audience sees what happened, panic erupts. People scream and scramble to escape, the stadium turning into pure chaos. Meanwhile, Valentine is laughing like a complete maniac, his expression twisted beyond recognition. Even the referees are panicking, unable to do anything to restrain him. But there's one person who doesn't panic: Davy. He kneels beside his brother, assuring him that even though he was taken down, he did well. To Davy's surprise, Bars isn't shaken at all. Instead, he's excited. That's because, during the fight, he managed to create a spirit barrier. It's an expert-level defense spell that shields the user from danger. Sure, Davy had secretly prepared a shield for him, but he knows Bars survived thanks to his own strength. For someone only 14, that's insanely impressive, and he still stays humble about it. As Bars soaks it all in, Davy gently casts a spell to put him to sleep. With that done, he rises and steps into the arena, moving against the tide of terrified spectators rushing to escape. Inside, royal mages are already trying to suppress Valentine, but their spells aren't working. He's far too strong for them, and even the barrier they've raised to protect the evacuation is starting to give way. As the mages struggle to hold Valentine back, everyone is stunned to see Prince Davy calmly walking toward him. Even Winley can't believe what he's doing, wondering what the hell that guy is thinking. Up close, Davy notices just how much Valentine has changed overnight. His eyes are wild, his aura is twisted, like he's completely lost his mind. Suddenly, Valentine lets out a beast-like scream and lunges straight at him. Our boy braces himself, waiting for him to come closer, but to his shock, Winley suddenly runs in, trying to help. Panic hits him, realizing if she gets too close, she could get seriously hurt. Before he can react, Elena, clad in her warrior armor, grabs him and shoves him aside. With swift precision, she draws her blade and unleashes a powerful slash, the strike exploding in a massive blast that shakes the arena. Meanwhile, Davy, having just been yeeted out of the way, is left sitting there, a little stunned by the whole thing. Back in the fight, Elena is shocked to see Valentine survive her power slash. He's even more enraged now, screaming incoherent words as waves of pressure burst out around him. While he's in the middle of his power high, Elena charges again, unleashing a barrage of punches before finishing with a kick that slams him into the ground. The other mages watching are stunned, and Valentine looks badly hurt. It seems like he's finally defeated, so the order goes out to detain him immediately. Davy, who saw everything, is clearly impressed that she seems to outshine everyone else there. But then Elena realizes it was all the work of a vampire, and without hesitation, she launches herself at Valentine to finish him off. Everyone is shocked, but the reason quickly becomes clear when Valentine drives his own claw into his chest. A powerful blast erupts, spreading a cloud of red smoke all around. The moment it hits, everyone falls under its effect. Davy rushes to comfort Winley, who is also suffering, assuring her before putting her to sleep to protect her from the cloud's influence. He then focuses on waking up her mana to keep her safe and stop her necromantic mana from mixing in. Davy knows her mana could help. After all, he can control 3 different types himself. Each has its own personality. The first, necromantic mana, is like a psychopath, dangerous but effective. The second, regular mana, is tough to handle but useful if activated. And the third, holy power, is the most stubborn of them all. Davy pushes himself, knowing he has to activate it now. Finally, he manages to raise 4th tier holy magic. As it flares up, he's sure it will be enough to protect her for the time being. With that done, his attention shifts back to the terrifying state of everyone trapped under the blood cloud, a spell that drains life essence from everyone and feeds it straight to the caster. Davy doesn't have the strength to save them all, so he locks onto the one who started it. While no one notices, he prepares to unleash everything he's got. What he doesn't realize, though, is that Elena is still holding on, despite being badly poisoned. Noticing Elena, the boy finds the situation even worse as she's standing right in the middle of the blood cloud like it's nothing. It only proves her reputation as the wielder of the God's word. But when she tries to steady herself, Davy pushes her back, testing if she can actually hold out. When she manages, he brushes her off, telling her to stay out of his way. To his surprise, she suddenly grabs his arm, shocked at how he's completely unaffected by the cloud. Davy is a little taken aback. He thought she might recognize what's really happening. Still, he understands. As a prince who just woke from a coma, it makes sense she's reacting this way. He just brushes it off with a smile, which annoys her enough that she shoves him aside, determined to handle it on her own. She doesn't believe he can deal with this, and even warns him that Valentine might actually be a vampire. For that reason, she orders him to leave, vowing to fight to the very end herself. Watching her act like that, Davy can't help but feel she's facing her true arch-nemesis from another life. And as it turns out, he's not wrong. When Elena was just a kid, she witnessed her mother's murder at the hands of a vampire. That moment never left her, and ever since, she's carried a deep hatred for those blood-sucking monsters. Back in the present, Valentine has fully transformed into a raging beast, letting out a powerful scream. Elena readies herself to fight, but before she can strike, something slams into the back of her head, knocking her down. It's Davy, wanting her out of the way so she can sit back and watch the show. Finally, Valentine charges at him, throwing a massive punch meant to crush him, but Davy doesn't even flinch. He knows more about these creatures than anyone else alive, so this monster isn't a real threat. Calm and confident, he prepares to send Valentine to the next life. With just a slight slap followed by a powerful palm strike straight to the heart, Davy unleashes a swirling force. The spell detonates inside Valentine, blowing the creature into pieces. Elena, watching from behind, is left completely stunned, unable to believe what the hell just happened. It's so powerful that it tore half of the statue behind the monster to pieces, reducing Valentine to nothing but dust particles. Elena watches in pure disbelief because a monster that couldn't be stopped by her, the Knight's Blades, or even struggling mages, was obliterated with a single strike. She couldn't even sense his mana. And yet, even after being in a coma, he had done it all. Lost in her thoughts, Elena is startled when Davy offers her his hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, she finally accepts. But to her minus aura, he's just asking for her blade of God pin. Without waiting, he plucks it from her, claiming he deserves it after taking down the boss, and prays for the god of sword to guide him rightly. This sword, and many other powerful weapons like it, was created by a legendary blacksmith named Surtur. He could turn ordinary weapons into rare treasures and even transform junk into something valuable. Thanks to his incredible skill and talent, he became famous across the continents for generations. Of all the swords he made, the most powerful was the god sword, Calderas. While Surtur's other creations were impressive with mana, Calderas was forged using his own life force, crafted as a gift for his friend Hares. The sword even has its own consciousness and can use its power on its own, and no one understands its personality better than Davy. As he contemplates this, the pin begins shouting to be released. Davy knows it's being rude, so he grips it even tighter. Laughing at the sword's strange hobbies, he calls it out, and with just a lift of his hand, effortlessly pulls Elena toward him. Davy can't help but be a little impressed that she's able to hold on, even though she's still affected by the blood smoke. Still, she's in pretty bad shape. As he's thinking this, the sword warns him not to try anything reckless. Unfazed, Davy channels his mana into his hand, transforming the pin into a mystical, beautiful sword. The sword itself is genuinely shocked as how can this guy wield its full strength when even the original contract couldn't. Davy brushes it off, loads the sword with more mana, and swings in a powerful slash. The strike is so strong that it splits the ground and fills the entire arena with brilliant light. As Davy attacks, he senses someone watching all this time and calls out. It turns out to be a high-ranking Blood Moon maid, who transforms before him into her humanoid form. The maid is surprised to realize that Davy is the one who took down her servants when she sent them to kill him. The boy, however, takes it all casually, teasing her to come down as all he is seeing is her underwear. That immediately annoys her, but our boy wastes no time, hurling his sword at her. It's just meant to intimidate. The maid, unfazed, points out that even if Davy manages to defeat her, Queen Linus won't stand for it. The situation with Boltiz could get messy, but since neither side is in a strong position, a full war can't break out. Davy picks up his sword, mocking her for thinking she's clever, and makes it clear he's not that easy to corner. This enrages the maid. She channels her dark energy into her palm and lashes out with a whip. Davy easily dodges by leaping to the side, but the attack isn't over. It splits into countless red shards flying straight at him. Even when they nearly hit, the boy barely manages to dodge them all. His effortless dodges make the maid even more annoyed as he's just a human, yet he handles everything with such nonchalance. In frustration, she swings her whip again, creating a massive wave of energy. Meanwhile, Davy recalls his time in the hall when Harris told him about the Vampire Lord. According to Harris, these beings have servants who can rise to become lords as they advance. They're incredibly strong, and only their mortal enemies, the High Elves, can stand a chance against them. For Davy to take them down, he needs to provoke them. Since they have massive egos and pride, getting them riled up will give him the perfect opening to strike. Back in the present, Davy realizes that, despite the Palin Kingdom following Harris, they actually know very little about these creatures. Lost in thought, he dodges another brutal attack from the maid, and this time, he follows up with his own swings. The strikes are blocked by a blood barrier, which Davy's sword identifies as belonging to a vampire count. The sword also realizes the girl has the potential to become a vampire lord, which convinces Davy that he needs to deal with her now. Meanwhile, the maid sends another blow his way, declaring that no matter what he does, only death awaits him. She also points out Elena, who had been defeated even with the god sword. With that, she swings at the boy again, aiming to finish him. This time, however, he dodges and flashes behind her. From her blind spot, he leaps toward her, but the vampire quickly reacts, lunging at him. Despite that, Davy dodges her attack and lands on top of her. Using the sword god's technique, he unleashes a powerful claymore splitter attack, striking her dead center. The strike is so strong that it creates a massive blast, burying her deep in the ground. Davy is a little shocked by the sheer force of his own strike, and the sword immediately starts yapping again. He tries to calm it down, but it keeps pushing, asking who he is and why he acts like he already knows it. Davy knows he can't reveal the truth that he's the original disciple of the sword. Just then, the sword mentions that the vampire has disappeared. Davy suggests letting it be, so the sword shifts its focus to the blood cloud, noting that it won't lose its effect until all humans within it are killed. Those already affected will eventually turn into infected monsters, and it would take weeks of powerful magic to purify them. The sword wonders whether the Palin locals are in chaos by now. Then it praises Davy, calling him a true master, claiming his level is high enough to remain unaffected by the blood cloud. Davy knows, however, that he isn't truly at the master level yet, and that thought keeps him grounded, despite the sword's compliments. To reach that level, Davy knows he needs the very highest tier, but thanks to the abnormal doping he underwent, he's already on his way. The sword, however, still considers him a master, impressed by his incredible mana and the fact that he holds 3 types of powers within him. Davy lies, claiming it's 100 years of research he put into himself to achieve it all. With that, he slams the sword into the ground, declaring that he wants its help now as he intends to finish this once and for all. For that, he doesn't want to sacrifice himself, but if there's a chance it will aid his recovery, he's willing to take it. He clasps his hands together and surprisingly begins praying to God Priya, asking for guidance, anything that could help, or even for the goddess herself to intervene. The sword, hearing this, is momentarily baffled. After all, Davy's holy powers aren't based on religious faith in the traditional sense. They come from understanding and trust. He's normally the type to pique a god's interest through skill alone, but now he's putting his trust into prayer. He prays to the gods, asking for something that could make his efforts more effective. Hearing his unusual prayer, the sword calls him out, but Davy knows better. He understands that gods favor those who carry out their will, not just those who pray and speak kindly of them. For now, he needs something to replenish the life force lost by the people caught in the blood cloud. He turns his prayer to Daphne, the deity of the strongest holy power, asking for her aid. As he prays with belief and focus, a sudden surge unleashes a 9th-level holy spell through the sword, striking the ground. The sword is shocked, feeling the immense power coursing through it, and begins radiating a blazing aura. The aura intensifies rapidly, tearing through the bloodstone, the heart of the blood cloud itself. As the light grows stronger, it erupts into a brilliant blast that even the locals outside can see. Amidst the holy radiance, Davy stands with his arms outstretched, absorbing the full impact of the light. When everything finally settles and the bloodstone cracks, Davy collapses to the ground with a massive open wound across his back. At that moment, a system window pops up, displaying all his stats. Just then, the hero herself appears, floating gracefully in the heavenly glow. She takes note of Davy and smiles, surprised to see him standing there. Our boy falls unconscious and starts dreaming about how things are finally smoothing out after 6 months of relentless trouble. It almost feels like his mind has been wiped clean. Just as he's enjoying it, he wakes up. The first thing he sees is Winley's worried face while he's in the dukedom's lodgings. Seeing him awake, Winley hugs him tightly as he's been out for 2 days. She's crying, and the boy knows there's nothing he can do to stop it. She tells him about a dream she had when she went out during the blood cloud. In it, she saw him saving her. She also reveals that while examining him, she noticed a mark on his back and suspects he might have been behind clearing the cloud. Davy looks at the mark and realizes it's a stigmata, and that too, a huge one. This never happened when he was at the temple, but now it's big enough to be obvious. The person who found it is a high-ranking priest, and it was discovered as the cloud dispersed, right at the center of the energy that did it. Inside, Davy knows the mark means he's chosen by the gods. Winley keeps talking, and he realizes that apart from clearing the cloud, nothing else about him was revealed to the locals. However, Davy is a bit confused as he doesn't want to reveal his power, and if he lets on that Linus was behind it all, things could get a lot worse. So he lies, saying that since he was unconscious, he doesn't know what happened. Winley believes him. On top of that, with the goddess herself appearing, Davy is amazed that he was able to achieve the 9th tier of holy magic, clear the pool, and even grow his own holy powers. All 3 of his mana types increased, and now he has an aura that's uniquely his. The stigmata is responsible for the growth he sees in his holy power. Lost in his thoughts, Winley reminds him about the fuss his personal maid caused while he was out cold. Then Elena came by to check on him, which makes Winley a bit jealous. Hearing this, Davy politely asks the girl to leave, saying he needs some time alone to reflect. Once she's gone, Davy checks her stats and realizes it's kind of like a game. He's confused about how he suddenly gained this power, but then a voice tells him it's beneficial because it helps him see other people's state and condition. Davy is puzzled, not knowing who the voice belongs to, until to his shock, he sees it's a beautiful-looking girl. Our boy remembers the day at the hall when Hares showed off his amazing painting skills. Looking at the drawing, Davy speculates that Hares is drawing a demon, and judging by the details, a high-class one. Hares confirms it, pointing toward a nearby party and saying she's having fun there. He's drawn her so many times that she's practically stuck in his mind. He reveals her name, Berserk. He recalls that when she was still human, he adopted her and personally trained her in swordsmanship. But when the demon started the war, he was the one who had to take her down, sealing her within his sword. She is the demon lord of the abyss, Berserk. Going back to the present, Davy realizes exactly who she is, but he's taken aback as she's literally smaller than an insect. Our boy instantly ties her up, a bit suspicious of her, but according to Berserk, they're both connected through the stigmata etched on his back. He's a little taken aback by that, but the girl insists she isn't hostile and pleads to be let go. Eventually, he gives in and unties her, still confused about a demon lord showing up in his world. Once she gets the chance, the girl formally introduces herself again, revealing that she literally came from the darkness of the abyss. In ancient history, she was the reason the Great War between Middle-earth and the demons began. Back then, Ares used the god sword to slay the demon lord, but he sealed her soul inside it himself. Seeing her in person now, she looks totally different. The boy already knew about the seal, but he's surprised when Berserk refers to the sword as her friend. According to her, she was transferred from the god sword to him by the will of the gods, and that's all she knows. Our boy finds this explanation a little vague, but he rolls with it for the time being. She then points out that it all happened because of Devi's holy power, so he should take responsibility for her. On top of that, she's interested in our boy, since he's only the second person ever to wield the god sword. Hearing that, he casually mentions that Ares had already told him about it and used to talk about her often. Despite being shocked, she's excited, just knowing the hero actually talked about her. Devi mentioned it, thinking she could read people like a demon lord, but according to her, she'd only recently gained the ability to borrow the will of the gods. Devi knew he never expected anything from God anyway, who gives holy powers to a guy like him, and honestly, he'd heard plenty of divine complaints whenever the chance came up. With that, she gets straight to the point that she wants him to show her the world, and in return, he'll gain access to her abilities, just like the games he used to play in his past life. With that, she extends her hand. Devi can't deny her abilities look tempting. He grins and shakes her hand, sealing the deal. A few days later, the entire Peresti kingdom was buzzing, not because of the Continental Sword competition, but because of the sudden appearance of the stigmata. Crowds gather outside the house where Devi is staying, and naturally, it frustrates him. Most of the visitors are priests who see his stigmata as undeniable proof of God's existence. Their obsession isn't entirely surprising after all. In the last 3 to 4 centuries, there have only been 3 saint candidates. Still, if his popularity keeps climbing, Devi worries he'll be dragged off to some holy kingdom. Realizing he needs to act fast, he calls the twins out. They're confused by his sudden decision, suspecting it has something to do with the flood of visitors, and they're right. The best course of action for that in Devi's mind is to run, and that's exactly what they do. As they slip away, our boy knows he'll be chased, but he left Elena behind to deal with the crowd. The moment Elena discovers he's gone, fury burns through her. To make matters worse, Devi spread rumors, claiming she was the one who struck down the enemy with the god sword, and that the stigmata appeared because of her. The thought of people believing such nonsense makes her snap. Breathing, she orders her soldiers to move out in full force and go after Devi. Back in the carriage, the twins are already fast asleep, while the boy drifts off into his own thoughts. Noticing this, Berserk points out that even though the sword has had other owners, he's the only one who can truly wield it. Devi also knows the blade feeds on greed, but since he doesn't have much of that in him, he can't draw out its full power. Still, Berserk keeps pushing him to rip the sword from Elena, insisting she doesn't deserve it. The boy, however, doesn't want to. He's already chosen the blade he intends to use, and in his eyes, this cursed one isn't right for him. Catching him lost in thought, Berserk suddenly asks what he's thinking about. It throws him off for a moment, considering she's the demon lord of the abyss, how she can't read his thoughts. To steer the talk elsewhere, she suggests he sees his chance once they return home, reminding him that with the stigmata, he holds the upper hand. Devi knows she's right, but he also knows he needs preparation. His enemies have plenty of influential figures backing them in the kingdom. Taking them down won't be quick. It'll mean picking them off one by one. That's why Queen Linus keeps up her arrogant front. But Devi isn't too worried, as he already has a plan. Eventually, they reach the kingdom, and Bars goes straight before the king. He feels disappointed in himself, but the king reassures him that his safety is all that matters. Because of this, Bars' shoulders ease, though the weight of failure still lingers. The king, meanwhile, is thrilled to hear that Devi has acquired the stigmata. That excitement, however, only fuels Queen Linus's frustration. She forces a smile, pretending to be happy, but inside she's seething. After the greetings, the king orders the bishop to deliver a sharp complaint to the alliance for what happened with Bars. With that decided, he suggests everyone rest. Still, he asks Devi to remain behind. The two sit together for tea, but almost immediately Devi voices his resentment. He's bitter that his father never once called for him after he woke up. The king is caught off guard when Devi reveals he already knew the bishop had been keeping watch over him. Because of this, the king finally accepts what he's long suspected, that something in Devi had changed when he first woke up. And now, with the proof before him, Devi makes it clear. He has something he wants to ask his father. Despite what he says, in the back of Devi's mind the same memory keeps playing, him pleading with his father to help his mother when she was gravely ill, only to be ignored. For years have passed since her death, and the king has simply avoided the subject all this time. Now, in the present, Davy finally demands to know why his father never helped back then. Rage boils out of him as he points out how the king always shifted the blame onto his father, or onto Davy himself. As the boy waits for an explanation, he's stunned when his father begins to admit his mistakes. The king confesses he wasn't a good father, nor even a good king. Lacking the strength to do what was needed, all he could manage was sacrificing what he must in order to keep the kingdom stable. Hearing the weight in his father's tone, Davy realizes the man hasn't forgotten his mother after all. But instead of softening, he erupts. He shouts that if throwing away family is what it takes to be a king, then he wants no part of that path. With that, Davy storms off in anger, declaring that even if his father tries to hand him the throne, he won't take it. Berserk, having listened to everything, tries to calm him, but Davy has had enough. At least now, he has the answer he wanted from his father. Carrying that weight, he heads to his room, ready to dive down the rabbit hole of all of this. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Moon Assassin Guild's main office, everyone is in a panic as their maid has disappeared. The branch leader is worried, but another shady person present thinks it was a mistake to send a class informant. According to him, her identity was already obscure, and yet the prince and princess are still alive. He leaves, claiming he'll bring back the maid's head along with the target's bodies to show them the true power of an A-class assassin. He never thought the maid was skilled and believed she was too dangerous to send on such a mission. Thinking about the situation, the branch leader is in shock and decides to leave as soon as possible. Panicking, he presses a button under the table, but it doesn't work, and suddenly, he feels something is very wrong. Out of nowhere, a sudden attack hits, taking down his assassins before slamming him onto the desk. The attacker expresses surprise, realizing the branch leader is just a human rather than a vampire. Hearing that, the leader starts screaming for help, but to his disbelief, everyone, including the confident A-class assassin, has been put to sleep by the intruders. This makes the leader speculate if they're from another guild, but even then, he's shocked they wiped out an entire branch so easily. The intruder, however, demands information and pressures the leader for it. As the branch leader agrees to cooperate, the man demands a list of every aristocrat loyal to the Varietta dukedom, along with their embezzlement records. He also knows they've been gathering other nobles to their side, and wants that information too. Hearing the man's demands, the branch leader starts losing it. But under the intruder's psychological magic pressure, he realizes this person is close to a master assassin. With no other choice, the branch leader gives up all the information he has. Next morning, our boy sits on the roof reading the scrolls he got from the branch leader. Despite the names, Davy knows most are fake, meant to slow him, so he needs to visit another office. Seeing him, Berserk realizes he wanted info on the aristocratic faction to wipe them out and start a bloodbath. However, our guy wants to play fair and follow the law. He remembers an aristocrat who was his mother's personal knight, Marquis Peltrice. So, for his plan, he already sent a letter to the Marquis, who receives it and rushes out in panic after reading it. This is how Davy plans to get rid of everyone corrupt in the kingdom. As he thinks about his plan, Berserk questions him about his ambitions and desires. According to our guy, he just wants to fix his family, eat well, and live a long, healthy life without worries. For that, he needs to make his kingdom stronger, and after that, he'll move somewhere small and live by his own will. Berserk presses him about becoming a king, but our boy is beyond that. To him, it's a hectic and demanding job, so what he really wants is to make his palace a place his heart will always want to return to. In the royal castle, Davy is being praised for his stigmata. Queen Linus also acts to make a show of kindness toward her stepson, though whispers spread about her unusual behavior. In truth, we all know that she dislikes him and once hoped to declare him insane and lock him away. But with his newfound power, that plan is no longer possible. The Queen's thoughts are troubled because all 7 information guilds were attacked overnight and her ally there reported that it was the work of a master assassin, one no ordinary agent could handle. Linus suspects Marquis, the mysterious protector of the prince, is behind it all. Thinking about it, she is convinced that she must eliminate unwanted eyes and begins plotting how to legally remove Davy if darker methods fail. Meanwhile, the king quietly considers her suggestions from before. To her surprise, he agrees. Yet instead of scheming against Davy, he announces that the prince, now an adult and not the heir to the throne, should leave the palace and develop the lands already granted to him. Davy soon appears before them in an elegant black suit, realizing that his father sees him as too dangerous to keep within the castle walls. Davy bows slightly, promising to follow the king's will. Berserk, reading his thoughts, whispers that the king only sends him away out of fear. Because of that, Davy decides not to press the matter. There's no need to remind the king of what he already knows. Looking at the kingdom's coat of arms, he realizes both sides feel the same. He doesn't belong here anymore, so leaving is the natural choice. Since he knows the king won't stop him, Davy informs his father that he'll depart once he's prepared. Berserk, however, warns that countless lives might be lost because of the storm Davy is stirring, which pushes the prince to resolve himself further. He's ready to leave to protect the kingdom, but before the throne passes to Bars, he also wants to bring reforms as he refuses to let his younger brother inherit such corruption. When Davy leaves the reception hall, he's stopped by the twins. Because they worry about his sudden departure, Bars even considers petitioning the king. Hearing that, the boy quickly reassures them he's leaving by his own choice, not by force, and that his stigmata makes it necessary anyway. Winley also firmly asks him to reach out if he faces trouble, promising that she and Bars will do everything to help. Their concern moves him, so he pats her head and promises to set things right in Heinz Land, then invite them once it's ready. Back inside, Davy calls for Amy to collect all documents about Heinz Land from the treasury. When she asks which ones to bring first, he winks and tells her to get everything. Berserk reads Davy's thoughts and reminds him that knowing the enemy guarantees victory, words Davy once used in his past life. Because of that, the Demoness grows amused, admitting that his humility despite his power excites her. She even calls it a kind of satisfaction, since her own life had been more passive. Spreading her wings above his head, she declares herself his fan, which leaves Davy both embarrassed and flattered. Soon after, Amy returns with the land documents. Since the bundle is surprisingly thin, Davy realizes most records about Heinz have been lost. Because of this, he takes it as a chance to start fresh. As he scans the papers in silence, Berserk teases him about his luck, which makes him laugh despite the cursed reputation of the land. A little while later, outside, Amy is surprised to see so few people preparing to accompany him. Davy, however, understands as it makes sense since he doesn't have much of a reputation yet, so it's all good. While he's still lost in thought, Marquis approaches, kneeling respectfully before him. Word of Davy's departure has spread, and Marquis came to acknowledge him as more than just the forgotten son of the kingdom. His words show that he believes in Davy, but our boy, hearing him, can't help but reflect on his past and his late mother, feeling both unworthy and quietly determined. Davy reflects that Marquis has been quietly gathering proof against those behind his mother's death, something others had long abandoned. Because of this, Davy sees the Marquis as a man of resolve rather than neutrality. The old fella, in turn, urges the boy to reach out if trouble arises. This surprises him, since such support could tip the balance of power, but the Marquis insists his oath would be meaningless otherwise. Encouraged, Davy declares his intent to make Heinz barren land livable. Because of that, Marquis warns him to stir up the corrupt aristocrats feeding off the kingdom, promising he'll deliver the final blow once the groundwork is laid. Davy agrees with a smile, knowing much work still lies ahead. Soon after, powerful streams of mana mark the end of their preparations, and Davy's caravan sets out through the Mana Gate. Since the Heinz lands are close to the capital, he expects no shortage of challenges. Along the way, the Demoness dozes off on his lap, revealing her usual drowsiness. Amused, Davy lets her rest and covers her with a blanket. By the time the coachman announces their arrival, the group finds themselves in the vast desert of Heinz. Because the land has no rivers, mines, or fertile fields, it appears nothing more than a wasteland dotted with monster habitats. Still, Davy notices its one advantage. The wide stretch of land lies on the fork toward the sacred region. If managed well, it could become a valuable trade route, and that thought gives him hope. Davy looks out the carriage window and reflects that Heinz might have been promising if it were ordinary land. Because of the endless drought, however, it has become a cursed wasteland. He recalls that just 10 years ago the land was fertile, but in the past 5 years it has dried up completely, and no one knows why. The Demoness senses his thoughts and wonders if this is the work of a curse. Because of that, she explains that regional curses spread like a plague, starting with one source and expanding until they ruin everything. Davy hadn't expected to find traces of black magic here, but the Demoness suggests it might have begun with a careless villager meddling with a middleman. Hearing this, Davy concludes that Heinz has been ruined by ignorance. He tries a third-level purification, releasing a strong wave of mana, but quickly realizes such a long-lasting curse won't be easy to break. Since black magicians vanished long ago, Davy reflects that most knowledge of curses has been lost, leaving the continent with little defense against them. Deep in thought, he rests until the coachman announces their arrival. At the gates of Heinz, the site is pretty chopped. The walls are fractured, wooden traps line the outskirts, and the guards look tired. Because of this, Davy recognizes the land is barely holding on. If not for the small squad of knights stationed there, the monsters would have claimed it already. Looking out of the carriage, Davy overhears one of the knights trying to report news to the captain. The escort complains about making Davy wait, but the boy calmly reminds them he hasn't officially been granted authority over the land yet. On the way to the city, he asks everyone to show more respect, since they are now one family. Soon, a few anxious guards kneel in front of Davy, apologizing for receiving him late. One of the guy's hands is wrapped in heavy bandages, evidence of recent battles. The sight stuns the boy, and when he inquires how long the city has known of their arrival, the man admits the news came 2 days ago. Davy quickly realizes the man must have been attacked by monsters, and the man confirms it. Because of this, Davy decides to set aside the curse problem for now and focus on the goblin threat. The man, Manhwa, reveals that in the landowner's absence, he was appointed captain of the guards and given the responsibility of managing the territory. Though nervous, he explains that he studied land management during his duties. Davy takes note of his sincerity and potential, telling him to keep up the work. He also praises the guards for their efforts, announcing that they are officially promoted to the Royal Guard. To strengthen them further, he assigns Manhwa, the local guard commander, to assist with training. The guy, still shocked, tries to explain his background, but Davy reassures him that his skills and loyalty are enough. He promises positions to those who improve, leaving the guards both surprised and motivated. Later, reviewing reports of strange footprints, Davy learns that goblins have broken through the fortress defenses. Manhwa explains that the squad is exhausted and wounded after repeated attacks, which prompts Davy to ask about the overall damage. Captain reports that several homes were burned, many residents were abducted, and even the palace walls are badly cracked. Hearing this, Davy realizes the situation is critical. According to Manhwa, food supplies are also pretty low and will hardly last until the winter. Berserk, after reviewing the documents, warns that even without repairs, the resources might not hold out for 2 years. Davy is left wondering how to handle the possessions brought back from the palace, but his attention shifts when Berserk catches his eye. Amused, he considers making her his secretary, but she turns him down, joking that it would only mean less sleep. Despite the grim mood, Davy drops a bag of gold on the table and instructs Manhwa to use it to purchase supplies and food, while assigning trusted knights to protect the guards. The others are stunned by his generosity, but Davy assures them it is well deserved. Soon after, the head butler chamberlain of the first prince's palace arrives, announcing that preparations will be completed in 4 days. Davy thanks him firmly and shifts straight into action, ordering that all guards and free knights be gathered. He insists that saving people quickly is the priority. With the townspeople assembled and listening, Davy finally declares that he has been appointed Lord of the Lands. The crowd, surprised yet attentive, hangs on his every word. During the gathering, Davy reminds everyone that last night's goblin raid had led to kidnappings. He notices some villagers eager to fight, while others are terrified and just want to hide. As he studies the crowd, he realizes there are no real specialists among them. When a man protests that fighting goblins with so few people is suicide, others murmur in agreement. Davy challenges them, asking if they would rather sit back and let the monsters invade further. He warns that failure would only bring harsher revenge from the goblins, but promises to fight alongside them. This sparks whispers as many think the young lord is arrogant and inexperienced. Sensing their doubt, Davy reminds them that he is not just a prince but the Lord of Hines, and that all who live here are his family. With conviction, he declares he will never let them die. If they cannot trust him, he tells them to trust the divine stigmata as proof of his resolve. His words stir both tension and excitement in the crowd. As the night falls, Davy's warriors march toward the forest of the monsters, while Berserk admits his speech was impressive. Watching the mixed band of villagers and soldiers, the Demoness questions what he plans to do with such noobs. Davy already knows his soldiers are exhausted and untrained, and against the swelling goblin numbers, sending them into a direct clash would be nothing short of suicide. Still, he sets the target at 150 kills, confident in the difference his own strength will make. Berserk teases him for being too carefree, while she warns that numbers can change at any moment. Davy, however, remains steady, insisting it is enough. As they march into the forest, the guard's captain points ahead at an entire goblin settlement, casually enjoying their time. According to the guards, these creatures have been gathering there for weeks. The soldiers tense, memories of fallen comrades stirring their anger. Davy, however, uses that to fuel their rage for revenge. Their furious response surprises him as these people fight not for blood ties, but for sheer will to protect their land. With that, our boy takes his place on a hill and shoots a glowing arrow. With lightning speed, the bolt pierces through a goblin, sending the horde into chaos as fire spreads through their camp. Fear grips the monsters, while the guards are in disbelief. The goblins scramble in panic, trying to smother the flames, but Davy is excited that his shot landed perfectly. What looked like a spontaneous attack was, in truth, a refined technique that left his men and the green dwarf shocked to the core. Davy knows the usual tactic would be to rely on traps and guerrilla strikes, but with his troops exhausted and desperate, that approach would only breed confusion. Instead he decides not to hold back. Soon mana starts surging beneath his feet, stunning the soldiers as he declares his first order as their lord. Light pours over them, and one by one their bodies become covered in powerful enchantments. Berserk is also observing him, wondering if he truly plans to use everything at once. Davy smirks, thinking that if he must, he will play the role of a genius saint. With a wave of his hand, he channels Saint Gloria, a sixth circle buff spell so advanced that even saints of sacred lands struggle to wield it. Streams of energy swirl around the troops, leaving them in shock as their strength multiplies. Davy then turns to them, pushing them to unleash the rage they've held onto for so long. This is the moment he has been waiting for. With his command, the guards erupt into battle with their weapons flying toward the goblin horde. Led by their newfound power and desire for revenge, all the soldiers charge forward, cutting through the monsters with a fury that leaves the goblins terrified and broken. With their growing confidence, they tear through the creatures left and right, driving the rest into collapse from sheer fear. While the battle rages on, our boy keeps pushing them forward, fueling their courage with his presence. He even heals a wounded soldier, leaving the man shocked that his injury vanishes so quickly. With this, he reminds them that the sacred power doesn't make them invincible, and warns that no one is allowed to die under his command. The guards, inspired, charge forward with fury, smashing goblin heads until the battle turns into a one-sided slaughter. From his vantage point, Davy reflects that the goblins now look more like victims than enemies. Even Berserk is stunned by Davy's calm control and can't believe what he's seeing. Davy keeps the mood in check, reminding everyone that the real goal is rescuing the villagers, not just celebrating. On the way back to the city, he thinks about how to lead, how to give rewards without losing discipline, how to earn respect without leaning too far into fear. Still, when the soldiers shout their loyalty like a chorus, he can't help but wonder if their devotion is already a little too much. Back near the wooden traps, an injured guard rests his hand on a spear, quietly thinking. He knows Davy's something special, but he can't shake the worry that the boy is only 16, and yet he's already talking about launching another raid with barely 10 people. Victory can be a dangerous teacher, and maybe this one gave Davy just a little too much confidence. This is inspiring, sure, but it can also get people killed. Just then, the boy himself arrives, ordering them to quit yapping and get back to work. As our boy arrives, the soldiers regroup and see what happened. Even the captain looks like he can't believe it. Davy, with just 3 knights and a few guards, has already finished off the last of the goblins. The men cheer his name like he's some kind of hero, but Davy looks almost uncomfortable under all the praise. But Davy doesn't get carried away. He tells them straight that there are still plenty more goblin settlements out there. He'll handle the cleanup operations, while the rest should stay behind and keep the city safe. Once the crowd is dismissed, though, he admits to himself that their near cult-like loyalty leaves him uneasy. Maybe in a few days, he hopes, things will calm down and feel normal again. As the evening clouds roll in, the loyalty and glazing around Davy grow even stronger, and people start treating him like a king. Meanwhile, our boy isn't having it. Still, the townsfolk beam at him, full of trust and hope, and that makes him pause. He thinks back to Astrea, the northern king of Palladia who once trained him in the spear. Astrea always said that even a small ruler must remember that they lead people, not cattle. Power without care never lasts. Davy never studied politics much, but those words have always stuck with him. Just then, the Demoness interrupts his thoughts, inquiring about the state of his land. After a pause, she observes that the territory is weighed down by sadness and curses. Even with immediate recovery efforts, it would take at least 5 years for the city to stabilize and decades more to reach Davy's vision. The boy acknowledges the forecast but knows the land won't heal quickly, even without the curse. When pressed further, she shares her analysis that the region lacks an underground water pipeline system, meaning supplies are difficult to bring in. On top of that, repeated crop failures have drained food stores, and livestock production is already in steep decline. Also, the gold from secret guilds seems to be only a temporary fix. The real issue is capital. Davy agrees, pointing out that the profits have always been close to none. Curious, he asks about her telekinesis abilities she is using, and she admits she can only manage light objects. Since money is the problem, Davy proposes solutions. First, they could rely on monster hunting, but Berserk dismisses this as dangerous and unsustainable. Next, he suggests producing specialty goods, though both realize the barren land makes this nearly impossible. Finally, he mentions foreign trade, exchanging what little they have, perhaps even gems, for necessities like grain. Berserk is doubtful, noting that no one has much reason to trade with them. Davy, however, insists it's worth exploring. He requests Berserk to scout the land first, believing opportunity might be hidden there. Looking out across his desolate, sand-choked territory, he half-jokes to himself that he had always dreamed of being a landowner, only to end up lord of a wasteland. Davy recalls that the land was once used for farming, but its owners abandoned it long ago. Now, as he surveys the wasteland, Berserk remarks that searching here feels like looking for a needle in the desert. Davy suspects the one who cast the curse might be hiding somewhere in the mountains, yet he also knows his sacred power is too limited to handle it alone. The thought of borrowing Princess Elena's sword art crosses his mind, but he quickly dismisses the idea, even if Berserk teasingly suggests it. Instead, Davy focuses on the land itself. He senses something restless beneath the wasteland, as if begging to be awakened. Berserk is confused, but Davy presses his hand to the ground, declaring it is time. A massive magic seal appears, and he activates a powerful curse-breaking technique. The demoness is stunned, as she has never seen such magic before. Davy explains that it's not surprising, since the spell was created by a sorcerer from another continent. Unlike ordinary curses, which require either great power or endless time to construct, this magic works like code, breaking down and deciphering the mana formulas woven into the curse itself. Hearing that Berserk considers that the seal might reveal the terms of the curse, Davy agrees and summons a glowing magic panel, stunning her. As he studies it, he realizes it isn't just a curse, but something more complex, almost like an electric heated room controlling the land itself. To the east, on Hein's territory, the borders look unnaturally precise, and Davy's spell reports intermediaries stationed at 7 key points. This positioning forces drought and unnatural climate conditions into specific regions. Berserk is unsettled, but admits the curse explains the dying soil and lack of rain. Davy manages to decipher only one effect so far, that the curse maintains and prolongs harsh conditions in one area, until the land is ruined. Though he cannot yet understand the purpose or culprit, he knows the Heinz lands have already been devastated. Quietly, he wonders if the curse can be manipulated, controlled or even rewritten, rather than just broken. Davy halts at a stony hill and declares that they've arrived, already picturing the place as a future tourist paradise. Just then, faint sparks of mysterious mana ripple across the ruins before them, surprising Davy since the architecture seems far older than the Great War. Just then, their yapping wakes up a massive stone monster nearby. This really surprises our boy, while Berserk insists it's a magic golem that is using a mana stone. Because of this, the demoness warns Davy to stay alert since golems often have unusual abilities. Just then, the golem lunges with a lightning-fast punch. Davy slips past the blow and channels mana into his hand, gripping the crystal embedded in its head. With a final surge of strength, he manages to tear it out. Meanwhile, back at the castle, a resident quietly muses that peace is a blessing, though they are also worried about their lord venturing so far on his own. They all are aware that the Rhone kingdom is now run by aristocrats, but their care rarely reaches remote lands like Heinz. The city walls crumble, the soil lies cracked from years of drought, and the only help the kingdom has ever given is lighter taxes. Because of this neglect, goblin raids have become a constant threat, leaving the people exhausted and hopeless. However, out of the blue, this zesty-looking kid was sent to be a supposed lord. Many assumed he was exiled after losing a power struggle at court and feared he would take out his frustrations on them. The guards were too weak to face goblins on their own and were worried he may punish them instead of helping. But instead of anger, Davy calmly assessed the situation. Because he studied the city's records and scouts the goblin threat, he offered the soldiers and townsfolk a chance at revenge. This changed everything. When he speaks, people feel as though salvation itself has arrived. Even though Davy insists he is no saint, his miracles, backed by streams of mana that glow above the city, make him appear more divine than their god. The resident, quietly overseeing repairs to the palace, wonders if this miracle-working prince truly can bring Heinz a brighter future. Yet when he looks at the withered lands and cracked soil, he knows the road ahead will be long. On the outskirts of Heinz, rain is rare, and the parched land shows little hope of life. Priests, magicians, and alchemists once came here, searching for answers, but left empty-handed. Back in the ruins, Davy uncovers massive spirit crystals, glowing with refined energy and worth hundreds of platinum coins. The discovery excites him, though Berserk warns him to think carefully before rushing in. When Davy examines a particularly huge purple crystal, he realizes it is no ordinary treasure but the very core of a curse, strong enough to spark wars between nations. Curious, Davy tests the crystal seal. Streams of encrypted numbers flash before his eyes, far more complex than anything on the surface. He studies the patterns, searching for a weakness, while the demoness marvels at how much effort must have gone into draining the land's life. Hearing that, Davy suspects that there must have been something else on the land. After countless attempts, he finally senses a pattern. The crystal flares with a sudden red light, then shifts to green as powerful waves of aura burst out. Numbers rain down around them, and Berserk, thrilled by the breakthrough, turns to Davy in amazement, eager to know what exactly he managed to change. After years of drought, Davy finally unleashes the stored water and the skies above Hines break open with a storm. Rain starts pouring over the wasteland, shocking the citizens into silence as drops push through the once dead earth. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a group of nobles huddle in secret, quietly talking about how the balance of power is shifting. There's tension in the air, as some are worried that the aristocracy is close to tearing itself apart, and whispers of rebellion are spreading. Many of them scoff at the Queen's focus on Prince Davy. For them, he is just a boy with a stigmata which is hardly something they need to care about. Their energy, they insist, should go towards supporting the king and the major houses instead. But Duke Variata shakes his head, dismissing Davy as dangerous. The boy's influence is growing, and ignoring it could spark civil war before they even realize it. His words make the nobles uneasy, but they can't argue with him. Quietly, they all agree that it's time to prepare, carefully and in secret. After the meeting, Duke Variata rides off with a heavy heart. Outwardly, he plays it safe, treating Davy as powerless in the Baron Hines lands, but decades of experience as Chancellor have taught him to trust his instincts. He can feel it that once the young prince finds his footing, he'll be a force to reckon with. Later, rain begins to fall over Hines, soon turning to hail. It is just a miracle in a land that hasn't seen water in years. Meanwhile, Davy is lying in his room, holding the magic crystal that made it possible. Through it, he realizes that this one and other scattered spirit stones across the land are connected. They let him watch over the territory, control the flow of mana, and even influence the weather. Our guy also took the rest of the spirit stones for storage expansion for the time being. With that, Davy decides to let the land recover at its own pace. A week later, green sprouts push through the soil, and the people of Hines gather to watch in awe. Their eyes are shining with hope and devotion, ready to follow the boy who brought life back to their home. Davy warns the townspeople that the work ahead will be physically exhausting, which is why he doubts they should attempt it. With this, Davy explains the day's task. The knights plowed the land yesterday, and now they will all work on it to clear it within 4 days. He adds that anyone too tired may step back, since wages will depend only on hours worked, not forced labor. Captain, still uneasy, points out that even with softer soil and a gentler climate, cultivating such vast fields in only 4 days is impossible. Davy calmly replies that this land was once farmed before, which means the groundwork is already there. His confidence unsettles the captain, who remembers Davy's past feats against goblins yet cannot believe this new claim. To silence doubts, Davy channels vital amplification, bathing the area in streams of mana. The commander freezes, overwhelmed by the display, while the townsfolk feel their bodies strengthen under the magical buff. With a smile, Davy declares that they are about to enter a new era of farming, an era where even swinging a hoe will feel powerful. With this, the crowd's despair quickly turns into excitement. Yet, questions remain as the guard's captain wonders what they will even sow in these fields. Davy, thoughtful, admits there are only 2 ways to bring quick wealth: producing in massive quantities or selling something rare. Reading his thoughts, Berserk senses what he is planning: the fusion of both paths into one bold solution, which is the moon grass. Davy confirms it, announcing that the fields will be filled with this rare crop. The moon grass is not your typical plant as it requires certain climate conditions and only grows in the east due to its unstable climate. The guard voices this concern to Davy, but our boy, unfazed, explains that while it's impossible here, it is prized in the west, where alchemists pay high prices for even the smallest amounts. As he studies the sky, he already plans to adjust the atmospheric formula and seek the help of forest elves. Far away, deep in the woods, a small lantern-lit house glows beneath the trees. Inside lives Yuria Helishana, head of the forest elves of Hines. She welcomes her guest, Medith, a teacher with long emerald hair. Over tea, Medith reveals a troubling dream that a spirit's curse hangs over the forest. Yuria listens, recalling his words that spirits only follow the natural order. But as silence falls, Medith admits the truth that the forest is drying. He urges her to return with the elves to their homeland by the great tree, but Yuria refuses. Her heart now belongs to this land, even if it feels estranged from its roots. Hearing that, Medith gets a little furious at her, shouting that she will die if she stays here. But the elf only smiles calmly, insisting this is the law of nature. Though her eyes turn thoughtful, a gentle wind flows in the room. She believes that such a wind is the sign of an important meeting to come. Medith, exhausted by her indifference, gives up and sips his tea, only to choke when Yuria casually reveals she added cricket wings to the brew. His disgust only reminds him why she is seen as a heretic among her people. Yet Yuria pays no mind, once again praising the wind with quiet joy. Meanwhile, Devi makes his way across the dry, lifeless forest with Berserk at his side. The Demoness is unsettled by the elf's presence, since most believe their race vanished after a great catastrophe 3 centuries ago. Devi, however, is thrilled as he recalls seeing spirit watchers during the goblin attack and knows elves and spirits live closely together. Their path leads to a thick part of the forest where they notice a mythical-looking deer. The spirit steers flock to Devi with unusual friendliness, leaving Berserk surprised and jealous. She notes that even without a signed contract, they trust him. Our boy only smiles, remembering his own training under Uriana, the spirit queen who once contracted 13 spirit kings. Shaking her jealousy, Berserk changes the subject, steering the conversation back toward Devi's bold plan to grow moongrass. As the guy explores the forest, a tiny spirit resembling a dragon insect lands on his palm, carrying a small bouquet of flowers. Guided by the creature, he and Berserk arrive at a vast garden glowing with moonlit grass. While Devi thanks the spirit for leading them, Berserk marvels at the abundance of flowers, already imagining how many could be planted. But the atmosphere shifts. Devi explains that summoning spirits depends not only on mana, but on closeness to them, and his bond is strong enough to summon nearly any spirit, though not yet a spirit king. When Berserk wonders if he intends to make a pact here, Devi reveals that this is the garden of the moon goddess, a sacred elven place tied directly to spirits, so taking flowers without permission would bring disaster. With that, he requests her to stay quiet and simply watch. The air suddenly glows with elemental energy. Water, fire, wind, and earth swirl around them. Speaking in the language of spirits, Devi gains their trust and secures permission to harvest the moonflowers, but only before the elves arrive. Berserk teases him about losing his courage, yet he calmly replies that avoiding unnecessary trouble is sometimes the wiser path. Not far away, Yuria, the elven leader, is secretly watching it all. She is shaken to see a human welcomed into such a sacred garden, granted privileges even her own people rarely receive. Though smiling outwardly, inside she panics, unsure how to explain this miracle to her teacher. To cover her unease, she abruptly scolds Madith for not drinking the tea she prepared, going so far as to mention that she had lovingly dried grasshopper wings for it. Madith, horrified, mutters excuses about stomach pains, while Yuria insists she had designed a special diet just for him. Flustered, he reassures her that her care alone is enough. Yuria quietly asks her teacher whether it is more likely for a human to deceive the elven eye and enter the moon goddess's garden, or for a great being to awaken from slumber. When she refuses to treat it as a joke, he realizes she is serious, and replies that the second is more likely. Dragons, though long vanished, once walked the world. He reasons that while rare humans may form unusual bonds as their nature is too distant from the spirits compared to elves, Yuria only hides behind her forced smile, then suddenly declares that she will leave the village, believing she has found a way to save it. Meanwhile, back in Heinsland, everything started looking promising. Work that should have taken 4 days is finished within hours, as the people are driven by the favor of their lord. Devi, however, is less focused on their speed than on his true goal, which is to cultivate moongrass. Yet rumors quickly spread, with locals doubting whether such a plant could ever grow in their harsh land. Devi reflects that moongrass requires months to mature, but only its leaves are needed. When doubts rise about the drying plants, he simply insists on patience, as he is confident in his plan. As the boy confidently predicts rain, droplets soon begin to fall on Heinsland. Months pass quickly, and word of the strange experiment begins to spread. In a grand hall, nobles argue over the rumors from the east. Some mock the lord of Heinsland, calling him mad, while others dismiss the wasteland as worthless. Among them sits a bearded scholar with a walking stick, joined by his curious young student. When the boy asks about Prince Roan, the teacher, Sage Harrison, head of the Red Tower, quickly silences him, hinting that some questions are better left unasked. Still, with a knowing glance, he admits that something unusual is happening in the east, and suggests they go see it for themselves. Meanwhile, back in the fields, the moon grass is growing fast, covering the land with its white flowers. Not every plant survived, but there's still more than enough to harvest. Amy counts nearly 20,000 leaves in storage, with 10,000 ready to sell. Devi also does the math and realizes it's a fortune, enough gold to change not only his future, but also the lives of many families. The grass now grows in neat bushes, plenty to live well from. Berserk also knows things will only get more exciting once the sales begin, and Devi agrees. This time, unlike his secret trade in spirit stones, the moongrass business will be done in the open. Soon, word spreads across the continent about the young lord who pulled off the impossible. But since Devi is still seen as a harmless fool, no one dares to interfere. Devi and Berserk know the trick won't work twice, so they focus on securing strong initial capital. Standing with Amy and looking over the blooming fields, Devi can already feel the fortune coming their way. To keep prices high, he decides the grass will only be sold twice a year. Too much on the market would ruin its value. Before long, merchants, guilds, alchemists, priests, and even magic tower envoys crowded his gates, all eager to buy. The once quiet Heinz lands are suddenly alive with activity. Meanwhile, Devi pretends to be sick to avoid the rush, though Amy reminds him the buyers only want to confirm the goods exist. Inside, he meets with his aides. Amy stays by his side, while the captain, the chamberlain, and others report on the situation. According to them, public order is stretched, workers are exhausted, and paperwork is piling up without proper direction. Prosperity has arrived fast, and it's already putting his domain under pressure. The confusion grows as more people flood into Heinz, many with no clear purpose. To maintain order, Devi orders that anyone even slightly suspicious be turned away, but insists it must be done gently to avoid creating enemies. With space running out, he also commands the restoration of old tents and sells them at a higher price, turning even the lack of housing into profit. As evening falls, Devi's aides leave, and he quietly calls the guard's captain for a private talk. Later, the captain heads to a tavern where his friends greet him warmly. They offer him drinks, but he turns them down, telling them to take it easy before finally collapsing on his bed. Drained from the day's endless work, lying there, he goes over the mountain of tasks he's had to handle. Suddenly, a man in a black robe knocks on his door. He introduces himself as Hallis, a level 4 mage from the Green Tower. With polite words, he praises the peace in Heinz, giving credit to Devi's leadership and captain's loyalty. The captain doesn't take the compliments to heart, reminding himself he's just a knight of peasant birth, burdened with more than his share of responsibilities. When he asks why the visitor has come, the mage explains he needs to meet the lord, but since his residence is tightly guarded, he can't get in. The captain refuses, saying Devi is in poor health from overwork and that his well-being matters more than business. The guest doesn't give up. He pulls out a sack of gold and gems, calling it a small gift from the Green Tower. The captain is caught off guard for a moment, but quickly composes himself and tries to turn it down. The man pushes harder, flattering him and urging him to accept. In the end, the captain gives in, though he insists he isn't the type to take bribes. However, inside he realizes it's just as Devi predicted. Later, he reports everything to Devi. As he expected, rival factions, unable to reach him directly, are now targeting the people around him. Devi warns that bribes and intimidation will only get worse, but instead of being troubled, he sees an opportunity. Calmly, he tells the captain to accept whatever they offer, record everything, and report anyone who tries threats, because even his enemy's gold can be turned into strength for his own cause. Devi surprises the guy when he points to a bottle of magically treated moongrass and suggests showing it to their rivals, not for trade, but simply as a demonstration to spark rumors. His reasoning is clear that the more valuable the product appears, the higher the price will climb and the longer their opponents will linger on Heinz land. As the bottle is revealed, the expert from the Green Magic Tower can't take his eyes off it. The guard commander calmly explains that it is a finished product soon to be auctioned, and the wizard's composure cracks. Touching the glass, he realizes with a shiver that the quality far surpasses anything from the Western continent. Realizing that, he begins plotting to bribe him for priority access. The captain praises Devi's cultivation efforts, making the visitors reflect on the young lord's determination. The wizard estimates that half the harvest was discarded to maintain quality, marveling at the ruthlessness of a mere 17-year-old. When the commander reveals that all sales will be through auction, the guy's expression tightens and he quickly hints at handsome rewards for the captain for his cooperation. After the deal, the guests depart in their shining carriage, leaving the captain to finally breathe in relief. Devi's plan has worked as the tower's interest is secured. The captain, still astonished, wonders how the young boy foresaw it all. Devi simply notes that people, in the end, always move for gold. Devi leans back, pleased at how easily he has turned the situation in his favor without resorting to tricks. This confidence delights the captain, especially when he lays out bags of bribe money. Devi surprises him by suggesting the gold be shared fairly among the guards, earning both respect and loyalty while still keeping most of the moongrass profits for himself. The demoness perched on his shoulder remarks that the start is promising, but questions whether he can handle large organizations. Devi only grins, reasoning that these groups will compete against each other, creating opportunities for him. He sees the rumors working in his favor, imagining magical guilds and trade associations rushing to the Badlands, bringing both wealth and population growth. For this, he almost feels thankful for the ancient curse that made the land's development possible through moongrass. Meanwhile, in a shed house, the nerd mage from before, Ulyss, is gazing into a glowing orb, thinking about Devi's rapid rise in Heinz lands. The guy is the 5th-tier mage of the Red Tower and is curious why Devi insists on auctions instead of direct trade. He explains that while initial sales may fetch high prices, they would eventually drop below Western standards, making auctions the smarter path. The old sage adds that even the clever first prince of Rome would approve of such a move. Discussions shift to the sparse population of Heinz, barely 100 souls, highlighting how much potential the young lord's gamble truly holds. the guy finally realizes that Devi's auction strategy is the fastest way to recover investments and develop Heinz land. With transport routes in the presence of major organizations, the territory is perfect for a trade hub. Yet the sages point out a problem. The supply of goods is limited. He explains that the current goal is to amass as much wealth as possible in the short term, while others note that Devi never hesitates. Even when plans don't go perfectly, his boldness convinces many that the young lord still has much to reveal. The sage then asks Ulysses if he now understands how to approach Devi, and the guy begins to consider meeting him. The old man encourages it, suggesting even setting a formal date. Curious about this confident young leader. Elsewhere, on a sunlit bridge, Elena gazes over the water, clutching a golden sword pendant and puzzling over how Devi can wield the god sword without a contract. Later, under the night sky, the old sage wonders if the boy is truly the sword god's chosen, while he reflects that events are unfolding in strange yet meaningful ways. As days pass, Heinz land quickly transforms. Applications flood in for permanent residence and land purchases, sparking fierce competition among organizations. When Amy rushes in, panicked over two branches fighting for the same plot, Devi calmly provides the solution: put the land up for auction and let the highest bidder win. The head butler, who is also present, asks Devi what maximum price to set, and he confidently responds with the highest possible. His mood shifts when a letter from the royal palace arrives, sealed with Roan's coat of arms. Soon after, the city gathers for the grand auction. Amy announces the opening bid at 90 gold and the offers quickly rise. A red-robed mage calls 95. The mage from the Green Tower pushes it to 100, and the Academy of Alchemy jumps straight to 130, mocking his rival. Just as Amy is ready to finalize the sale, another bidder raises the price to 150. The goods are sold, and Devi is more than satisfied to see everything working better than he thought. The head butler, Chamberlain, reports that not only were the moongrass lots sold out, but even farmland is being bought in bulk. At this pace, annual revenue could surpass 1 million gold, turning Heinz into one of the richest territories in the kingdom. Devi orders that supply remain limited to maintain demand while land is cleared for other crops, leaving management to the captain and the chamberlain as he prepares for future repairs. A while later, Devi remembers about the royal invitation he received, praising Devi's success and summoning him to the palace. To him, the summons is nothing more than an attempt to pacify tensions with the Marquis, and the fact that the seal could be forged amuses him all the more. Leaning on his arm, Devi decides it is time to move on to the next stage of his plans. Before heading to the kingdom, he resolves to make a stop at an important place. He remembers Hares once built a secret dungeon beneath his final home, a vast chamber with ancient columns and a giant tree. Inside lay an unfinished creation, a child the sword god had not completed before his death. Hares entrusted Devi with the task, leaving him free to either claim it as his own or sell it for fortune. The weight of such trust amuses the dark swordsman, who calls Devi a perfectionist as Hares points the way forward. Coming to present, Devi announces he will travel to the kingdom without an escort, entrusting Chamberlain to look after the estate and Amy. The girl, though born to a baron's family, is clever and diligent, and Devi wants her to rest. She weeps quietly, unable to say goodbye, while the head butler seems more touched by her calling him grandfather than by her training. With that, Devi departs, leaving his servants bowing behind him. Through the forest, Berserk suggests a faster road, but Devi insists on passing through a famous tourist site, the land of Valishad, hometown of the legendary blacksmith, Surat. The Demoness reacts with shock, recalling that Surat's legacy, forged from divine materials, still lies there. However, seeing it again after so long, he realizes once battlegrounds of enemies. Now it bustles with crowds lining up before the stone archway, Queen Linus's former home. Riding closer, Devi blends into the crowd, quietly observing his wary eyes follow him and his horse. Berserk notes the tense atmosphere, and Devi realizes the local nobility must be uneasy. At the gate, guards call out names as Devi hands over forged papers that identify him as a freelancing soldier. The disguise works, but just as he reaches the archway, the guards suddenly cross their spears and order him back. Confused, Devi watches them mock him, refusing passage and warning him not to approach the newly discovered maze. Frustrated, he sits on a rock nearby, surrounded by curious onlookers. Even for a clan as corrupt as the Varieta, the situation seems worse than he expected. An old man strikes up conversation, guessing Devi must be from far away and unaware of the local customs. With a wry smile, he points toward the entrance guards. In broad daylight, a bag of coins is given to one of the guards. What looks like blatant bribery shocks Devi's companions, but the old man calmly explains that this so-called entry tax has been unofficially collected for centuries, despite the law abolishing it. As the elder scratches his gray beard, he notices Devi's sharp gaze turning cold. proof that the young lord is already piecing together just how rotten these lands have become. With this, the old fella offers coins to help the boy, revealing that it might not be enough. Even so, he says Devi reminds him of his grandson. Smiling faintly, Devi leaves the money on a stone, telling him to save it for the boy instead. As he walks away, the guards block his path again, mocking him and demanding payment. Devi calmly points out that the so-called entry fee is illegal for anyone but large caravans, calling their actions outright extortion. The guards laugh at his boldness, one of them pressing a sword to his shoulder and boasting that only they and the Duke are the law here. The boy, however, warns them that this is their last chance to return what they've stolen. Hearing this, the guard loses his temper and raises his sword, ready to strike. The old man nearby quickly tries to stop him, which only makes the guard turn his anger toward him. Just as the blow is about to land, Devi steps in. With one swift kick, he knocks the weapon right out of the guard's hands, leaving both the soldiers and the elder stunned. As the sword clatters through the air, Devi calmly says that robbing citizens is nothing more than embezzlement before reaching out to claim the blade for himself. Grabbing the guard's weapon, he acts without hesitation, cutting down the bald man on the spot. The sudden sight of blood stuns everyone, but Devi doesn't back down. He declares that anyone who helps in such crimes is just as guilty. The guards quickly surround him with spears, but the boy warns that fighting him will only mark them as traitors and put their families at risk. When one of them makes a move, the boy responds with a clean strike, knocking the man's hand aside and bringing the whole crowd to a stunned silence. As the injured guard trembles on the ground, Devi demands to see their leader. Soon, a double cheeseburger appears in a green suit. The guy's name is Viscount, and as he storms in angrily, only to freeze when Devi's glowing mythal ID reveals his true identity as the first prince. Realizing just how much trouble he's in, the Viscount immediately drops to his knees, begging for mercy and claiming the land is falling apart. Devi just laughs at the excuse, pointing out that corruption here is so deep even inspectors avoid the region. Trying to recover, the Viscount invites Devi to his mansion, but he brushes him off with a sharp comment about his bloodthirsty reputation. Later, while traveling on the road, Devi rides in a cart with an elderly man. The old man reminisces about how peaceful things were under the Queen's rule until oppression spread after refugees from Hines arrived. With a heavy heart, he admits his own son was taken for supporting them. Looking at Devi, he can't help but see a reflection of that lost son. Embarrassed, he apologizes, but Devi reassures him kindly. When they reach a stone monument, the old man thanks our boy for saving him and for avenging his son, promising never to forget his courage. Devi, however, reminds him that what truly matters is staying true to his principles. As they part ways, the boy and Berserk both feel they've done something meaningful, and Devi agrees. Climbing the structure, Devi leaves his horse grazing below. From the top, he stops in awe, noticing vast ruins stretch across the horizon, so breathtaking that even Berserk falls silent. Inspired, the boy pulls out his notes, scribbling quickly as he mutters about forms and sequences. At first, it all sounds confusing, but soon it becomes clear that he's piecing together a hidden password. Devi explains that he's finally found what he's been searching for, a ruined device hidden among the old structures. From this spot to him, the pattern stands out clearly, something most people would have missed. He remembers that only a handful of people once knew this code, and now he's the only one left who can recognize it. The discovery excites him. Its clever disguise means no one else could have stumbled across it. As he approaches a weathered magic panel, Devi realizes the first password simply points to the central anvil. To unlock the real entrance, though, a much more precise code is needed. He begins activating the mechanism, recalling how Surat once declared that his legacy would belong to whoever uncovered it. The memory annoys him. Surat always acted like some self-proclaimed pirate king, and Devi never liked his arrogance. Still, when Berserk shouts that the entrance has opened, Devi steps forward to lead the way. Inside, the dungeon glows with an eerie green light. The air feels heavy, and Devi suspects it will only get thinner the deeper they go. To counter it, he sets up a magic circle that stabilizes the pressure. He also admits that without Surat's guidance, he might never have gotten this far. Deeper inside, they come across a chamber that looks more like a blacksmith's living room than a dungeon. Devi remembers Surat's reputation as a mad blacksmith who dedicated his entire life to the forge. Even in death, his possessions still lie untouched here. The room is cluttered with scattered materials, but one thing immediately catches Devi's attention: a small sledgehammer resting on the table. At the center of the chamber, there is also a heavy chest, tightly wrapped in chains. Berserk remarks that the chain chest resembles an altar, which makes Devi wonder if Surat had once worshipped some imaginary god of blacksmithing. Before he can think on it, the ground shakes violently, and the chest begins overflowing with a surge of mana. The pressure builds into a vortex, triggering the protective seals placed upon it. Recognizing its significance, Devi steps closer. This is the legendary forge of the Thousand-Day Blacksmith, named after the 1,000 days Surat spent hammering without rest to create the divine sword. Unlike ordinary craftsmen, Surat poured mana into his strikes, pushing past human limits. His relentless dedication allowed him to surpass even himself, earning him a place among the greatest blacksmiths. When he touches the chest, mana flares through the room. As the seals break, he opens it and finds what Surat left behind. 2 unfinished masterpieces. One is a red sword said to cut the living, the other a blue blade meant to strike the dead. A glowing panel near the chest reveals their attributes, but the inscription ends with a cryptic message that its ego does not exist or has yet to awaken. Seeing that the demoness remarks that all the commotion stems from the twin swords, Devi agrees, noting that their design carries Surat's unmistakable style, swords with egos, much like the divine blade Caldera's. He reflects that while Caldera's was crafted perfectly for its wielder's technique and body, these twin swords tell a different story. They are creations made not for a chosen master, but for whoever proves worthy enough to claim them. As he studies them, the boy declares that these are the only weapons Surat ever forged purely for himself. The swords seem nearly complete, yet Devi insists they are unfinished. With a grin, he explains that what remains is a final step, fire, but not an ordinary flame. Only a blaze hotter than any mortal forge, like the sacred fire of the dwarves, can complete them. After a while, Devi announces their arrival, and a local guide directs him straight down the avenue toward the square before wishing him a safe journey to the capital. Grateful for the help, Devi smiles and thanks him. As they ride on, Devi and Berserk discuss the true reason behind the summons. Since the boy has brought in staggering profits, enough in 1 quarter to surpass the kingdom's yearly expenses, the demoness suspects the crown wants more than just to reward him. She imagines many greedy hands reaching for him, believing the nobles intend to nationalize his company and use it for their own gain. Berserk points out that such a move would not enrich the kingdom itself, only the aristocrats who control it. Hearing this, Devi grows slightly irritated. Eventually, Devi enters the palace, and while admiring the grandeur of the halls, he is greeted by the Bisphos, who hasn't seen him in years. Surprised at how much Devi has grown, Bisphos quickly brings up the rumors of his flourishing enterprise. Devi smiles, treating it as fortune's gift, but the mood shifts when he explains that the kingdom is in panic, because a secret accounting book has been exposed, revealing corruption among the nobles. The king, enraged, stripped many of their titles and even prepared executions. Devi is startled by the king's severity, realizing events are escalating far faster than expected. Bisphos advises him to wait until morning to greet the king, who now rests in his chambers. As the boy leaves, he reflects that the situation feels like a long-held storm finally breaking loose. He recalls passing sensitive information to the Marquis, but never imagined the king would act with such speed. With a sigh, he convinces himself he is overthinking matters, though unease lingers in his mind. Thinking about it, Devi walks into the infamous brat Carlos. The prince taunts him, claiming his achievements are nothing more than luck, but Devi remains calm, his sharp grin hinting otherwise. The tension builds as Devi counters, pointing out Carlos's jealousy and mocking his dependence on the queen's favor. Insults fly back and forth until Carlos, consumed by rage, throws a hand. Devi easily deflects it, accusing the prince of living in an illusion created by flattery. His words cut deep, making Carlos lose all restraint. Enraged, the prince lunges forward, but Devi ducks at the last moment. The misstep sends the brat crashing down with a thunderous rumble, leaving his pride more chopped than his body. Devi looks down at Carlos and reminds him that reckless words dishonor even the king himself. To drive the point home, he presses his foot against the fallen prince's face, making him scream in pain. Struggling to breathe, the prince trembles, while Devi grins and taunts him further. For a moment, the boy questions if pushing this far is even necessary. Still, when Carlos tries to recover, Devi strikes again, leaving the prince shrieking and scrambling on the floor. Humiliated, the brat spits out threats about taking Devi's possessions before fleeing in panic. Berserk, watching the scene, is surprised that Devi defeated the prince so easily. The boy only laughs, saying it wasn't just a simple flick, it was him being a little naughty. The demoness, unsettled by his unsettling grin, urges him to stop smiling like that. As Carlos flees in humiliation, Berserk curiously questions what Devi has done to him. When she presses for details, Devi only smirks, claiming he gave the prince a gift and that tomorrow's gathering will reveal the show. Next day, at the Grand Assembly Hall, where nobles crowd around the queen, heated debates break out over the profits from moongrass cultivation, which have already surpassed the kingdom's defense budget. Some argue the enterprise should expand to strengthen every territory, while others squabble over personal gain. Watching quietly, the demoness notices that no one even mentions Devi, the man behind the success. To her, the nobles look more concerned with power struggles than the kingdom's future. She wonders what lies ahead for the realm, but Devi only jokes about moving into food and liquor next, claiming those trades always bring profit. At last, the king silences the quarrel. With a firm voice, he declares that before anything else, Prince Devi must be rewarded for bringing such honor and wealth to the kingdom. The king praises Devi for handling such a serious matter so capably, noting that most could not achieve the same in decades. He offers the boy any reward he desires, but Devi wisely declines, pointing out that any request would only stir resentment among the glaring nobles. Instead, he asks for time to think, and the king agrees. The meeting resumes with heated debates over how to expand the Moongrass enterprise. Some argue it could secure the nation's future, while others worry about limits and risks. Devi observes that the nobles are bolder than expected, their ambitions revealed by every word. Attention then shifts to Duke Varieta, leader of the noble, who commands the room with his influence. He insists they must decide how to channel Moongrass profits into strengthening the kingdom. Many support him, eager to capitalize on the new wealth, but the Duke suddenly challenges the assembly, asking why they plot to seize the enterprise without even considering Devi's opinion. The very man who built it. His words silence the hall, forcing the nobles to confront the weight of their own greed. The council falls into stunned silence as Duke Varieta challenges their arrogance, reminding them that even nobles cannot claim authority above a royal. Turning to Ferrandes, he asks if the man would offer up all his own wealth for the country's sake. The question leaves the Duke speechless, and Varieta uses it to press his point that decisions about the enterprise belong to Devi alone. Berserk leaps from Devi's shoulder in surprise, wondering if the Duke is truly helping. The boy, however, suspects mockery beneath the show of support. Varieta warns the nobles that forcing state control over the enterprise would look like repression, discouraging future ventures. He then shifts the debate, pulling out a letter that changes the mood entirely. The letter, from the High Priest of Valsius, requests Devi's presence in the Holy Land to verify his stigmata and inherit the title of saint. The council erupts in disbelief. To many, Devi is first and foremost a prince of their own kingdom, not someone to be handed over to sacred politics. The tension rises as loyalties divide between national pride and the authority of the sacred order. One of the dukes explains that the Holy Land, serving the goddess Priya, holds influence even over empires. This sparks outrage in the nobles, who question why their kingdom should bow to such authority. The debate grows heated, but Devi notices the core issue, his newly revealed stigmata. Because of it, the Holy Land demands he travel there to be named a saint. Varieta warns him to think broadly, reminding him that angering the Holy Land would bring nothing good. Still, they hesitate, unsure of what becoming a saint would mean for his future or his land. The Duke makes it clear, if he leaves, Hein's land cannot legally remain under his rule. Hearing this, some nobles smirk and quickly push to appoint a new lord. As they all get excited and greet, Devi simply grins, watching the Duke with quiet curiosity. Lost in thought, Devi realizes why he can't allow the enterprise to fall under state control. At that moment, Varieta shifts the discussion, pointing out that Hein's land is entering its most crucial stage of development. Because of this, he argues, only someone of high standing should lead it. Turning to the king, he boldly recommends Prince Carlos as the new lord. Hearing that, Carlos beams with pride, but the boy quickly sees through the scheme. In his mind, he imagines that brat propped up by both the Duke and the Queen, their eyes set on diverting profits to themselves. To Devi, Varieta's polished speech is no different from the greedy ploys of the nobles who first stirred this conflict. It's simply wrapped in finer words. As Devi is thinking about it, Carlos rises from his seat and approaches the king. The prince kneels before the throne, yet instead of speaking clearly, a strange croak escapes his mouth. Everyone is stunned, and Carlos himself is in disbelief, struggling to force out a proper word. But no matter how hard he tries, everything that leaves his mouth comes out as animal sounds instead of speech. Seeing such a foolish act, Varieta slams the table, demanding an explanation, and even the king questions if the prince is mocking the court. Desperate to defend himself, Carlos only croaks again, leaving the hall in stunned confusion. Furious, King Cryon rises from his seat and orders Carlos to be confined to his chambers until he repents. But when the prince tries to protest, only croaks and barks escape his mouth. The hall falls into stunned silence, and the king buries his face in his hand in shame. Suddenly, Carlos's headdress slips off, revealing his half-bald head. Devi watches with a smirk, recalling the talk of a curse. To him, this is proof enough that Carlos is unfit to rule. Varieta stares at him in disbelief, but Devi presses on, smiling as he challenges the Duke. He asks why Varieta speaks and acts as though his authority is above the king's, and why letters from the sacred land reach the Duke before the monarch himself. The The nobles fall into uneasy silence. Varieta bristles at the accusation, but Devi answers with a sharp proverb about him taking authority by himself. His words leave the hall shaken while now everyone knows his decision is final. Devi quickly sees through Varieta's plan, using the sacred land's demands as an excuse to tighten his grip on Hein's business. The boy accuses him of being no different from the other nobles, but he turns the discussion around. Instead of focusing only on the sacred land's authority, he reminds them that people live there too, and those people, priests or not, still have human interests, including business. At that moment, the king grows curious, and Devi seizes the chance. Using the magic orb, he establishes contact with the sacred land's own representative, Vice Bishop William. The nobles freeze in shock as Devi calmly introduces himself and asks about the matter directly. To their amazement, the guy admits the high priest had acted on his own and reassures them that such interference will not happen again. A radiant glow fills the chamber, sealing the connection. Confident, Devi knows no one can now oppose him. One by one, the shaken nobles leave the hall as their schemes are undone. With the tension finally lifted, Devi thanks William for his help, leaving the vice bishop flustered but pleased. William is surprised when the kingdom decides to send the prince to the Holy Land. He admits it may benefit them in the short term, but warns that in the long run, it will only bring losses. Our boy brushes it off, calmly reminding him to stay focused. In his thoughts, he recalls that he had just told Bishop that if he or the Heinz territory were out of the picture, moongrass cultivation might become impossible. Naturally, someone in the Pope's position understood this immediately. As their discussion shifts, William prepares to reveal something important, but Devi already seems to know. He promises to supply him with a set amount of goods next quarter and even considers expanding the herb fields to sell them more. Though William gratefully accepts and notes that his king wants larger volumes, Devi privately dismisses it as a greedy deal. Still, he doesn't mind, as long as there's fair exchange. Once the meeting ends, the guy takes his leave. Devi leans back, calling business easy, though Berserk jokingly accuses him of lying. Despite the challenges, he knows everything has fallen into place. Meanwhile, Amy, overwhelmed with emotion as she touches the magic ball, pleads for help. The chief chamberlain comforts her, reminding her of the responsibility ahead. He then turns to Devi, asking how the negotiations went. Our guy explains that all issues are resolved and inquires about the lands and arriving guests. The chamberlain reports that newcomers are camped in tents and bonfires for now, but are already securing building permits. As Devi instructed, soon, permanent structures will rise in every district, and he has even reviewed Devi's landscaping sketches to guide the development. The chief chamberlain admits that his plans will be difficult to carry out. Devi, however, points out that the real issue is time. He knows the lands he revives still lack proper foundations, and it may take 10 to 20 years to close the gap. Money alone cannot solve this problem, and though they have plenty of wealth, there are few places to use it. Because of this, he decides it is time to slowly launch a second enterprise. His words surprise Chamberlain, but our boy explains that it will involve the continent's best technicians and their inventions. Though the clan he has in mind is notoriously stubborn, he has an offer they cannot refuse. As Devi travels on horseback, he approaches the Yellow Rock tribe, a dwarven settlement in the northern kingdom. The dwarves here are short but immensely strong and are born craftsmen who live among volcanoes and rocky lands. They rarely welcome outsiders, allowing only kings or their representatives into their domain. Devi, however, insists on this as his reward for past achievements. Though the dwarves are meticulous and difficult to approach, Devi is confident they will not cast him out. Back when he mentioned this plan, his boldness enraged the nobles, who glared at him with weary, bitter eyes. Yet Devi remained unfazed, certain that the risks he took would yield greater rewards than any safe path ever could. After dismounting, Berserk warns him about the soldiers keeping a watch on them. Devi, though slightly pitying their situation, presses on with his own plans. Their progress is halted when a dwarf guard demands to know who they are. Devi introduces himself as a representative of the Rhone Kingdom and requests entry into the Yellow Rock tribe. Suspicious at first, the dwarf examines his caravan and eventually allows him through, though he warns that the tribe is dealing with serious problems and may not be ready for trade. Inside the city, Devi marvels at the sight of waterfalls and towering cranes while soldiers guide him to meet the tribe's elder. In the council hall, only one elder is present, Golda, the eighth elder, who seems annoyed but willing to listen. Devi bows respectfully and greets him with a traditional dwarven greeting. This gesture surprises Golda, who did not expect an outsider to know their customs. Pleased, he admits that he likes Devi, setting the stage for further negotiations. With this, Elder Golda welcomes the boy, noting how rare such visits have become and invites him to sit. Since the other elders are occupied, Golda is acting as their representative, curious about the boy's intentions. He asks what brought the young prince so far, reminding him that such dealings are usually handled outside the village. Devi explains that a regular trade deal was already settled months ago, but this time he has come with new offers of cooperation. To show sincerity, he presents gifts of barley beer and meat, which delight Golda as dwarves are fond of human barley beer. Yet, despite his appreciation, Golda admits the tribe is not in a position to accept new agreements. He offers Devi hospitality for a few days but warns that any misstep could lead to exile. Confused by the elder's words, Devi quietly studies him using his verification technique. He discovers that outsiders have not entered the settlement for a very long time, and Golda, though strict, actually feels some relief and curiosity at seeing an etiquette-bound visitor. Beneath his stern front, the elder still wants to engage in creating the flare of the beginnings, which is known as the dwarves' holy sword. This revelation surprises Devi. As he reflects on the elder's hidden passion, he remembers the time when the master blacksmith revealed that he once celebrated with dwarves during the moment they created that flare of beginnings. Though he accepted that he wasn't very skilled at the time, they still celebrated, drinking through the whole night. As night falls, Devi reflects on the mysterious flare of beginnings, a concept so rare that most dismiss it as impossible. Berserk explains that to ordinary people it certainly seems that way, but Devi's knowledge suggests otherwise. Memories surface of a time when humans and dwarves worked together to forge a special sword, a collaboration blessed by the blacksmith god meant to combine the strengths of both races. Examining the sword wrapped in cloth, Devi realizes it is a prototype, an early version of Caldera's blade. Though its design differs, the core principles are similar. He considers the advanced method used in its creation, an approach blending material craftsmanship with mana infusion. It requires discarding old traditions, something conservative dwarves would resist, which is why they remain puzzled trying to figure out that method. Thinking about it, our boy prepares to move on and reminds himself that while others believe he came here simply for dwarven technology and workers, his true goal lies in the Great Furnace. In the heart of the dwarven city, a massive furnace built with advanced techniques is roaring in power. As he explains this, he notices worry on Berserk's face, but assures her that everything will be fine. With this, he heads to a local dwarven pub where the room is filled with resting warriors. Elder Golda joins him, noting that even the busiest men need rest. Devi agrees and with a grin, teases him about the legendary strength of dwarven alcohol, asking to share a drink. The request startles the elder, but soon the mugs are filled. Other dwarves gather, warning Devi that their spirits are far too strong for a human body. Still, Devi drinks it down in one go, earning cheers from every corner of the pub. Though he secretly finds the liquor harsh and nearly unbearable, he pretends to enjoy it, knowing that dwarves respect anyone who can hold their drink. Impressed, Golda acknowledges his effort and laughs, declaring that someone who can drink like this deserves respect. The atmosphere lightens, and soon the elder proposes a wager, mixing alcohol with gambling, the two things dwarves love most. Devi, though not here for games, realizes this is a perfect chance to build rapport with them. The eighth elder warns Devi that the tribe is in an emergency and cannot fulfill any requests, yet he offers a single chance. If Devi wins a drinking contest, his wish will be granted. If he loses, he must leave. Devi accepts, secretly thrilled to have the elder in his grasp. They clink mugs and begin the challenge. By the next day, the elder understandably defeated. Amazed that a human could best him, Devi explains it's simply the way of the world. Knowing his holy mana prevents him from truly getting drunk. Hearing that, Berserk wonders how he became such a heavy drinker like that. As he reflects, Devi recalls one of his sword teachers and a hero of the Central Lands who united the Zhongyuan world, Dokujan. He was so feared that even Daphne, who loved drinking, warned Devi not to get involved with him. However, when the boy was learning swordsmanship from him, the man often got extremely drunk. It was then that Devi realized the hardest part about learning from him was his drinking, and compared to that, the dwarves were nothing. Rubbing his head from the lingering hangover, Elder Golda reminds Devi that bet is a bet, inviting him to speak. Our boy questions whether it's the flare of the beginning sword that is causing trouble. Surprised, Golda reveals that the dwarves' treasured sword, a mystical blade passed down through generations, has broken. Traditionally, each tribe vows to protect it, and in this generation, the responsibility fell to Golda and his brother Golgoda after their father's early death. Devi has taken aback that such a sacred sword would fail at this critical moment. Golda reassures him that he can ask whatever he wishes. Devi notes internally that the dwarf's good nature reflects the respect earned from his previous gestures, including sharing drinks the night before. Showing modesty, he claims it requires a minor blacksmithing technique, but requests to examine the sword out of scientific curiosity. They move to the central workshop of the Yellow Rock tribe, an impressive forge built entirely by dwarves. As Devi takes in the craftsmanship, a dwarf working there shouts in protest about the human visitor, questioning why he's even there. While they argue, Golda, the elder's older brother, shows up and asks what's going on. Seeing him, Golda explains everything about the bet and stresses that Devi's interest is purely for study. Hearing this, Golda looks both disappointed and angry, but he eventually gives in, yelling at the workers about the heavy workload and telling the dwarves to get back to their tasks. When a blacksmith grumbles, he reminds everyone that, since Golda is an elder too, her decisions must be respected. With that, he calls out to Devi, reminding him that while he's accepting him at his brother's request, any misstep could be costly. Devi smiles calmly, drawing surprise and exclamations from the dwarves. The forge hums with activity as they work on the massive sword known as the sword that does not cut. Despite their efforts, cracks and chips have appeared, the result of aging and incomplete construction. Quietly, Devi notes that, realistically, there's little they can do to fully restore it without special care. Meanwhile, the dwarves working on it are panicking, seeing that all their effort is going to waste and that there are still cracks still on their sacred weapon. Devi watches in silence, noting that this sword can't be fixed. It was made using a method similar to that of a holy sword, but since it was never completed, it's now cracking like this. As Golgotha works tirelessly on the sword, his brother tries to convince him to take a break, but he refuses. Suddenly, Thors, a dwarf from the Black Rock tribe, arrives and starts mocking them for destroying the sword. He also belittles Golgotha for failing to protect it, taunting him to hand it over and claiming that at least his blacksmiths could do a better job. The Yellow Rock tribe dwarves take offense and begin arguing back, defending themselves. Meanwhile, throughout all the commotion, Golgotha stays silent, focused on the sword, though the pressure is clearly weighing on him. Eventually, the hammer slips from his hand and tears begin to well in his eyes, while Thors keeps mocking his efforts relentlessly. But then quietly, Devi picks up a hammer lying nearby and asks Golgotha if they truly consider themselves masters. The dwarf hesitates, confused, while Thors laughs at the human's audacity. Golgotha urges Devi to step back, but the prince insists that a true master must respect the spirit of every creation. Unexpectedly, Devi strikes the broken sword with the hammer. The workshop falls silent in horror as the weapon is clearly beyond repair. Seeing that, the blacksmiths shout, blaming Golgotha and demanding the humans stay out of their work. However, Devi challenges them, asking why they cling to pride over practicality, arguing that the sword, once sacred, has become nothing more than an emotional burden. He points out the importance of the sword, explaining that it has served them for many years, yet they're still trying to forcefully fix it using harsh methods. He calls them shameless for doing so, shocking everyone present. Deep down, he knows the sword's condition is beyond repair, and even the dwarves should recognize that. Fueled by rage, he throws a fragment into the furnace, leaving the dwarves completely stunned. Doing that, he explains that a true master invests part of their soul into each creation. Ignoring this, he warns, is unworthy of the title. He reflects on how the master blacksmith told him to crush everyone who disrespects the soul of their craft. The workshop is tense as the dwarves surround Devi by the blazing furnace, broken and frustrated. Some are crying, others are glaring at the prince wielding the hammer. Devi, however, remains calm, noting that his actions are justified given their stubborn pride for the sacred sword. He knows that the object was created by his teacher long ago and has nothing personal to do with him. Seeing their despair, Devi raises his voice, declaring that none of them truly understand the nature of the sacred object. Its essence is gone, and their efforts to repair it are futile. The dwarves erupt in anger, but Golgotha steps forward, calming the crowd. Devi observes the grim faces and realizes they might just understand the truth now that they've been clinging to tradition rather than facing reality. He notes that their obsession with passing down items generation after generation prevents them from creating anything new. As Golgotha hides his tear-stained face, Devi reflects that the dwarves' pride has led them to a grave error for true masters. From slides, Thors mutters that Devi only seems calm because it doesn't relate to his species. The sacred art is beyond the workshop's capabilities. Berserk hesitantly asks if everything is normal. Devi replies that he has simply never met such stubborn people. Turning to the dwarves, he calmly asserts that he can, in fact, create a sacred item, a statement that freezes them in shock. Some refuse to believe him, thinking it impossible even for a human, while Golgotha tries to calm his brother. Meanwhile, Devi quietly notes the irony that the best craftsmen are blind to the limits of their own pride, and that is why he must lead differently. Devi calmly tells the dwarves to stop overcomplicating things and focus on learning. Picking up the hammer, Devi strikes the metal with a firm, confident thud. Although he struggled with some lessons at the Hall of Heroes, working closely with his teacher sharpened his blacksmithing skills at an extraordinary pace. Now, even with a small hammer, he begins reshaping the flare of the beginnings, just like the prototype he practiced countless times. Nearby, two gray ingots catch Thor's eye, and he shouts that cadmium steel and mithril alloy cannot be combined. Devi ignores the warnings, pointing out that the dwarves are trapped by their own rules and traditions. As green smoke rises from the furnace, Devi carefully manages the process, showing that success depends more on understanding and technique than blindly following tradition. The dwarves watch in awe as he forges a dazzling, glowing sword on the anvil. When Devi asks for their opinion, he grins confidently, noting that the task comes easily for someone trained under his teacher. The dwarves, seeing in his creation what they couldn't achieve themselves, erupt in astonished delight. Berserk also whispers in surprise that Devi could create such a sword without relying on a mana crystal. He explains that the secret lies in understanding the veins and essence of the material, something the dwarves could master if they adapted their methods. Devi tells the dwarves that the sword structure allows mana to circulate, much like the mana pathways embedded in the human body. He walks over to Elder Golgotha, and together they examine the newly forged sword, while Devi carefully explains the principles of blacksmithing and mana. Berserk watches with a warm smile, confident that the boy has earned the trust and respect of these formidable creatures. Feeling his role is complete, Devi steps back, noting that even the blacksmith of the Thousand-Day Blacksmith once reached the stage before leaving the final work to others. When Golgotha admits their technique isn't enough to finish the sword, Devi encourages them to learn and adapt. Shocked by the prince's skill, the elder asks him to teach the dwarves, and the boy agrees, but only after revealing a hidden object wrapped in a pink cloth that sparks with pink energy, leaving the dwarves wide-eyed. Seeing that the dwarves crowd around the gleaming sword, astonished, while Berserk quietly worries that Devi's boldness might one day offend the sacred shrine, Golgotha asks what kind of sword it is, but Devi stays silent, letting the elder piece it together. He explains that he didn't create the sword, but will complete it, revealing that its original master passed away years ago. A murmur runs through the dwarves, impressed by the age and potential of the weapon. Devi notes that the sword's power has grown tenfold simply by resting over time, much like fine wine matures with age. He adds that the recreated flair of the beginnings will need a few more months before it can be fully wielded, showing the dwarves that patience and an understanding of mana are key to mastering such a sacred weapon. Noticing the complexity of the task ahead, Devi wonders how he will finish such a high-level creation. Just then, Golgotha asks if the prince has the necessary materials, and the boy admits he doesn't, thoughtfully considering what would work best. To his surprise, the elder offers his workshop in perfect condition for the work, a gesture that leaves the boy impressed. Knowing such a space is priceless and rarely given as a gift, Golgotha then presents the bone of an ancient dragon, passed down through generations of dwarves. Seeing that Devi is odd, covering his mouth as he studies it, while the dwarves remark that no one has ever handled it successfully before. The respect shown to him surprises the boy, and Berserk notes how quickly the dwarves' behavior shifts from cautious to eager. Soon, the dwarves start competing to offer the prince their treasures and heirlooms, gems, metals, and other rare materials, claiming they can't use them themselves but are proud to contribute to the legacy of blacksmithing. Berserk is amused at the sudden abundance of resources. Devi graciously accepts the gifts, and with that, the dwarves step back, giving Devi space to work while following his instructions. Sparks fly from the forge as he changes into comfortable clothing and prepares at the anvil. While getting ready, he recalls a commotion between a young maiden, Lady Bean, and the master blacksmith. The maiden had taken a sacred item from the blacksmith after he called her flat-chested, which he denied. Meanwhile, Devi just stands there, unsure what to do. He remembers that the Hall of Heroes, born from the ideas of many heroes, felt almost like paradise, a place to rest from the burdens of the world. Within this sanctuary, Devi experienced a rare moment. With the power of Odin, famed for creating dragons, he touched the bone of an ancient dragon for the first time. The young maiden didn't know the item was made from that dragon bone, but through it all, Devi learned how to use ancient relics he once thought didn't even exist in this world. Coming back to the present, as flames roar in the furnace, Devi is sweating his ass off. Though tempted to use flame resistance magic, he relies solely on skill and focus, carefully forging the sword amid fire and smoke. Berserk watches nearby, captivated by his precision and concentration. Under Devi's hands, the swords start changing, with one glowing deep red and the other bright blue, like twin stars in the night sky. After a few hours of hard work, he eventually manages to finish two identical swords, differing only in color. Admiring them, he names them Red Flag and Blue Flag. The red sword channels elemental and spirit mana, able to cut through any physical defense, and its power grows when paired with the blue one. Hearing the names, Berserk realizes Devi has a weird sense of naming things, but the boy is more focused on testing the swords. He swings the red sword, and with a single swift motion, it cuts through the Mithrid grinding wheel. This shocks Berserk, but wasting no time, Devi swings the blue sword. As it slices through the air, it creates a powerful energy blast, making him realize it can cut through mana. It can slice through anything that doesn't belong to the physical realm. He knows he's created something incredible. Outside, the dwarf workshop door opens, revealing dwarves on a bench waiting for him. A blue-bearded dwarf laughs upon seeing Devi, explaining that they made sure no one interfered with his work. Devi, however, is shocked when he realizes he spent 4 days in the workshop, so absorbed in his task that he barely noticed the time passing. The demoness smiles, intrigued by the scene, while Devi, slightly embarrassed, asks her to explain his own actions. Soon, they call the elders, who are amazed at the sight of what Devi has just created. Meanwhile, the boy stands to the side, quietly proud as Berserk and the others discuss the blades with admiration, acknowledging his skill and dedication. When the dwarven masters see the completed blades, their reaction is almost religious, like devout believers standing before a god. One elder even kneels, declaring that he could die without regret. Devi panics, worried their devotion might spiral too far, but the fire of inspiration has already spread among the smiths. Weeks pass as the workshop burns with energy. Meanwhile, Devi guides them carefully, reminding one smith to lower the furnace temperature at the right times, since metals stronger than mithrils need shifting heat to reach their true strength. When the dwarf strikes the steel, Devi advises him to let the hammer flow naturally, like water, instead of forcing the texture. The dwarves follow his instructions with gratitude and passion, making the boy realize that they are now learning. Later, on a sunny day, Devi rests under a tree overlooking the settlement. Soon, Golgotha joins him, offering a treasured drink and a smile. After some hesitation, the elder shares that beyond completing the legacy of the 1,000-day blacksmiths, the people also seek Devi's help in restoring the equipment of the land. Hearing this, the boy admits the task could take years, but Elder Golgotha reminds him that dwarves never forget favors, because Devi has already given them so much. The elder pledges his full support, leaving the young man both surprised and grateful, saying that, under the great tree, Golgotha swears loyalty to Devi. The moment feels calm, but it's suddenly broken when a green-clad dwarf comes rushing up the hill, out of breath, reporting an intruder in the village. His words send the elder into a panic, and before he can even react, a red dagger comes flying straight at him. Devi, however, steps in and deflects the blade, saving Golgotha from certain death. He's a bit shaken, though, when he recognizes it as a red dagger, one used for assassination. Far away in the palace, furniture is getting tossed around by an angry Carlos, who's screaming one name, Devi. But as he roars in rage, the only thing that comes out is the sound of a rooster, making him freeze in sudden embarrassment. He blames it all on Devi, convinced he's the reason behind both the animal noises and his bald head. Thinking even the maids are laughing at him, the guy snaps and lashes out, grabbing one of them by the throat and choking her until her life slips away. Before Carlos can cause more chaos, a stranger steps out of the shadows. His red eyes shine as he drops a severed head on the floor and introduces himself as Face. The maids freak out at the sight and run for it. Carlos, caught off guard, just stares while Face grins and raises a finger, saying he'll show which side he's really on. Then a portal opens above Carlos, and a swarm of bats comes pouring out. From inside, the maid assassin appears, tied up in thorny vines. Carlos recognizes her as his mother's servant and watches closely as the portal fades, leaving Face standing in front of him. Face bows with a sly smile and offers Carlos a deal that he'll get rid of Devi, the one both Carlos and his mother hate. Hearing that, the boy warns him that Devi is protected, but Face just shrugs it off, crushes a rose in his hand, and hints he's not human anyway. Before leaving, he casually mentions he's already sent someone else to take action. Going back to the dwarven village, Devi has just deflected a red dagger, which is now stuck in the ground, still shaking from the impact. Berserk immediately notices it isn't normal. When Devi picks it up, the traces of blood on it confirm his suspicion. It's connected to a vampire's blood technique. As they are processing this, their thoughts are disturbed by a loud roar coming from nearby. From a rocky ledge, a horned beast with a lion's mane and fangs shows up, and the dwarves panic, unable to believe their eyes. Berserk recognizes it right away as a magical beast, and Devi, grinning, notes that it's a top-ranked one. The creature locks its yellow, cat-like eyes on them and lets out a howl, scaring the dwarves. Just then, red magic circles appear above it, and an energy beam shoots down, ripping through the ground and knocking everyone back. Devi quickly throws up blue barriers to protect the dwarves. Angry, the beast charges straight at the boy with all its rage, while our boy, instead of backing off, smirks and prepares for the show. As the beast comes close, it lunges at the boy with all its energy loaded. Berserk recognizes it as blood aura and warns that this isn't a normal vampire, but Devi just braces himself. Suddenly, he stomps the ground, and it cracks as he shoots forward. Closing the distance, Devi slams his punch into the beast, sending it flying high into the air. Realizing it's the perfect opportunity, he draws his red flag sword, eager to see how well it handles in a real battle. As he swings, a glow spreads along the blade, and when he channels his 24 style spirit blade, sparks of lightning shoot across it. With one swift strike, he unleashes the 8-entity annihilation technique, the slash tearing into the beast and flooding the area with light. The monster roars one last time before collapsing, leaving the ground scarred from the blow. After the fight, Devi discovers a new perk, a small half-storage space where he can keep his twin swords. The victory also reminds him of old Moram stories, when the world was falling apart, yet sword masters still left behind techniques that endured through time. Devi looks at his blood-stained red sword and thinks about how weapons are what define a warrior. He swings the blade and feels its huge power, but the dark blood dripping into the ground shows the fight isn't finished. Soon, black smoke and bubbling liquid rise from the beast, and it's clear there is some kind of hidden core keeping it alive. Unless that core is destroyed, the creature will just keep regenerating. Devi thinks the only real way to kill it would be to turn it completely to dust so nothing can come back. But that's almost impossible. Berserk notices the strange way the beast is using blood ki, which is unusual for something that isn't a vampire. That makes Devi suspect its immortality is connected to a high-ranking vampire, which is why even his strongest hits don't finish it off. Since the village is right below them and he can't risk trying crazy moves, Devi focuses back on the fight. He pulls out his glowing blue sword and slashes the regenerating beast, cutting off branches and splattering dark blood everywhere. The black sludge spreads across the ground, and while Devi watches closely, Berserk points out that the hit probably damaged the core system, but not the real source of immortality. Soon the sun sets while Devi is still wondering what kind of secrets the old master built into these weapons and if their power could even go as far as challenging a god. He smiles at the thought but puts it aside for now while the fallen tree next to him suggests there might be someone hiding nearby. With that, he swings his blue flag sword so sharply that it tears through space and unleashes a shockwave. The blast forces a silver-haired young elf to reveal himself, while Devi remarks that he should have hidden better. The stranger's red eyes glow in shock, and his panic grows when Devi approaches with an almost maniac expression. The young elf takes off running, scared out of his mind, because he's sure that if Devi catches him, it's game over. That thought alone makes Devi grin even wider, like he's actually enjoying the chase. Then Devi draws his sword, and suddenly the whole wasteland shakes. Explosions rip through the ground, tossing the poor elf straight into the air. He crashes down hard, coughing in the dust, but still tries to get back on his feet. His panic only grows when he realizes Devi isn't just planning to kill him, he wants to turn it into a show. The remark leaves the guy confused about his intentions, but when the youth clenches his fist, Devi seizes his hand and demands to know what he is planning. The young man cannot understand how he got so close, and as he stumbles back, Devi warns that no one leaves without paying. With another swing of his sword, he cuts a strand of the youth's silver hair, which infuriates him further. The boy cannot believe what he is seeing because despite elves being far superior to humans in every way, this human feels completely different. Most people would panic at the sight of a magical beast, yet this one treats it casually, and even plans to toy with an elf's life. The clash escalates as Devi unleashes multiple sword swings, each leaving mana trails in the air, while the boy narrowly avoids his attacks. The young man realizes too late that he has underestimated Devi, and his fear spikes when Devi drives in with a crushing elbow that cracks the ground and leaves him pinned in place. With calm authority, Devi tells him not to resist, which horrifies the youth even more because someone he sees as inferior now controls him. When he lashes out in outrage, Devi reminds him he should be thankful he is still alive. Smoke rises from the shattered ground, and the youth insists that his resilience makes him unbreakable. But Devi silences him by revealing that he does not need spoken answers, since magic can expose thoughts directly. The claim shakes the young man, who refuses to believe such a power exists, until Devi presses his hand to his head and casts a dark spell called Samadhi Ignition. With this, purple mana floods over him, marking his body with a curse that ignites unbearable flames, forcing him to scream for mercy. Devi ignores his pleas and assures his companions that the spell will not kill him. Berserk also acknowledges Devi's judgment, and agrees that sparing someone who tried to take his life is pointless. Even as the youth shakes in pain, Devi calmly tells him that the torment will stop once the questions are answered. Forced under pressure, the frightened noble finally admits he is Pedkid, a viscount. Devi mocks him as nothing more than mid-level trash, which confirms that our boy was already the intended target. Suspecting a deeper link, Devi wonders if Pedkid was sent by the vampire maid he encountered before. As the boy confirms this, Devi immediately follows up by asking if he possesses the authority of immortality. Pedkid freezes and refuses, but his rage soon boils over. Instead of answering, he declares he chooses death, and his body swells until, through tears, he cries out to Mr. Face before exploding in a blast that shakes the wasteland and covers it in black smoke. Berserk harshly remarks that Pedkid should have been destroyed earlier, yet Devi notes the outburst was not entirely the noble's choice. and feels satisfied with the fragments of truth he managed to uncover. However, the Demoness fears she caused the incident, but Devi reassures her that everything went as he intended. Studying the destruction area, Devi reflects that curses let their casters sense when they are triggered, which leads him to realize the curse on Carlos also seems undone. The revelation shocks Berserk, but Devi explains it proves the existence of a powerful person who holds true immortality. As the sun sets and the moon rises, the dwarves keep working to recover, while Berserk struggles to believe that one demonic beast caused such devastation. Devi notices dwarves rushing north under the Eighth Elder's command, and Golgotha greets him warmly, yet admits he feels ashamed of the ruined village. Devi reassures him and checks for injuries, but the Elder explains that he is fine and that only minor wounds were suffered, though dozens of homes burned. Sensing more, Devi follows him inside, where Golgotha explains that guards are on alert because an orphan has gone missing and scouts are already searching. Saying that, the Elder warns Devi that his presence may draw danger, yet our boy lays out a document that details how to restore the holy items. He notes the process will take time, but also says it is time for him to return. The elders are stunned by his gift and want to repay him. Devi, however, needs nothing, believing he has already gained enough on his own. Watching them, he realizes the beast's attack was directed at him, not the village, and concludes the threat will fade once he leaves. Devi bows an apology, but the Elder insists it makes no difference as they cannot see how any of this is Devi's fault. Yet the boy knows that perception shapes judgment, and if hostility were involved, the blame would fall entirely on him. Because of this, he admits he lied about the demonic beast, saying it attacked due to the stigmata on his body, when in truth, the creature was after him alone. The settlement stays busy with repairs, and Devi worries that once he leaves, the vampires may strike the dwarves in retaliation. Since he cannot control everything, he chooses to focus on what he can. Finding the lost child crying in the forest, he brings the boy safely back, then resolves to return home quickly to protect the dwarves indirectly. At dawn, Devi rides toward Heinz with dwarves by his side. As he reaches the gate, the border soldiers stop them, but once they recognize him, they pay respect and let him in. As soon as Devi returns to Heinz territory, he becomes buried in work. Reports soon arrive that even more people are applying to immigrate, and by the second quarter, the population is expected to reach nearly 4,000, almost 20 times its current size. Devi realizes such rapid growth will create countless challenges, yet he decides not to weigh himself down with problems before they actually appear. Devi feels relieved that he now has reliable allies, which makes him pause when Golgotha and the Eighth Elder step forward. They acknowledge the poor state of the land, so Devi admits it is true. Hearing that, the Elder insists that they will help with the transformation of the palace to match the reputation of a master, and he urges Devi not to refuse, since even the best leader must take care of himself. Because of this, our boy accepts their help and even embraces the Elder before adding that he has a request the dwarves might enjoy. As their discussion continues, the captain of the guards grows uneasy because Devi once again surpasses expectations, and his doubts spread quietly among the dwarves. Later that night, he finally collapses onto his bed, feeling the work has drained him even more than fighting a demonic beast. Berserk floating beside him praises his effort, and as he sinks into the pillow, he realizes why past kings burned out so quickly. The Demoness reminds him that leadership demands endless energy, but Devi only marvels at how comfortable the bed feels. As he feels around, he notices a strange bulge under the blanket. Then, out of nowhere, two glowing eyes stare back at him through it. Both he and Berserk are completely shaken. The blanket suddenly shifts like something's trying to crawl out, and for a moment, Devi even wonders if he's in the wrong room. The heavy silence makes both of them uneasy, and he can't shake the feeling that more trouble is brewing. He knows bribery always shows up once business starts moving, and it's not always in the form of money. People had started making shady requests, but things were different for him. At first, he only got gold as bribes, and since it was worth it, Devi didn't bother digging too deep. But eventually, it escalated to the point where they were sending women every day, trying to sway him another way. Still, our boy kept his focus on business and enjoyed his peaceful nights. Back in the moment, Devi finally pulls back the blanket, only to find a little red-haired girl staring up at him, frozen. Shock hits him hard. He instantly assumes someone is using an innocent child to stir pity. He is furious that anyone would stoop so low. He calls for Amy, and when she hurries in, she stops dead at the sight of the girl calmly sitting on his bed. Amy swears she never let anyone inside, so Devi demands to know who dared sneak the child in. Feeling guilty for not keeping a closer eye on the palace, Amy rushes to apologize and promises to track down the girl's parents. But then, out of nowhere, the child calls Devi daddy and throws her arms around him. leaving the whole room stunned. Before anyone can react, the door glows, and another little girl, this one with blue hair, peeks inside. Amy freezes, while Devi can barely process what's happening. Things only get weirder when Berserk explains that these aren't ordinary children at all, but the manifestations of swords. A glowing panel appears to confirm it, showing their stats and even warning they must be handled with care. Amy tests it by offering one a cookie, which confuses Devi even more when the girl happily munches it down. The blue-haired child then latches onto his leg, also calling him daddy, leaving him flustered and painfully aware of how dangerous their innocent affection feels. To settle the confusion, Devi asks if they can change back to their real forms. The girls nod and smoothly transform into swords, floating obediently at his side. Berserk points out that this proves their true nature, and Devi agrees, especially since the transformation seems second nature to them. Studying the blades, he realizes their power has thickened, their awakened state now far beyond anything they'd shown before. Feeling satisfied, Devi decides to take full responsibility for the girls, calling himself their guardian. Berserk can't resist teasing him, asking if that makes them his daughters. Devi quickly clears it up, saying foster daughters is more accurate, though he half-jokes that she might already be plotting to ruin his marriage prospects down the line. Later, Devi is relaxing in his room when the girls start begging him for cookies. He warns them not to eat too many, or their teeth will pay the price. Just then, Amy shows up at the doorway and announces that an unexpected guest has arrived. To his surprise, it's the twin, his sister, Winley. The princess gets instantly flattered, noticing the children clinging to Devi. She hugs them warmly and inquires who they are. Devi explains that, in a way, they're his daughters, which shocks Winley, since every time she visits, he seems to have something new going on. She admits she worried when he first set off to the wasteland, but she's impressed to hear how he managed to pull off selling moon grass. Winley even mentions spotting dwarves in the village, something rare since they almost never leave their own world. Devi explains they're helping him for now, which she finds amazing. He tries to give her a proper welcome despite the rough state of his land, but she reassures him that his happiness matters more than appearances, a kindness that eases her own heart. Devi freezes for a moment at her words, until Berserk nudges him, reminding him of the heavy workload still waiting. Hearing that, the girls grin up at him, and Winley suggests they all head inside the palace. Devi agrees, while Amy leads the way, guiding the princess's escorts through the crowded halls lit by sparkling chandeliers. As they sit together, Devi can't help but wonder how Winley managed to sneak away from her duties. She explains that her brother is also gone for now, and with the bandits lying low, the land has been peaceful. Then she suddenly asks if Devi's becoming indifferent. The question catches him off guard, and he quickly apologizes, flustered by the thought. Just then, her tone changes as she tries to explain why she's really here. Winley tells Devi she's come with a desperate request, and almost immediately asks if he can use the power of stigmata. The question leaves the boy shocked. Winley looks fearful, feeling it's unfair to burden him when he already has so much on his plate, but the princess insists she has no one else to turn to. It all makes her worry deepen, and Devi gently tells her not to stress. Just explain what's going on. Tears start to well in her eyes as she apologizes, and Devi steps closer. As night falls, she finally collapses, and they carry her to the bed. Seeing her like this, Devi realizes it's the result of several days of non-stop travel. She desperately needs rest. Even so, he can't help but be struck by just how deeply she cares for her people. When she recovers enough to speak, Winley explains that her close friend, Portna, is dying. Portna once shielded her from a poisoned arrow during a bandit attack, and while this saved Winley's life, it left Portna gravely injured. A priest drew out the poison with a detoxification spell, yet strange dark blue spots spread across her body, and her fever worsened until she coughed blood and grew weaker. The healers and priests tried everything, but her condition only deteriorated, which caused whispers among the servants that only a high-class priest with stigmata could save her. Hearing this, Winley felt her hopes slipping away, but the words of the priest treating Portna pushed her to take one last chance, so she rushed to Devi and begged for his help. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed in bed, and Devi held her as she drifted into exhausted sleep. He sits by her side to watch over her, and when Red Flag asks if she is ill, Devi calmly replies that she will recover once she has proper rest. Hearing that, she promises to stay by their side, which makes Berserk smile and brings an emotional stillness to the group. The girls lie down beside Winley, and Devi reflects on how much she has endured recently, so he covers them with a blanket. Normally, he would have stopped such behavior, yet he allows it because resting near children full of energy might help her recover strength. After tucking everyone in, Devi can't stop thinking about Portna's symptoms as they feel strangely familiar. He remembers times when his intuition had warned him without explanation, so he tells the chief chamberlain to contact a trustworthy spy guild. Hoping they might uncover the truth, the Chamberlain agrees without question, while Berserk remarks that things are starting to get complicated. She points out, though, that Devi always seems to turn crises into opportunities, and the boy warns that the growing number of victims can't be ignored. Judging by the symptoms, Berserk narrows it down to just one disease, but he's troubled because it shouldn't exist on their continent. Devi confirms it is, which unsettles and confuses them further. In the morning, Winley has already woken up and is chilling outside with the twins while our boy is still in thoughts about how others might interpret the situation. He recalls that arrow poison, once detoxified, still leaves victims with strange symptoms that lead to a slow death. Yet this case is different. Priests and healers have never seen anything like it, which tells him something doesn't add up. When Berserk notices he looks pale, Devi admits he has too much on his mind. The Demoness nods, understanding completely, while Devi still can't help but wonder how barbarians from the royal suburbs could have gotten hold of such a deadly poison. He admits that there are too many unknowns to draw any conclusions yet. He needs more information first. Berserk wonders if he's already summoned a spy from the guild, and he confirms she's right. He reminds himself that to cure any disease, you have to understand its cause, a rule he learned back when studying medicine. As he reflects, he notices a shadow near the cabinet and calls it out, forcing a hidden stranger to reveal himself. The man had been using a concealment technique, and Devi quickly realizes he's highly skilled. Since the spy is already here, the boy thanks him and tells him to sit wherever he feels comfortable. Noticing the man's weariness, the boy gets straight to the point and offers to purchase information. The spy starts discussing terms, but Devi cuts in, assuring him he's willing to pay. The man even mentions that for the right price, the guild can uncover secrets from the royal family, leaving Devi stunned at his bluntness. To test him, he asks about the Palan Empire's princess, but the spy quickly refuses, noting that targeting her would be suicidal. The Demoness agrees with the decision, so Devi drops it and hands the spy a bag of money as an advance. Devi then instructs him to investigate Portna, Winley's close friend, and track her recent activities. Just then, the system introduces the assassin figure as Jack, real name Ina Halashana, who is a female dark elf disguised as a male human assassin. Our boy is shocked to see her stats, and Berserk points out that the girl is masking her true nature. Ina steps forward, volunteering to handle the case as a medical investigation. Devi asks if she can manage it, and she confirms, but she won't take payment until the job is done. When the boy asks what happens if he refuses to pay afterward, she calmly hints her trust in Devi as he doesn't seem like a person who will break a promise. Hearing that, the boy realizes she's trying to pull him into her network. Bold, but not necessarily a bad move. When he asks if the guild backs her decision, she clarifies that it's her personal suggestion. After she vanishes in a puff of smoke, Devi studies her stats and discovers she's a dark elf hiding her gender, making him wonder if this is really the most famous guild on the continent. The Demoness mentions the name Helashana. Devi assumes it's an elf surname, though she insists there's no connection. 2 days later, the blazing sun beats down over Hines as Winley insists on coming along with Devi. Even in her weakened state, the boy warns her that she won't manage such a journey on so little rest, but she argues anyway. The matter is urgent and he's already prepared for departure, explaining that it will take several days to reach Aridum, longer still if they travel by carriage. Pointing to her escorts, he urges her not to delay, though he knows deep down her body can't handle the strain. Just then, as they are arguing, a young man approaches and greets them politely. Devi's face lights up as he recognizes Yuli's, the mage from the Red Tower. The princess freezes in surprise while Devi shakes Yuli's hand warmly, welcoming him and paying his respect. Devi listens to Yuli's as they introduce themselves, but inside he suspects that talking to a representative from the Central Magic Tower will only bring unnecessary trouble. Yuli's, oblivious to his indifference, praises Hines as the most beautiful land in the East and admits that Winley's constant praise made him eager to meet Devi. The girl blushes, and that small reaction makes Devi wary, suspecting Yuli's might be dangerous. He gathers mana in his hand, briefly considering whether he should just kill him. However, the Demoness quickly warns him not to act rashly, questioning if he really plans to threaten Yuli's just because of Winley. Devi studies the guy more carefully and recalls the rumors of his extraordinary talent, noble background, and reputation as a prodigy of the Magic Tower, which convinces him that Yuli's is one of the finest mages of his generation. His main concern, however, is his connection to Winley, so he asks how they know each other. Winley reacts defensively, but the guy calmly explains that she once escorted him on a journey. Devi assumes Yuli's must have helped her, but he clarifies that it was actually the other way around. She saved him from mountain bandits. Devi is taken aback, and Berserk notes that the guy is simply trying to repay that debt. The guy goes on to admit that he mainly specializes in space magic, but knows some movement spells, allowing him to carry a small, portable mana gate. Hearing that, Winley's eyes light up. She explains that such artifacts are rare treasures, only usable by top-level mages who master fifth circle movement spells. Devi realizes that the red tower possessing one is impressive, though Yuli's insists it's just a coincidence and that he keeps it mainly to prevent accidents. Winley is amazed that he can wield both types of magic, while Berserk points out that this development works in their favor. She reminds Devi that long-distance teleportation is difficult for him, so Devi offers his hand and requests Yuli's to watch over him. The guy immediately agrees and shakes his hand. With that, almost immediately they are teleported to the horse statue in front of Devi's palace. The strange atmosphere makes Berserk uneasy, and she catches a burning smell that makes Devi think of scorched flesh, putting him on edge. Winley is just as shocked. After all, it hasn't been long since they cleared out the bandits. Their fears are quickly confirmed when a man appears, introducing himself as Count Lington, a representative of the Central Office of Diseases. He flatters Winley, but she brushes it aside. Knowing the situation is urgent, his soldiers quickly surround them, explaining that the princess's palace has already been sealed with a holy artifact, leaving them little choice but to follow him. At the palace, Lington apologizes for his knight's unauthorized actions, but emphasizes that the crisis is serious. Winley asserts her authority in Barth's absence, but the guy counters that his office holds the seals of the 3 continental emperors, giving them international authority. He explains that their organization distributes medical resources across the continent like a powerful volunteer corps. Lington reveals the reason for his visit. A deadly plague called Devil's Blood is spreading through the region. Victims develop dark blue spots, cough up blood, and die quickly, and the disease is highly contagious. Winley recalls her friend showing similar symptoms, which makes her urge Devi to hurry to Portna. Lington greets Devi directly, praising his cultivation of moon grass and claiming his success isn't a coincidence. He notes that miracles often come from superiority and that many rising stars are gathered in the area. Winley, unwilling to linger, slams her hand on the table, insisting she has urgent matters to attend and calls for the butler as she prepares to leave. However, she freezes in shock when Lington explains that all palace servants and his knights are quarantined to prevent the spread of Devil's Blood. Hearing that, the girl is outraged, but the guy insists that even a small infection can be deadly and containment is the only way to avoid disaster. Devi acknowledges the Count's judgment, though Winley calls it an abuse of authority. The Count points out that the measure is backed by a long-standing agreement between nations and reminds them that sacred powers cannot stop the disease. Winley struggles to process the news, while the guy reassures them that a way to complete the treatment will be found. After the discussion with Lington, Devi heads straight to the treatment room and is shocked to see it packed with patients suffering from Devil's Blood, lined up on rows of beds in agonizing pain. Berserk recoils at the stench, noting that she's never encountered a disease like this before, while Devi accepts that harsh measures are the only rational way to prevent the worst outcomes. Inside, Devi spots a red-haired girl on a ventilator with her body covered in dark spots. Reading the nameplate, he quickly recognizes her as Portna, Winley's friend. A sudden wave of stench hits Berserk, who realizes it's coming from the rhinitis flower, a rare plant that only grows in extreme conditions and carries a deadly poison. Checking the girl's condition, Devi notes her dangerously high internal temperature, even though her skin feels cold, a clear sign of just how destructive the disease has become. Looking around at the chaotic treatment room and the severe symptoms, Devi realizes the outbreak is nightmarish, with a rapid death rate that matches Winley's warnings. He concludes that the infection comes from the accelerated melting virus, a weaponized pathogen from another world, designed intentionally rather than occurring naturally. Highly contagious, it has already killed hundreds in a single outbreak, and creating a treatment previously took 10 years and millions of lives. Recognizing the urgency, Devi resolves to extract antibodies before the disease claims more victims. Just then, a glowing scalpel appears in Devi's hand, but suddenly a white-gloved hand grabs him, and a sharp voice demands to know what he's doing. The man, Baron Gorno, an official from the Central Disease Management, confronts Devi for acting without permission in the treatment room. When our boy introduces himself as the first Prince of Rune, Gorno frowns, verifies the information, and explains that even the prince isn't allowed inside as the disease spreads through airborne droplets. As he is warning about the severity of the disease, Devi calmly sits by a sick guard, prompting Baron Gorno to shove a dark rag for Devi to cover his face, but he declines, preparing to speak. However, Gorno interrupts, pointing out that the stigma on his body is useless. No matter how powerful the sacred energy, it can't help. Suddenly, a scream cuts through the room as a patient thrashes violently in bed, with medical staff struggling to restrain him. Gorno demands painkillers immediately, and a panicked nurse readies a syringe. However, Devi steps in, warning that giving the medicine directly would kill the patient. Seeing the patient's lungs bulging with clotted blood, Devi grabs a glass tube and quickly identifies the critical areas. He realizes that if the fluid isn't removed immediately, the patient will die on the spot. Activating a sacred incision, he begins the procedure, and a dark stream of liquid gushes into the tube. Seeing that, Gorno explodes in anger, grabbing Devi and insisting he stop, claiming human life is being treated like a toy. Devi, however, remains calm, showing his confidence in what he is doing. As the tube drains the blood, the patient coughs, and a doctor confirms that his pulse has returned to normal, leaving Gorno stunned. With the patient stabilized, Devi requests to borrow one of them, and takes out a test tube of contaminated blood from the body. Doing that, he suggests the doctor that he can now stop the bleeding and close the incision, warning that sedating painkillers would kill the patient from shock. With that, Devi hurriedly leaves the treatment room, calling out to Gorno one last time to explain that a person with stigmata carries a blessing giving them resistance to common diseases. The entire medical team, including Gorno, listens in disbelief. Back at the palace, the moment Devi walks in, Winley visibly relaxes. He straight up questions if she had any contact with Bars, but she explains that the situation there is unstable. Winley then inquires how things went in the treatment room, and Devi sinks into a chair, saying everything was under control. Just then, Ulyss reveals that he discovered something important, capturing everyone's full attention. He explains that Count LinkedIn and Baron Gorno, officials from the Department of Diseases, now represent the central office, which also includes a head, 3 chairmen, 15 officials, and numerous doctors and knights. Devi notes that the chairman's title is comparable to an emperor, showing just how much authority the organization holds. The center was created to manage diseases efficiently, but most records of its prominent members were destroyed, which shocks him. The mage continues, pointing out that these officials are delegated authorities of the 3 emperors and the Alliance of Kingdoms. Since the Round Kingdom is part of the alliance, opposing them could be considered treasonous. Still, because they help during severe crises, the residents are too afraid to resist. He also mentions that the Order of Knights, led by Count Kolio from the Eastern Empire, has been sent to the lands, surprising Devi, who didn't even know who they were. The mage explains that the knight had retired years ago, but now operates in the area, suggesting they may need to rely on him. Hearing all that, Winley regrets bringing them to such a dangerous situation, but Devi reassures her, calming her anxiety. When Devi wonders if the situation burdens the mage, the elder kindly explains that it doesn't, and that as a Red Tower elder, it's his duty to help her. Devi senses hidden meaning in the mage's words, while Berserk warns him not to place too much trust in the abyss. As the night falls, outside the Demoness questions why he will not stay to help in the treatment room, but Devi explains that taking a vial of infected blood is more important. He plans to develop an antivirus before the outbreak spreads further, which leaves Berserk stunned, since she has never heard of ideas like vaccines or antibodies. Devi clarifies that the Department of Diseases has tried similar methods in the past, yet his approach goes beyond those limits and gives him confidence that it can work. When Berserk questions how medicine can be made from only a blood sample, space suddenly distorts nearby. Ina, the leader of the secret guild, steps out of a portal and delivers the information Devi requested. She again refuses payment, and even offers an extra scroll, which makes him jokingly threaten to fire her for being overly generous. As he reviews the scroll, he realizes she is acting on her own rather than under guild orders, yet he also knows that as information brokers, her people are usually loyal. With this, he hands her a list of rare materials and explains that recording payment through the Department of Diseases will keep everything official. He urges her to move quickly since the work could save countless lives, and she accepts with a salute. By the following day, tension grows in the castle as shouts of unrest echo through the halls. Devi meets at a tea table with Baron Gorno where the debate centers on his decision to personally oversee treatment. Gorno objects fiercely, arguing that the patients are already in critical condition, and every second is too precious to waste. The prince calmly recalls how he saved a man the day before and thanks the doctors for preventing a greater tragedy. With this, he questions whether the Central Office of Diseases has a cure. His serious tone makes Count LinkedIn grin while Baron Gorno remains frowning in silence. Devi then clarifies he has no interest in competing over the jobs and only seeks his sister's land. Gorno clenches his fist to object, but LinkedIn interrupts by siding with Devi, catching the Baron off guard. The Count reminds Gorno of the southern lands, where even the finest healers and knights had perished trying to save lives. The point forces Gorno into thought, and as Devi sips his tea without concern, the Baron finally yields, admitting that pride is useless now. By dusk, the castle quotes down while Count LinkedIn stands by the window, listening as Kolio, captain of the night squad, voices his fear that if the prince fails, the central office's reputation will collapse. That, he explains, is why LinkedIn supports the prince while Gorno resists. Hearing that, LinkedIn agrees, then asks whether withholding a cure would truly make anyone better off. He studies the dark wine, confessing his hope that if the prince succeeds, their victory can be shared. Kolio listens to it all in silence and accepts the reasoning. The next morning is buzzing with excitement when Winley hears that Devi has officially joined the treatment effort. Overwhelmed with relief, she thanks him, admitting she trusts him way more than the medical department. Soon after, he's brought to the treatment center and handed the lead role, with the disease management team announcing that everything will now move forward under his guidance. Still, they warn him not to overlook one particular issue, and of course, all of it will be happening under the sharp skeptical gaze of Baron Gomro, who already doesn't quite buy into Devi's methods. Devi, already tired of arguments, shifts his focus to a patient covered in bandages. He explains that the illness starts with wild swings in body temperature, slowly melting away the muscles, then the joints, and eventually the bones and organs. When he lifts the man's darkened hand, the patient lets out a cry of pain, leaving Baron Gonro stunned at how much the prince already seems to know. Calm as ever, Devi adds that the disease also shows up as dark blue spots, hence why people call it devil's blood. His confident tone only makes Gonro more suspicious, wondering if the prince has dealt with this disease before. With a small smile, Devi confirms that he has, and he goes on to explain that regular medicine never works. The only option is to cut out the source of infection, but most patients don't survive the procedure, and even those who do usually get reinfected. Gonro admits that's true, and Devi quickly eases the man's pain with treatment, earning heartfelt thanks from the patient. Watching closely, the Baron hears Devi remind him that recovery always comes down to strength. Not long after, the guild mercenary shows up with supplies. Devi thanks her and tells her to put the cost on his loan, leaving Gonro even more baffled about who this strange prince really is. Then, with his usual calm smile, Devi announces that they will finish it all within 4 days. Sure enough, 4 days later, Portna, Winley's friend, stares at her reflection in shock as her skin starts to heal. Winley also can't contain herself and leaps onto the bed to hug her, while Gonro sits frozen, unable to believe what he's seeing. No medicine had ever worked before, yet Devi's method shows real results. The Baron admits he spent 3 long years searching for a cure without success, and it rattles him that the prince managed it so easily. Devi doesn't say anything at first, turning away in silence, but when Gonro finally falls into despair, the prince breaks it with a calm explanation that the key to the vaccine lies in using a sample of infected blood. The boy pours a single drop of infected blood onto a nearby plate and then injects the cure into it with a needle. Instantly, the liquid shifts and turns blood red, leaving Baron Gonro stunned, but Devi calmly explains that the fast-melting virus is alive, like a parasite desperately clinging to survival. That's why the only way to beat it is by draining its energy with a mix of medicinal and poisonous herbs. After leaving behind detailed instructions and providing all the ingredients himself, he walks out of the treatment room, surprising Gonro with such generosity. With all that, he also confirms the herbs have been ordered under the organization's name. From a nearby tent, Winley shouts out in admiration that the people are calling him a saint. Devi isn't fond of the title, but Berserk reminds him that, to others, what he's doing really does feel like a miracle. Thanks to his careful preparation, the medicine is ready in just 3 days, and patients begin to recover, though the ongoing treatments are left for Gonro to handle. As he reflects, Devi compares Count LinkedIn's polished kindness with Gonro's rough but genuine concern for the sick. It makes him a little more tolerant of the Baron's constant scrutiny. His thoughts are cut short when Winley and Euless rush up, eager to help. Amused by their determination, Devi smiles and gives them a task of monitoring the temperature of the solutions, since both of them are skilled with fire magic. With that, he waves them off and heads back to see Gonro in the treatment room. Meanwhile, Euless notices the way Winley looks at her brother and teases her about it. She laughs and happily admits it, adding that Devi has always been extraordinary. Euless can't help but notice the unusual warmth in her voice when she speaks of him. Winley recalls how Devi once cared for her and Bars even though they had different mothers, and the memory of his childhood stories lifts her mood. Euless listens quietly until he suddenly wants to say something. However, he grows embarrassed and excuses himself, leaving Winley confused. She quickly brightens up again, deciding that she'll bake cookies for Devi once everything settles down. Meanwhile, over in a quiet garden pavilion, Euless is using a magical communicator to chat with his teacher about Devi. He can't help but admire how the prince managed to solve the entire disease crisis in just 4 days, pointing out that kind of confidence usually comes from years of experience. His teacher agrees, saying Devi is extraordinary for his time and that age doesn't really limit what someone can learn. But then the mood shifts when the teacher brings up troubling new information about a secret project inside the Department of Diseases. Before Euless can respond, a deafening explosion rocks the palace. Smoke rises into the sky and panic sets in. Thinking of Winley, Euless shoots up from his seat so fast he knocks over a chair, sprinting straight toward the burning building. The smoke burns his lungs, but he forces himself through and summons water magic with his wand. A swirling cyclone of water crashes down on the fire, smothering the flames until only smoke and charred ruins remain. Breathing hard, he searches the wreckage, but his relief quickly twists into dread when he realizes Winley isn't where she should be. Just then, something strange catches his eye. His face hardens as Euless suddenly lifts into the sky on magic. The boy worries that Davy may have power, but his body is too weak to survive a dangerous fight. High above, Euless calls out Winley's name in desperation and spots two rogue figures moving through the chaos. Elsewhere, Davy, Baron Gorno, and a handful of attendants find themselves encircled by knights in white cloaks. Davy, still wearing his medical gown, just grins at the Baron, showing no fear toward the hostile crowd closing in. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a thunderous fire blast shakes the trees and out of the flames stands Euless, surrounded by armored knights. He's just unleashed some serious high-tier magic, but he's careful as he knows one wrong move could get messy. The knights don't hesitate and rush him, but Euless counters with a blazing fire slash, holding his ground. As the flames clear, he reminds himself why he learned magic in the first place, to protect people. Then, to his surprise, the explosion uncovers a hidden facility buried beneath the forest floor. The sight leaves him stunned. From a distance, Count Kolio watches with burning hatred in his eyes. Euless spots him and shouts, demanding to know where Princess Winley is. Back at the palace, things aren't looking any better. Knights tighten their formation around Davy and his group. Their captain steps forward, declaring that Baron Gorno has to die and that Davy will be taken with them. Without warning, one of the knights charges with his sword raised high, aiming straight for Gorno. As the sword comes down, Davy steps in, blocking the strike with such force that the knight's weapon shatters in midair. With a mocking grin, Davy crushes the broken blade in his hand until it cracks apart, scoffing that he expected more from such a supposedly elite order. He opens his palm and sparks of magic start crackling to life while the knight before him recoils in terror. Davy presses his hand against the man's chest and bolts of electricity tear through his body. The knight screams until his form burns away. Calmly, Davy remarks that anyone who takes a life must be ready to lose their own, and he asks the rest of the knights if they have that kind of resolve. While Baron Gorno trembles and a nurse rushes to his aid, Purser tries to warn Davy about the bloodshed, but the boy cuts her off, smirking that he hasn't even drawn a blade yet. Suddenly, lightning floods the air and all the soldiers fall on the ground fully burned. With a flick of his hand, he summons Ina and orders her to get rid of the corpses and finish off the intruders. Jack, unfazed, agrees, as long as it goes on the bill before vanishing like a bullet. With that, Davy turns to the Baron, requesting him to focus on the treatment and leaving the inhuman enemies to him. The Baron just sits there, stunned and speechless. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind tears through the treatment room and streaks of yellow lightning crawl across the floor. The bolts wrap around the knight's legs like living vines before erupting in a violent blast that nearly sends Davy stumbling. As Davy flashes out, he suddenly picks up a signal from the tracking spell he had cast on Winley as it's starting to show movement. That's when it hits him that she's been kidnapped. Purser quickly warns him about the high-level knights standing in his way. Knowing that defensive spells won't work against these knights, Davy dives right into the fight without even holding a weapon. The knights are shocked by his recklessness and rush in to eliminate him, but before they can strike, Davy swiftly summons his twin swords out of thin air. The knights realize too late that Davy's sword is alive, and by then the prince is already beside them. He swiftly takes down all at once and confirms that the airbrushed sword art uses a wielder's ego. To prove his point, he unleashes a sweeping strike with his twin blades, which shine like dancing stars and cut down the knights around him. Their screams fill the area as Davy mocks their so-called mastery and calls them no better than mercenaries. When Purser asks why these knights would target Winley, Davy admits he does not know but suspects they are just searching for excuses. He keeps fighting with his twin swords while telling the demoness that nobles cannot simply be eliminated without consequences. Since Winley and Euless belong to the royal family, any attack on them would trigger an investigation, so disguising it as an assault by barbarians or monsters is the most likely excuse. Yet when the demoness questions how this ties to Winley's abduction, Davy has no clear answer. As he ponders, a knight rushes him and Davy strikes with such force that the man is cut down instantly. Doing that, he predicts the enemy will pretend to search for Winley while shifting blame elsewhere. After the kill, the twin swords transform into their child form who run to him affectionately, showing their strange nature. Davy concludes that the attackers plan to avoid responsibility by claiming the princess vanished during the knight's absence. Far away, more screams echo from the forest as Davy and Purser climb a hill and stumble upon a massive pit. Inside, tree branches coil tightly around human skeletons while strange vessels filled with preserved bodies and overgrown plants make it clear this place has been here for a long time. The sight leaves Purser horrified, but Davy stays focused. He reminds her of what the knights said earlier about how they ordered him to follow after killing Baron Gorno. Davy points out that the enemy is clearly using the chaos as an opportunity to capture a rare mage or even a stigmata bearer. Somewhere else, Ulysses is exhausted from fighting, holding his wand while struggling to breathe. Kolio standing over him admires his stubborn courage but looks at him with contempt. The Count demands to know why he's here. Ulysses wipes the blood from his mouth and answers that he is here to protect someone. Kolio presses harder, mocking him with cruel questions, bringing up Windley, the people already dead, and even Davy, who will soon be dragged in. The guy twists things up even more, revealing that the Night Order has already slaughtered everyone in these lands. The shocking words leave Ulysses frozen, and in that moment, Kolio strikes. His blade pierces straight through the boy's body and he collapses on the floor. Looking down at him, Kolio sneers that if he truly wanted to protect someone, he should have run away and at least saved one life. Even with his strength fading, the boy still shoots Kolio a glare full of pure hatred. Kolio just laughs, mocking the idea that a Class 5 mage could ever save anyone, then smirks and says he must have feelings for Princess Windley. That's when LinkedIn drags her out, tied to a huge chair, and the sight hits Ulysses like a punch to the gut. LinkedIn runs his hand across her terrified face, almost like he's admiring her beauty, and it makes Ulysses' blood boil. Fueled by anger, he tries to rush toward her, but before he can get close, Kolio slams his face straight into the ground. LinkedIn doesn't even flinch as he just calmly reveals that he'll be keeping them around as useful test subjects. LinkedIn's past explains exactly why people fear him. Back when he was just a kid in the kingdom of Ryutas, he was banned from practicing medicine after pulling something unthinkable where he kidnapped 200 villagers just to test out a cure for a rare disease. Out of all those people, only 10 survived, and even they were left broken, in pain, and didn't last more than 3 months. Sure, his work uncovered a cure, but it was built on a mountain of corpses. That's why people didn't see him as a healer. They saw him as a demon who'd sacrifice anyone for his ambition. With that twisted mindset, LinkedIn doesn't see killing thousands for progress as a crime. In fact, he grins whenever someone calls him mad. Lying nearby, the wounded mage Ulysses weakly asks if he even understands what he's done. LinkedIn just brushes it off, saying both sides benefit from his actions. He even claims Davy's death will advance medicine and that Ulysses himself will make a fine test subject. Hearing that only fills the boy with more hatred, and when he calls LinkedIn insane, the Count just takes it as a compliment. Then LinkedIn turns to Count Kolio and orders him to handle Ulysses, reminding him not to kill the boy because his suffering is more valuable than his death. Kolio wipes the blood off his blade and gets ready to strike while the boy struggles to move, thinking of everyone who gave him the will to fight. Those memories light a fire in him, even as LinkedIn laughs and taunts that disasters can't be fought. Just as Kolio charges in, he's suddenly interrupted by none other than Davy coming in clutch. With a mocking grin, Davy absolutely decks him, then follows it up with a brutal barrage of strikes that sends blood flying everywhere. Back at the palace, the floor is covered with fallen soldiers, leaving Baron Gorno stunned. He turns to Aina for answers, but she simply claims she's only doing her duty. She reminds him that Davy trusted him with responsibility and urges him to stop hesitating and step up. Before he can reply, they notice a knight entering through the palace gate. Without a moment's pause, the girl rushes forward and drives her weapon straight through the soldier's chest. Gorno, still shaken, mutters about the night squad and even wonders if Count Kolio might be backing them. The thought makes him worry for Davy's safety, so he suggests asking Aina for help, but Aina shakes her head, reminding him that Davy is up against masters, even their renowned captain, on his own. Still, she is confident and trusts Davy to handle himself. And she's right. Outside the palace, Davy unleashes immense power, creating a loud blast. His strike sends Kolio flying across the hill, and even LinkedIn can't hide the fear in his eyes. Davy glances down at his mana-wrapped hand and admits to himself that if he truly understood this technique, just the knowledge alone might break him. However, Berserk draws his attention to the wounded Ulysses, who, despite his injuries, still calls him Prince. Davy can't help but grin at the formality and thanks him before channeling 7th grade holy magic, Sanctuary, to heal him. Ulysses goes into shock as his body starts healing, and our boy gently tells him never to forget grace, but also warns that he himself never forgets an insult. LinkedIn also freezes in disbelief, but Davy doesn't waste a second. In a flash, he's in front of him, and before LinkedIn can even react, his hand is sliced clean off. The Count screams in agony, but the boy just watches him writhe, orders him to disappear, and then kicks him so hard he's sent tumbling off the cliff. As the dust settles, Princess Windley slowly regains consciousness. Seeing that, Davy smiles in relief and inquires if she's all right, but she only looks around in confusion, still trying to piece together what's happening. Then her relief twists into terror as her eyes lock on something behind him, and she cries out that Davy is being attacked. It's Count Kolio as he charges at Davy in a rage. but his strike is blocked when Red Flag appears in sword form and locks blades with him. The Count is stunned to see a magic sword, and Davy mocks him for attacking from behind as the clash intensifies. Ulysses calls out in concern, yet the boy simply tells him to stay by Princess Windley and protect her. The guy hesitates, thinking they should escape together, but Davy unsheaths his blade and reassures him before turning back to fight. With that, our boy squares off against Coolio, but the Baron warns him that such a dangerous weapon is used by someone so inexperienced. The guy boasts that he'll take the blade for himself, but Davy just smirks and claims that's far from certain, shifting his attention toward LinkedIn, who's trembling in fear. When LinkedIn tries to run, Davy whips a dagger across the area, pinning him down and forcing a scream of pain out of him. Using that distraction, the boy rushes back at Coolio, pouring streams of mana into his fist before slamming it into the Count's chest. Getting hit, the Count drops to his knees, coughing up blood, but Davy doesn't let up. He keeps hammering him with blow after blow, grinning with confidence while Coolio struggles to keep up. Enraged, the Count yells at him to stop aiming for the pit of his stomach, but the boy believes that in battle, all means are fair, as the only thing that matters is victory. He even admits Coolio's stamina is impressive for a sword master, though he's disappointed the man still hasn't shown his full strength. The Demoness, perched on Davy's shoulder, notes that Coolio has failed to push past his limits. The boy adds that in this world, there's no such thing as too much power. Looking at the battered Count, he guesses Coolio must have endured something similar before. His thoughts go back to the strange lab he passed earlier, where monster cells were transplanted into human bodies, and he suspects Coolio supported LinkedIn's experiments in hopes of fixing his own damaged body. Coolio, furious at the accusation, shouts at him to be silent, but Davy just smirks. Davy then begins to suspect that Coolio was the one who planted the disease among the barbarians to spread it further. He presses LinkedIn about it, and Berserk backs up the suspicion, though Davy still isn't completely sure as Ana's report only hinted at the truth. Still, he knows that if the full story ever came out, it wouldn't just bring down the research group, it would stain the reputation of the entire central office, opening the door for other nobles to exploit the scandal. While Davy is lost in thought, Berserk urges him to take things seriously, but the boy just grins. That smug look only frustrates LinkedIn, who desperately calls for help. Coolio shuts him up and studies the boy more carefully, realizing his strength isn't just from the magic sword. What shocks him most is that he has mastered high-level sacred magic far beyond his years, enough to make the Count think this absurdly gifted young man might become someone remembered in history. Just then, the boy realizes it's enough and promises not to target Coolio's stomach anymore. Enraged, the Count channels his mana into the sword and with a swift swing sends a massive slash that cuts through stone. With this, he leaps high to strike from above, but Davy knows he can't block the attack head-on, comparing Coolio to damaged gold that still has value. The boy instead pours all his strength into his fist and with incredible speed, parries the blow. As Coolio stumbles off balance, the boy slips behind him, mocking him for getting tricked before unleashing a devastating strike. His fists glow with crushing energy as he unleashes Pit Smash, blasting Coolio aside in shock. Standing in place, Davy watches as the Demoness gasps that the attack is overkill. Meanwhile, Coolio, barely standing, leans on his sword and calls Davy a coward, but the boy knows the truth that he can't win. Rage twists across the Count's face as he realizes he's being outclassed even in the basics, something that stings all the more because he was once captain of the Imperial Knight Order. The pressure finally crushes him and he collapses unconscious. Despite that, it also surprises Davy that even though he delivered a crushing blow, the guy still had some strength left. At that moment, Windley runs up worried about the boy. He assures her he's fine, but Ulysses looks down in shame for underestimating him. Nervously, he questions about the medicine Davy was carrying. The boy waves it off, claiming it was his fault for leaving the defense weak, then adds with a grin that if he had died, the treatment method would have disappeared, something LinkedIn couldn't afford to ignore. Davy orders Ulysses to escort Windley and have the maids protect her while he remains behind to handle the rest. Hearing this, Windley's face lights up with relief, but her smile fades when Davy suddenly notices that Coolio has slipped away. Ulysses offers to use his mana to pursue him, but Davy gestures for him to stand down as he's already activated a powerful magic seal. Everyone watches in stunned silence as the glowing circle halts Coolio in his tracks. Davy leaves the matter for the Red Tower to handle, and it's at that moment Windley realizes that the boy can actually use mana. Davy reveals that he saved a small reserve of mana for interference, which allows him to control the situation. A glow suddenly fills the cave as he announces the end, but his mood shifts to anger when he realizes the Count disrespected his precious child. He raises his sword, furious that Coolio not only turned against him, but also dared to drag Windley into the conflict. After that, Davy follows LinkedIn's blood trail and finally catches up to him. Just as the guy notices him, our boy swings, but he's stunned when his strike is stopped by a glowing shield. As the light fades, Davy notices something unusual and rushes toward him, which makes the Count grin in confidence. LinkedIn declares that he has a trick prepared, and the sudden heaviness in the air confirms Davy's suspicion that a powerful mana barrier has been set up. The Count presses a button on his device and claims the game is over, surrounding himself with a magic shield. He mocks Davy by boasting about relics that can create gates to other dimensions and insists that no sword could cut through his barrier. His taunts grow darker as he threatens to capture Davy alive one day, steal his research, and make sure he fails to protect anyone. He even shows the antidote Davy created, laughing as if to say there's nothing the boy can do. Hearing LinkedIn's femboy laughs, Davy decides he's had enough and prepares to strike. LinkedIn watches in confusion as Davy swings his blue blade once and shatters the magic barrier, proving that no gate or shield can withstand him. Davy explains that his sword can destroy anything that doesn't truly exist in the physical world, making escape impossible. These strikes leave LinkedIn's body broken beyond recognition, and Berserk looks on in shock. Davy remarks that the Count's inhuman crimes made this outcome inevitable, and he wasn't about to let him die quietly. Just when it seems like it's all over, the ground starts shaking. Davy is confused at first, but then he realizes it's LinkedIn. Even in death, the Count is trying to erase all the evidence. Out in the wasteland, the sound of hooves announces the arrival of squads. The leader commands the first and third groups to arrest Count LinkedIn and Colio, ordering them to retreat if they face resistance. The second squad is sent to locate and protect Baron Gorno, while the remaining soldiers will secure the townspeople, prioritizing their safety over a dangerous confrontation. The captain, Bars, watches the squads ride off, hoping at least some life can be saved, and surveys the destroyed landscape. Looking at it, he recalls that shortly after Winley left for Heinzland, the Department of Diseases Management arrived, led by Count LinkedIn. While waiting for the usual updates, Baron Gorno had raised suspicions about someone intentionally spreading the disease. A subordinate suddenly points out a corpse covered in strange spots, and Bars realizes the elimination squad members are also dead. The boy freezes, horrified by the number of bodies, and demands to know what happened. With that, Bars rushes into the palace and spots Baron Gorno, who goes stiff at the sight of him. Relief washes over Gorno as he sees Bars is safe, but the guy counters that he's the one who should be worried. He turns to the Baron, questioning how everything unfolded. As the room falls silent, Gorno explains everything and how Davy arrived with Winley and solved everything. When Bars asks about the corpses outside, Gorno explains they are Colio's knights, probably eliminated after the medicine was completed. Alarmed, the boy pushes for Winley and Davy's whereabouts, desperate to know how they are. Gorno tries to calm the boy, but he refuses, insisting that Winley and his brother matter more than the cure. He slams his hand against the wall in frustration, demanding to know their condition over and over. As he is worried, he hears Winley's voice from behind, and looking back, he finds her and Euless standing unharmed. Euless already noticed his panic and realizes that Bars must care about Winley way more than he lets on. The princess catches his strange behavior, but before she can say anything, the entire palace shakes violently, shocking everyone. Outside near the lab cave, Davy has just freed all the monsters from the test chambers. Seeing them rushing everywhere, Berserk identifies them as chimeras, and the boy realizes they're running toward their land. Trying to catch them one by one in the forest would be a nightmare, so he decides to focus on defense first. Lying the gray clouds above, he comes up with a plan and flies over the area using his fifth circle magic. From above, Davy studies the chimeras, noting that the humidity makes the conditions perfect for magic. He summons Red Flag's mana, confident that together they can control the situation. Berserk freezes in shock, aware that unleashing high-level magic at fifth circle power alone is extremely rare. Davy merges his mana with the swords, and instantly a massive magic seal bursts to life beneath his feet. As the seal spreads, his sword ignites with red mana, and he unleashes thundercloud lightning, filling the sky with a surge of holy energy. Focusing deeply, he begins to manipulate the area, casting capture spells, expanding borders, and reshaping the structures around him. Berserk watches the runes forming below, amazed as she has never seen this language before. Doing that, he reaches the top of the forest and scans the area, realizing he has everything under control and doesn't need to chase the fleeing chimeras. Magic markers appear above the monsters' heads, giving him an edge to manage those behind him. Focusing, he checks in with the demoness to coordinate before striking. With that, the boy grips both swords and unleashes a sudden massive lightning strike. Across the wasteland, carriage wheels grow louder as soldiers rush forward at full speed, forcing the coachmen and nobles into panic. Sir Belus among them swings his sword, cutting down an enemy in his path, while the chasing assassins push everyone closer to chaos. As Belus struggles to shake off the assassin, a lightning strike suddenly erupts from the forest. He freezes for a moment in surprise, then commands all his men to head straight toward the forest. The guards hesitate at first, but the captain pushes them to follow his orders without question. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, a royal lady bows her head, apologizing and taking full responsibility for what's happening. Back in the forest, Davy pours a huge amount of mana into his magic, pushing himself to the limit. Berserk, however, warns him not to overdo it, and she can't help noticing how pale he looks. Davy just waves her off, confident that he could handle even the 9th circle without breaking. From above, countless magic seals begin to spread across the forest, while Davy feels both tired and dizzy as he stands on one, considering a rest. His attention is suddenly caught by a passing carriage, freezing him in surprise, and the demoness quickly points out the imperial family's crest and platinum insignia means they might be important. She also realizes the Imperials are being chased, which is a sign of serious danger, and warns that any careless move could make everything worse, leaving Davy to decide his next move carefully. Davy peers into the carriage to assess the situation. Just then, a girl with a pink hat looks out the window, and Davy senses a flood of mana, clearing his mind and filling him with energy. Imagining a flower field, he recognizes the scent of an elementalist. As the carriage moves away, the boy freezes and points his sword at it, causing magical seals to appear on the ground. The demoness watches in awe as a massive seal forms in the sky and suddenly a huge explosion erupts behind them. Davy just jokingly calls it a slip of hand, but suddenly he starts feeling strong wind. The current knocks the boy off balance, and he falls, leaving a faint trail of magic behind him. Inside the carriage, the frightened girl is reassured by her guard, who tells her that they have crossed the border safely and will soon meet the Imperial Order of Chivalry. He notes that many guards are missing, but the girl blames herself for the chaos, which confuses her subordinates. But to their shock, she reveals a cat girl living underneath her hat. The girl claims that it's all because of her mixed blood, but the guard captain takes the blame on himself. She assures him, however, that it's because she doesn't want to see anyone get hurt, and needs to at least be strong for the Emperor. Hearing this, Belus promises to conduct a thorough investigation and calm the people's fears. Behind him, 2 subordinates watch quietly, while the girl thanks him for his words. Just then, one of his men asks about the strange lightning they saw, but Belus is also confused about it. Still, he is happy they are alive, noting that the lightning seemed almost as if it were following someone. He suspects it might be the work of someone at the peak of magical mastery. To their shock, the lady remembers a person's appearance she saw who might be behind it. Meanwhile, in the forest, Davy lies half asleep on the ground among the trees. Soon, Bars comes running, yelling Davy's name, and relaxes when he sees him unharmed. He was worried about his cousin being left alone in the Count's facility, but then Bars looks a bit uneasy as he explains that they tried to organize a rescue with Windley and Euless, but it wasn't easy. Hearing this, Davy realizes it's already a miracle that Bars even let him stay in a forest that's been booming with thunder for so long. Not long after, Windley rushes in to check if Davy is okay. The two of them start arguing, and Euless watches, realizing just how much they both care for him. Turning to the mage, Davy immediately questions if anything unusual has happened since they rushed back with Windley. The guy admits there was widespread damage, though he asserts that nothing worse occurred thanks to his quick response. The elder mage feels intense shame over the situation, but Davy grins, revealing a small jar of medicine he cleverly managed to grab from LinkedIn. He assures the mage not to worry, and invites him inside. Euless then confesses he gave emergency aid, knowing that the resulting recovery is never guaranteed. As the night falls, inside the palace, Davy drifts into his thoughts, recalling Bars's account of the recent chaos. The trouble erupted when Count LinkedIn deliberately spread a disease using bandits as carriers. Hearing that, Davy spots a small jar on the table and immediately notes the familiar Diseases Management Corporation logo. Bars explains that it took days of intense searching before the vial was finally recovered at the main road base. Euless is clearly enraged as he recounts an intruder posing as a homeowner during the confusion. He had to rush off the lands to gather evidence under the guise of investigating the disease, despite the Baron's initial resistance and fear of being dragged into the mess. Feeling a twinge of guilt over the unnecessary complications, Davy tries to relax. Bars signals that he wants to ask a question, and Davy, sensing everyone's curiosity, nods in agreement. Our boy realizes that his group has a lot of questions they're bound to, since Davy hasn't exactly been transparent about his unbelievable feats. He used combat techniques that could defeat a swordmaster, gained stegmata and medical knowledge with no prior background, all by the age of 20. Not even Elena, who has been training in swordsmanship since birth, has reached his level of mastery. He's also surpassed the mighty Euless. Thinking about it, it's wild that a boy who spent a third of his life in a coma could achieve all this. But Davy knows he lived years in that coma, so he's been through it already. Just as Bars is about to ask, classic Windley brushes him off, but Euless quickly jumps in, voicing concern about him using magic without chanting. Hearing the question, Davy feels a bit relieved, realizing they still don't know that he's the force behind the thunderstorm in the forest. He sets the cup down and reveals that it's simply because he worked hard. The room is shocked, but he emphasizes that he achieved all this in a very short time. Berserk, however, knows that the boy is a liar, as she remembers how relentlessly Davy practiced in the Hall of Heroes until he got tired of it while he was in his coma. But Davy also knows that no one would believe his explanation, even if they were a goblin. Bars looks pretty shocked hearing that, but our boy knows they're all thinking he only started training after waking up. To make it even crazier, he drops the bomb that it only took him a single year. Bars is probably wondering how he managed to gather so much mana in such a short time. But Davy keeps that secret to himself for now, promising he'll explain when the time's right. Of course, he can't exactly tell them about the Hall of Heroes, so he sticks with the classic "I just worked really hard" excuse. Somehow it actually works. His group buys it, which honestly surprises him. Later that night, though, another problem pops up as Red Flag seems upset about something. She's acting all pouty and childish, which our boy finds kinda cute, but he knows this isn't the time to mess around. He realizes it's the same thing that happened with the God's Word, Callidorus' ego, back when it lost mana and turned sluggish. The difference is, Callidorus has matured now, but Red Flag's still young, and Davy's been draining her mana like crazy in the recent fights. As our boy desperately works his ass off to cheer her up, nothing works until he shows her favorite cookie. It catches her interest, but she soon rejects it and goes back to sulking. Our boy straight up eats the cookie himself, teasing that it's so delicious. Berserk, however, doesn't take it well and yells at him for doing that to a kid. To his shock, she rushes past him and takes both twins into her lap, comforting them like a mother. Our boy is stunned that she managed to grow her body, but realizes it might be due to a special bond between energy beings. The girl, feeling the affection, starts calling Berserk mommy, and she just goes along with it. Demons were known to be evil creatures, but seeing Berserk like this changes Davy's view of them. A few days later, a massive rollout of medicine hits the lands, bringing much-needed relief to the survivors. But the fight isn't over yet. Despite the new vaccination system, the bacteria buried in the soil still lingers like a ticking time bomb. Prints confirm over 300 deaths, a grim reminder of the chaos that unfolded. When Aino wonders if Prince Davy feels guilty about the casualties, the prince keeps his cool, pointing out that for such a deadly outbreak, this was actually a miracle. He reflects that on other continents, this same disease wiped out hundreds of millions. If he hadn't intervened, the entire eastern continent might have been swallowed by the plague. That's why, in his eyes, saving thousands, despite losing hundreds, still counts as victory. Aina presses him, curious how much the prince actually knew about the disease beforehand. Davy just muses aloud, asking if that even matters now. The guy, stone-faced, reminds him that he's tallying up everything, implying a debt is being written. Resting back in his chair, Davy casually asks what Aina wants in return for all her help, but the spy refuses to name his price yet, worried that the prince might bail once he hears it. Amused, the prince offers to take her under his wing instead. The guy looks genuinely shocked, asking if that's even allowed. Our boy can't help but laugh. Deep down, he figures Aina will have to shed her spy shell first if she really wants to fit in. But honestly, he doesn't care who the guy used to serve. He's about to say more when something catches his eye. The communication crystal orb in his desk suddenly lights up. Strange, since no one's supposed to contact him right now. Inside the glowing sphere appears Amy looking pretty terrified. A week later, thanks to the intensified treatment efforts, most patients are finally back on their feet. Some didn't make it, but overall, the Ordum lands bounced back fast. The people hail Davy as a saint, though he turns red at the praise, thinking things would have been perfect without all the cheesy flattery. Now, with the crisis behind them, Davy, Windley, and Ulyss load up the carriage for their 3-day trip home to recharge their mana. As Windley chatters about the scenic route ahead, Davy just smiles quietly, his mind already wandering to the next challenge waiting beyond the horizon. Sitting in the carriage, our boy stares out the window, lost in thought. He remembers how he first joined this serious business, hoping for a calm, stable life. Something completely different from the madness he's been through lately. The constant pressure has worn him down, so for once, this slow, peaceful journey actually feels like a blessing. The carriage halts near a wide waterfall shining under the clear sky. As the mist rolls over, Davy seems like he is worried about something. Windley checks if he's comfortable, and he assures her he's fine. Hearing that, she reveals her own worries about leaving Barcelona, along with the reason he sent her to the Hines region in the first place. Hearing that, Ulyss assumes that Prince simply wanted his little sister to rest, but Davy knows the real reason. He recalls a moment not long ago when Bars approached him with a serious expression, requesting him to keep an eye on Windley. Noticing his brother's unease, Davy questioned what was wrong. Bars bowed his head and confessed that several children had gone missing from an orphanage in the lands. He was worried about how Winley might react to such grim news, and from Amy's intel, Davy already knew that something similar was brewing in Heinz Land. Back in the present, Winley and Ulysse gaze at the passing scenery through the window, while Davy quietly thinks to himself, slightly disappointed that their trip is ending so soon. Ulysse, sensing the tension, asks if something's up in the territory. Davy answers vaguely, mentioning that a rather unpleasant man has arrived, leaving him completely puzzled by his words. Suddenly the carriage jolts to a stop. Winley peeks outside and spots a group of riders in red cloaks blocking the road. The travelers apologize for the interruption, and Ulysses' eyes widen as he recognizes their emblem, a black and gold lion on a crimson background. Davy doesn't even bother glancing their way as they apologize again. Their leader, captain of the Red Dragon Knights, Doulas, steps forward and reports that his squad is here to escort them. He greets Ulysses politely, but Davy's mind drifts elsewhere, deep in thought. A week ago, Amy had passed him new intel, and once again, he couldn't help but admire her quick thinking. That report had mentioned the precious baby of Palin Empire is out looking for him. Meanwhile in the Lindis Empire, an arrow whistles through the air, striking dead center on a target. A man in the yellow robe draws another with blistering speed, which splits the first clean in half. The Empire Price. Albus is also there watching in awe. When the Emperor teases him to join the match, the Crown Prince chuckles nervously, admitting that competing against a master like that would only make him look bad. Emperor Thord watches his son with disappointment, already tired of how effortlessly the young Crown Prince fakes his composure. He warns Albus that if he keeps slacking off, one of his other brothers might just snatch the throne right out from under him. But the prince doesn't flinch and stays calm, pouring another cup of tea. Thord, seated nearby, casually reminds him that before ruling the world, a man should first learn to protect his family. With a knowing grin, the Emperor finally cuts through the polite chatter, pointing out that Albus clearly didn't show up just for tea. The Crown Prince admits as much, revealing that he's finally received a reply from the Merry Guild, news that immediately grabs his father's attention. Smirking, Albus gives the Emperor a choice from good news, or uncertain news first. The Emperor, ever the realist, opts for the latter. Straight to the point, Albus reports the deaths of Count LinkedIn and the arrest of Count Colio after their twisted experiments came to light. Apparently, they'd been secretly spreading a deadly disease across their lands. When the Emperor questions who was responsible for their deaths, Albus drops the name, the first prince of the Kingdom of Rune. The Emperor doesn't even blink. Instead, he leans back thoughtfully, while Albus insists his father shouldn't feel any guilt over the matter. Darth lets out a dry chuckle, remarking that if such things still shocked him, he wouldn't have survived this long as Emperor. Then comes the good news. Albus announces that a cure has been created for the Devil's Blood disease. Instantly, the Emperor's sharp gaze tightens with interest, and just a hint of tension. When the prince mentions the name behind the discovery, Davy, the Emperor's expression hardens. The Emperor presses for details, wondering if there were any flaws in the treatment, but Albus assures him there weren't. The Ordum lands are already recovering fast, with people standing back on their feet one after another. Naturally, the topic shifts to Prince Rune. The Emperor predicts that many will soon try to recruit or exploit the young prodigy. Albus proposes sending him an official invitation to the Imperial Palace. The Emperor approves and adds another layer to the plan, marrying Davy into the Imperial family. With his reputation soaring and achievements stacking up, the boy would fit right in. Just then, a girl in a flowing pink dress steps in, flanked by two attendants in simpler attire. She also has a pure white mask with black streaks hiding most of her face, but not the faint trace of anxiety is visible beneath it. The princess greets them, calling the Emperor the two-headed dragon, but the Emperor immediately cuts her off. She falls silent and gives a curt acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the Emperor is visibly irritated and angry by her action. The veiled girl is revealed as Arya, the youngest princess of the Lindis family and one of the rare mixed-blood beastmen. Beastmen typically face massive oppression in the Lindis Empire, but as a royal, Arya is a slight exception. Still, the constant side-eye and open disdain she receives have made her completely withdrawn. It's to the point where there are rumors spreading that she's not of royal descent, so the Emperor sternly demands to know why she no longer calls him father. Arya's voice trembles as she explains that everyone is watching, ready to chatter about an insignificant beast, like her standing beside the head of the estate. Hearing the princess call herself a beast, he slams his fist onto the table in a furious rage that startles her. Smiling, Albus inquires of his grim-faced father if they should just execute the people spreading rumors, but the Emperor commands them to investigate first. His fury surges as he proclaims that anyone who spreads such silly rumors about the royal family should be instantly trampled underfoot. Albus agrees with his father, but Arya, in a shaky voice, expresses her guilt. Her animal ears pop out from under her hat as she assures her father and brother they don't have to take such a drastic step just for her sake. Despite her plea, her words do nothing to calm her furious family, their anger turning sharply toward her. But just as quickly, their expressions shift to soft smiles replacing rage, and the emperor gently pats her head, declaring that anyone who dares insult his daughter wouldn't be forgiven, even if their whole family paid the price. The girl hesitates, warning that such actions could harm his reputation, and begs him to act as if he heard nothing. She asks for his promise, which he grants without hesitation. The emperor then gives a firm order to his son, who nods and vows to handle the situation quietly. Following this, the girl screams in disbelief. At the Heinz's gate, Red Dragon Knights stand assembled at the entrance. Meanwhile, Davy stands by the window as his thoughts drift back to the time when he escaped the Polisti kingdom, and dumped everything on Elena. He admits to himself that, in her place, he would have hunted him down and wrung his neck, no matter how long it took. His reflection ends when Amy announces that Princess Elena is requesting an audience. Davy lets out a wry laugh at the formal phrasing. When Amy asks if the princess should be brought to the living room, he notes that a visit from such a princess is no small matter. Though Heinz's land has grown rapidly, it still isn't valuable enough to draw the princess of the continent's mightiest empire, unless someone exceptional like Ulysses is involved. Even so, Davy decides to reject the visit outright. Amy freezes, visibly startled, then bows after regaining her composure and leaves. As she departs, the sword twins come out of hiding, clinging on Davy. Moments later, the Priest also appears asking whether Davy fears the consequences of rejecting the princess. Holding a slip of paper, he replies confidently that he has good reason. The pal and envoys arrive personally, only to be turned away each time. Their frustration builds, and soon they begin sending official reception requests, each met with the same polite refusal. The back and forth becomes almost childish, leaving Amy caught between both sides and utterly exasperated. Word spreads that the knights are furious, but Davy ignores them, unmoved. He's quite satisfied with how things are unfolding. Priest looks unimpressed, but Davy, smiling broadly, explains that he's simply raising his own value. As the demoness shrinks to its tiny form, Davy imagines the commotion spreading through information guilds and political circles alike, which is a perfect setup for his plan. When she questions how he can be so confident if he can't foresee others' moves, Davy only smirks, certain that Princess Elena will make the next move. He laughs to himself, already picturing how rumors about Heinz will sweep across the continent, putting his land squarely in the spotlight. Suddenly a mass of golden hair flies past the prince's face. It surprisingly is Elena, who is absolutely determined to find the young man. Davy's happy mood instantly fades, and he mentions ironically if all the princesses are now learning how to sprint into meetings. Elena however hints to the prince that they need to talk, and the boy is instantly overcome with uncertainty. The princess, enraged, shouts that they have a lot to discuss, but when she realizes the young man isn't even looking at her, her frustration flares, and she screams even louder. Watching the scene unfold, Perrette concludes that Davy has grown unbearably arrogant through this whole ordeal. Meanwhile, in the royal garden of Lindis, the emperor gently asks Arya if there's anything else she wishes to share. The girl tilts her head, hesitating as if unsure whether to speak. With a kind smile, the emperor encourages her to say what's on her mind. Getting a bit of assurance, Arya nervously reminds him of an old promise, one that said she could become engaged to her lover once she recovered. Beneath her mask, a faint blush blooms across her cheeks as she timidly asks if that promise still holds true. Hearing that, the emperor shatters the cup in utter shock. His face twists with conflicting emotions as Arya goes on, revealing that a young man saved her life during her return to the Empire. Clasping her hands together, she pleads to see him again, even though she doesn't even know his name. The emperor falls silent for a long moment before finally calling out to Albus and asks him to recall the Lindis family's motto. With a faint, knowing smile, Albus quotes it without hesitation, that the one who cannot protect his own family will not be anything. Enraged, the emperor indirectly refers to Arya Prince Charming as Bug. Albus immediately steps in, promising his father he'll track down this pest and bring him straight to the emperor. Across the table, Arya rushes to calm him down before things get worse. What they don't realize is that the person the emperor is so furious about is actually the same hero who healed Devil's Blood, and the one who holds the key to breaking Princess Arya's curse. Their reunion isn't far off though. Elsewhere, a massive golem stands with its arms spread wide when, out of nowhere, a sharp flash shoots toward it. The golem notices it, but it's so fast there's no time to react. The flash strikes, and it turns out to be Princess Elena, swinging her heavy sword with full force. She follows up with an omnidirectional slash, landing multiple hits across the golem's back. But just as she leaps in to deliver the final blow, the golem fires a laser, forcing her to dodge mid-air. She barely manages to avoid it, and lands safely on the ground. This one's the last remaining golem, and it's clearly tougher than the rest. Definitely not your average hunk of metal. As Elena tries to figure out what's going on, Davy suddenly materializes behind her in a puff of smoke. The golem quickly reconfigures itself, switching into firing mode and locking onto her. The next second, hundreds of projectiles launch toward Elena, taking her completely by surprise. She had no idea the thing could even do ranged attacks. Meanwhile, our boy just stands behind her, laughing his head off. After a short but chaotic fight, the golem finally manages to pin Elena against a wall. Frustrated, she yells that it's literally cheating, especially since Davy went ahead and installed an automatic barrier on it, making the thing practically impossible to beat. The boy just laughs it off, praising his robot for giving her such a hard time. He'd installed magic crystals inside it, which made it extra sturdy, but Elena's clearly had enough. Winley and Euless quickly step in, guiding her away and assuring her she did great out there. As soon as they leave, the robot starts talking, admitting it was a close match, and that without Davy's interference, it might have actually lost. Still, our boy's satisfied that they got some solid data from the test, and he casually mentions the robot could use a few repairs. This was Davy's underground workshop, hidden beneath the castle and still under construction. It was part of a big project he started to renovate his old, neglected mansion and move Baron Allison's family, along with his mother, into a proper home. Now that it's finally finished, it's become his new base of operations, and right below it is where Elena had been fighting that golem he built, something that all started a few days earlier when she showed up at his castle. Back then, despite all of Davy's attempts to block her invitations, Elena somehow managed to arrange a meeting with him. During it, she angrily complained about a rumor spreading in his territory about the two of them. To her frustration, that was exactly what Davy had planned. He saw it as good business. That only made her even more annoyed, forcing Berserk to step in and warn Davy about her temper before things got out of hand. Even though Berserk's still in her energy form, she probably knows Elena better than anyone. After all, she was sealed inside the sword and watched her grow up. Back to the conversation, Elena thanks Davy for his help with what happened before, and then proudly shows him the God's Word, saying she managed to awaken it thanks to him. Davy's a bit surprised. She hadn't been able to awaken it for the longest time, so there must be a reason she finally pulled it off. Maybe she got a lot stronger after that incident, or maybe there's another possibility. While he's lost in thought, the sword spirit suddenly materializes and immediately starts screaming. Without warning, she grabs Davy by the robe and starts blaming him for everything she's been through. Her voice echoes through the entire castle as she gets ready to absolutely beat his ass. She is searching for Berserk, and it's when the boy realizes that she can't see her floating right beside him. Davy, clearly confused, explains that the demoness has crossed over to him because of a stigmata that appeared on his body. The spirit, frustrated and emotional, demands to know if he has done something to her friend, but the boy simply gestures toward the silent demon, who stays quiet as the spirit searches in panic. Seeing it all, Berserk requests Davy if she can borrow some mana, and he easily agrees. She places her gloved hand on his forehead as golden sparks begin to swirl around them. With her eyes closed, she focuses her energy, and the air fills with a soft aura of power. When she finally opens her eyes, a glowing blue figure begins to take shape nearby. The sight leaves the sword spirit amazed and she recognizes Berserk instantly. The next moment, she rushes forward and hugs her tightly while tears streaming down her face. The demoness smiles softly, glancing toward Davy, who quietly watches the touching reunion. Elena, who has been standing nearby, wonders what her sword is doing floating mid-air. Davy explains that it is busy, and suggests leaving her alone for now. Later, Elena sits across from Davy at a wooden table with a teapot and pitcher between them. She questions him sternly about his identity. The boy admits that he is Prince Roan, the legitimate son of Queen Lenny Eligid. Elena glares at him, clearly unsatisfied. When she warns that she will make him tell her everything sooner or later, Davy can only smile nervously as a cold sweat runs down his back. Elena stands up from her seat, picks up something wrapped in pink cloth, and places it firmly on the table, leaving the boy a bit confused. When she unwraps it, a gleaming sword appears inside. Davy studies the weapon carefully, noting its heavy build and sharp design. He comments that ordinary people would struggle to wield it because of its weight. Elena explains that it is her personal sword, one perfectly suited for her heavy sword technique. Davy turns the blade in his hand, thinking that for a skilled fighter, the weapon itself matters less than the technique behind it. With determination in her eyes, Elena leans forward and requests Davy to teach her the sword god technique. Her voice is serious, and she waits for his response without backing down. The boy sits back with a confident smile, suggesting that he might refuse, but Elena quickly assures that if he refuses, she will simply try again. When Davy teases her by questioning what she would do if he refuses once more, she smirks and reveals a stamped document. Davy's confidence fades when he realizes that it's a marriage proposal. Elena, the princess of the Palan Empire, calmly explains that while Prince Rome might ignore the offer, the royal family certainly will not. She admits that she has set aside her pride to bring this to him, and that the emperor himself would approve if his daughter wished to marry the lord of the Hineslands. Elena puts on a sweet smile, pretending to act shy as she tells Davy that she wouldn't mind marrying such a reliable prince. Watching her playful act, the boy realizes she's being reckless and only trying to get her way. He places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to stop talking nonsense, trying to end the conversation peacefully. With a friendly smile, he suggests they talk properly next time, but Elena isn't done yet. She spins around, eyes blazing, and declares that she won't give up so easily. Grabbing Davy by the jacket, she pulls him close and challenges him to see who's more stubborn. With that, she locks him in the kiss while our boy just stands like a femboy he is. Later that night, Elena sits at her dressing table, brushing her long red hair. A golden, star-shaped light appears beside her as the sword spirit appears, curious about her earlier stunt with the marriage proposal. She worries about Elena's fiancé, but the princess assures her that there's no issue since she had no other choice but to try and persuade him. The next morning, Elena shows up in Davy's office and gets busy signing paperwork. When the boy enters, she explains that she's there for that exact reason, so they can spend more time together. The boy struggles to describe how strong-willed she is. Her persistence soon becomes routine as she starts showing up daily. One day, her presence sparks chaos when Winley bursts in, demanding to know why the imperial princess is working in someone else's office. Elena calmly replies that Davy isn't a stranger, but a close friend. Winley fumes in disbelief, while Purser quietly observes that she has already fallen into Elena's clever little trap. Elena sits in the study and inquires about Euless, to which the Red Tower mage calmly answers that it doesn't really matter since he and Davy are already good friends. His relaxed tone irritates Elena, who isn't sure when that friendship even began. The mage gives Davy a sly wink, but the boy doesn't quite understand what he means. Elena also accuses the boy of avoiding her despite being with Euless, but he explains that getting too close to her could make him an enemy of powerful people. Trying to lighten the mood, Elena suggests they talk more casually and become friends. Davy glances around the room, noticing that Euless and the princess seem unusually close. Winley confirms his suspicion, revealing that rumors about their engagement have already spread through social circles. Elena frowns, insisting that they're just old friends, while Euless agrees with a nervous smile. Still, Elena expresses concern about the future of the Red Tower, wondering why Euless is spending time here instead of working on his duties. The mage assures her it's nothing serious, and shifts the topic to his real reason for visiting. He wants to discuss nonverbal spells with Davy. Davy explains that even with all mana circles active, success with such spells is barely 10%, making them incredibly difficult. Euless, however, seems determined to keep studying. When the boy asks if he's planning to give up, the mage laughs, commenting that being called a nerd is actually a compliment. Davy feels relieved, grateful that he is understanding and won't report their conversation to the tower. A talk is interrupted when Amy enters the study with two maids, reporting that all the Lord's items have been moved to storage. Elena is a bit confused seeing them, and Winley explains that Amy is the prince's personal maid who recently earned the title of Baroness. Davy adds that with the kingdom in chaos, he's been relying on her more than usual. Currently, in the royal palace, tensions are rising between two factions, one led by Marquis supporting the monarchy, and the other by Duke Berrieta, representing the nobles. Realizing the time has come, Davy decides to finally make his move. Euless questions about where the first prince is headed, and Davy jokingly offers to let him come along. When he mentions that even the alchemist might be interested, Elena also jumps in requesting to join too. Amused, the boy agrees, and her excitement lights up her face. The group soon arrives at Davy's beautiful manor, where dwarves greet their mentor warmly. Proud of the work they've done, the prince nods in approval, noticing how much taller the castle has grown and how meticulous the workers are. His companions, surprised to see dwarves living on the estate, follow curiously as he begins introducing everyone. He starts with his sister, and the dwarf Golda happily greets her, revealing that he often spoke highly of her. His praise makes Winley flustered, especially when Golda insists she's a fine person. Davy then introduces Elena, the princess of the Palan Empire, and Euless, the Red Tower elder. Golda studies them both for a moment before commenting that their noble titles don't matter much to him. The dwarf soon shares news from his brother that the new holy sword meant to replace the primordial spark is nearly complete. Davy had laid the foundation for the weapon, leaving the rest to the dwarves. When Golda offers to give the group a tour, the boy politely declines, explaining that he came to check on newly delivered materials. Hearing that the dwarf takes them right to the workshop without saying a word, the group is shocked to see a towering golem just parked there, especially Euless, who wonders if it's a golem, and Davy proudly confirms it's a guardian he created. These golems are usually made from clay or steel, and acts as an excellent weapon for a magician's advanced magic. Euless marvels at its craftsmanship, guessing it must have cost a fortune. The boy laughs, assuring that it wasn't that expensive. After all, he reused an ancient magic golem that once guarded the cursed lands of Hines. Just then, the boy commands the Megatron to move, and the giant obeys perfectly. The others cheer, amazed by its power and precision. The boy just smiles, claiming that if he was going to build it, he had to do it right. Davy proudly watches Elena's fascination with his giant golem, and teasingly questions what she thinks of it. Using her curiosity, he decides it's the perfect time to test his creation. He challenges her to fight the golem, promising to grant her one wish if she accepts. Elena agrees right away, though she looks nervous. She warns that she might end up breaking the machine, but Davy calmly assures her that it can handle anything she throws at it. With a determined smile, Elena ties her long red hair into twin tails and pulls out her sword. She faces the towering metal guardian, ready to prove herself. As the duel begins, her glowing blade clashes against the golem's steel body. When the fight ends, Elena sits on the ground, exhausted and covered in dust, clearly annoyed at losing to what she calls a tin can. Davy thanks her, saying she helped him learn things about the golem that he couldn't have figured out alone. Feeling tricked, Elena reminds him of his promise, gripping his hand firmly. The boy, however, jokes that his offer doesn't include sword lessons, which makes her sigh in defeat. The others watch with mixed reactions. Ulas looks frustrated that he couldn't challenge the golem himself, while Winley tries to cheer him up. Elena asks if Davy plans to make more of these machines. He nods, explaining that this one is only a prototype and he plans to build 5 more. Amused, Elena demands one for herself, insisting she can pay for it. The boy scoffs, revealing that not even the Imperial Treasury could afford it. When he refuses to sell, raising his voice, everyone bursts out laughing. That night, as quiet settles over the manor, Davy studies his blueprints with a satisfied smile, proud of how far his creation has come. He's pleased with how the golem performed against Princess Elena, but knows it's still far from perfect. The thought of completing his Decepticon battalion fills him with quiet excitement. As he works, lost in thought, Elena suddenly shows up, catching him off guard. When Davy questions why she's there, Elena casually explains that she just wanted to visit her friend and that the Chamberlain had told her where to find him. Davy insists that he never agreed to be friends, but she simply smiles and wonders if he really has any reason to refuse. Realizing he doesn't, he feels his irritation fade. He has seen many sides of her lately, strong, proud and sincere, and despite her fiery nature, he finds her honesty refreshing. Curious, our boy wonders why she showed up so late. She brushes it off, claiming she just wanted to talk, but Berserk can tell she's nervous. Checking her status, they're shocked to find she's a member of the Last Wisp, and that instantly grabs his attention. As they share tea, Elena glances around the workshop, noticing all the designs and tools scattered across the table. She guesses that Davy has been studying golems again. He confirms it, adding that he's been trying to merge ancient magic with modern engineering. Elena admits, a little embarrassed, that she's still bothered by her loss to his creation. The boy reassures her that the defeat wasn't her fault. The golem was simply built to fight at a level far above most warriors. Their quiet talk lingers with a sense of mutual respect. Davy finds himself watching her carefully, wondering what she's truly thinking. Then, as if struck by an idea, he suddenly stands and requests her to come with him. Confused but curious, Elena follows. Outside, the wind rustles through the trees as the two face each other beneath the night sky. Elena eagerly questions if Davy has finally agreed to train her, her eyes shining with excitement. Davy smiles, admitting that he's mostly doing it to see how strong she's become, and to unwind a little himself. Overjoyed, she grabs her divine sword, its surface gleaming with power, while Davy casually picks up a plain wooden sword. Even though it seems like an unfair match, Elena knows better that his skill far outweighs any weapon difference. Davy motions for her to begin. The princess charges forward without hesitation, her blade glowing bright blue as she strikes. Sparks and smoke fill the air as their weapons clash, but the boy barely moves, blocking each attack with effortless ease. To him, it feels like a light workout, but the girl is giving it everything she has. Her focus sharpens, and she swings harder, aiming straight for his head. For a moment, Davy's grin fades, replaced by genuine attention. He notices how quickly she shifts between attacks, and how much power she can handle with the divine sword. Then, the wooden sword in his hand suddenly transforms, its edge rippling like water. Elena's blade slams into a powerful wave that bursts outward, throwing her into the air. She crashes to the ground, gasping and shocked by the force of the blow. Davy teases her, noting how heavy swords aren't always an advantage. Frustrated, she readies herself again, determined to land at least one solid hit. She unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes, pushing Davy to move faster. He slides across the ground, dodging smoothly, secretly impressed by her relentless pace. Using her fierce expression, he realizes how much stronger she's become. If she had used the divine sword in her last battle against the golem, he thinks, Megatron might have been reduced to scrap. The duel continues, steel and magic clashing under the bright light as neither fighter shows signs of backing down. Davy charges at Elena, who looks worn out but refuses to back down. He steps back slightly, smiling as he teases her about giving up. Annoyed, the girl insists that she would never quit so easily, not after all her efforts. She lunges forward again, locking blades with him, but no matter how hard she tries, her strikes fail to land. Frustration builds on her face as Davy blocks every move with calm precision. Determined to prove herself, she jumps high and brings down her sword with all her strength. The impact shakes the ground, blasting out a shockwave that splits the nearby mountain. Dust and debris swirl as Davy shields his face, stunned by the destruction. Preser comments that Elena's attack resembles a legendary sword technique he himself once used against the vampire. Shocked, the boy realizes it took him 10 years to master that same move. As the smoke clears, Elena stands in the center of a massive crater looking all tired. Seeing her, the boy claps his hands, declaring the fight over before they destroy more of the area. But Elena refuses, shouting that she isn't done yet. When the boy lightly pokes her injured side with a branch, she yelps and collapses to the ground, clutching her waist. Tears fill her eyes as she realizes she's lost again, despite all her effort. Seeing that, our boy just freezes, unsure how to handle her crying. Preser crosses her arms and scolds him for making Elena upset, suggesting him to be more gentle. With a sigh, Davy reluctantly approaches the princess who is still wiping her tears and tells her to watch closely. With that, as he swings his weapon, it flares with a red glow and the ground cracking beneath the force of his strike, revealing the first heavy sword technique, the Great Decapitation. Doing that, he confirms that Elena understands what she just saw, but she stays silent, still mesmerized by the destruction. Remembering her earlier failed attempts, she quietly wonders if the heavy sword technique is outdated and full of weaknesses. The thought frustrates her, and tears threaten to spill again. Before she can speak further, Davy suddenly flicks her forehead, reminding her that he told her to watch carefully, not jump to conclusions. He calmly explains that no sword technique is perfect for everyone, not even the one created by the sword god himself. Every fighter must adapt the style to their own strength. To make his point, he decides to demonstrate again, repeating the movements she had missed. He swings his sword slowly at first, his stance steady and deliberate. The next second, a deafening explosion bursts through the air, sending dust and wind flying across the field. Elena watches closely this time, noticing how his first strike is calm and heavy, while the next one suddenly speeds up, slicing through the air with blinding power. When Davy questions if she sees the difference, she finally begins to understand. The heavy sword technique, despite its simplicity, relies on focused strength and timing rather than flashy speed. Still, she struggles to grasp how such slow movements can produce the same power as a god sword. Davy then gives her a simpler comparison. He tells her to imagine pushing a cart. The faster it moves, the more energy it builds, depending on its weight. The same principle applies to a heavy sword. He explains that if one can control the sword's speed and power through mana, it becomes far more destructive. As his words sink in, Elena's eyes widen in realization. For the first time, she begins to understand what the heavy sword truly is, a weapon that merges physical strength with mana to unleash unstoppable force. Davy looks pleased as she finally grasps the true essence of the heavy sword technique. She realizes that by mastering mana control, one can instantly raise the sword's power from nothing to full strength. Relieved, Davy smiles, explaining that the heavy sword's greatest advantage lies in its raw destructive power and simplicity, but those same traits can make it dangerously unstable. He recalls the old masters who could redirect their swords effortlessly, realizing how rare true understanding of this art has become. When Davy questions why the heavy sword technique faded from use, Elena hesitates, but he already knows the answer. Over time, people stopped learning its essence and began copying the sword god's methods instead. Generations later, the technique's foundation was nearly forgotten, even though its destructive force remains unmatched. The boy looks at Elena, knowing that she may not fully understand yet, but if she can uncover even part of its truth, she might finally break through to the level of a master. The girl admits she is starting to understand, and Davy feels a small sense of pride. When she thanks him, he insists he hasn't done much, though his companion chuckles at his modesty. Then, Davy notices something different about Elena, something weighing on her. He urges her to be honest rather than hiding whatever is bothering her. His gentle tone surprises her, and after a pause, she finally speaks up. With hesitation, Elena proposes to him to become her partner. The words leave him completely stunned, and his wooden sword slips from his hands. She quickly explains that she needs his strength, not his affection. Blushing, Davy refuses, reminding her that as the princess of the strongest kingdom, she already commands countless sword masters. But Elena shakes her head, explaining that none of them qualify. The rules only allow partners under the age of 20. Davy turns red as he thinks about the strange rules Elena mentioned earlier, saying that, our boy drifts into memories of his time in the Hall of Heroes. He remembers the day the legendary archer, Apollon, gave him a lesson about who the real protectors are. According to him, those with intelligence naturally band together, and that's how nations are born, no matter the species. To prove his point, he mentioned that if a disaster-level threat ever endangered the entire continent, only one group could handle it, an order of knights known as the Final Peace. Back then, our boy didn't care much for Apollon's stories, but this one stuck with him, because the Final Peace wasn't just a legend, it was a real, secret organization that quietly dealt with continent-level threats. They even sought out promising heroes like Elena, training them for the good of the world. Starting to present, Davy teasingly inquires if Princess Elena needs an assistant since her original partner went missing. She admits that it's true, but says she hasn't been able to find anyone suitable. Though the boy hesitates, her determination leaves him thoughtful. His companion jokes that fate seems to be arranging things perfectly. Still, Davy wonders why, despite being the member of the secret Knight Order, Elena is so devoted to such a dangerous and unrewarding path. When she finally decides to drop the idea of partnering with him, she thanks him sincerely, saying she has already learned enough. As she walks away, Purser quietly remarks that joining an order that fights unseen threats is far riskier than anything Davy currently faces. When the Demoness warns Davy to refuse her offer, he simply clenches his fist and smiles instead. Turning to the princess, he surprises everyone by admitting that her offer doesn't sound so bad after all. The girl freezes, unable to believe what she just heard, as Davy calmly repeats that he will take the test with her. While Berserk protests in disbelief, he reassures Elena that he will help her however he can. Later that night, Davy decides to confirm a few things about the mysterious Knight Order. He inquires whether their main duty is really to hunt rare and dangerous monsters. When she reacts with shock, he realizes that his guesses were right. The Order's work goes deeper than most people think. A sly smile forms on his face as he pieces everything together. After returning to his manor, Davy collapses on his bed, feeling content about his decision. Berserk floats nearby, worried that joining the secret order might burden him with serious responsibilities. The boy, however, doesn't seem bothered. He admits that he doesn't mind the responsibility, and adds that the right time and person for his plans haven't come yet. Inside, he knows that the Megatron project is a whole different thing, and if worked, they will have a war machine on their hands. He knows that finishing it could cause chaos across the continent. Davy brushes it off, insisting that there isn't enough data yet to cause problems. His eyes gleam with excitement as he dreams about building the perfect guardian to protect the land. Seeing his enthusiasm, Berserk sighs, and wonders if his obsession might even endanger the royal family. The boy doesn't take it seriously. As they are discussing, the blue flag spirit appears calling him Dad. The boy pats the spirit's head, and remarks that he fears no threat after everything he has faced. Looking toward the quiet Demoness, he adds that only mythical or demonic creatures, if they even exist, could ever worry him now. It is a bright new day. Davy's thoughts drift toward Elena, who still hasn't shown up since their last talk. He guesses she must be busy handling all the work that piled up. As he watches pigeons outside his window, he realizes 2 weeks have passed in a blur, both fast and tiring. With a sigh, he accepts that rest isn't an option yet. In the study, Amy gives her morning report about a brawl between 2 settlers. Davy listens quietly, then orders she throws both fighters into the dungeon. He is growing frustrated with how the newcomers keep causing trouble despite being treated well. As more people arrived, more problems followed. Amy flips to the next report, this one about 2 women fighting over a baby, both claiming to be its real mother. Davy, half amused and half annoyed, compares the situation to the story of King Solomon, and jokingly suggests cutting the baby in half. Amy looks shocked until he assures her it was only a joke and directs her to ask the Alchemist Association to help settle the matter instead. The reports continue, with Amy mentioning merchants trying to buy large plots of land. Davy sighs and reminds her that he is not a land broker. Just then, the door opens, and the head butler enters with a nervous young maid. The girl hiccups and tries to hide her laughter, earning a stern look from the old chamberlain who scolds her and insists she be punished, but Davy waves it off, assuring it's unnecessary. He learns her name is Yuri and compliments her tea, which makes the girl's face light up with joy. As Yuri leaves the room, flustered but smiling, the boy watches her go and chuckles softly. He muses that the new maids seem full of talent and energy these days, while the quiet demoness nearby observes him with a questioning look. Soft glowing snowflakes drift through the air, brushing past Davy's nose. The scent reminds him of his old contract with the elementals, and he quietly enjoys the familiar smell of magic around him. Thinking of the maid with elf ears, he admits to himself that it wasn't such a bad encounter. Pulling another stack of papers closer, he orders Amy to continue reading the latest reports about the land. The next document is from the captain of the Royal Guard. Davy listens absent-mindedly while working on other tasks. 2 weeks have passed faster than he expected, and his departure from the manor is already approaching. A while later, inside his room, our boy receives a call on his communication orb. It's Baron Gorno, greeting him cheerfully. Gorno explains that imperial blood was nearly spilled within the Ordum's lands, which surprises Davy. Still, he's happy to see an old friend again. Gorno reminds him of the storm of lightning that struck near the Ordum forest, the same day the Lindis imperial family's carriage was attacked. To his shock, the attackers were struck down by bolts of light. Davy internally knows it was him, and that he had guessed the carriage carried nobles, but never expected it to be the Emperor's family. Such a mistake, he realizes, could have started a war. Gorno laughs it off and remarks that he will be visiting to treat the youngest princess of Lindis Empire. Proud of Davy's growing reputation, he declares that he plans to spread the young man's name across the continent. The boy, clearly embarrassed, assures him not to bother, wanting to avoid any unnecessary fame, but the Baron insists, praising his achievements until Davy gives up trying to stop him. When the call ends and the glowing orb fades, the boy leans back in his chair with a sigh. He knows that things will soon get noisy again, no matter how much he wishes for peace. Late at night, Davy is startled when Elena suddenly appears on his windowsill, smiling brightly. She explains that she came because she saw he was busy talking to someone, but before she can react, his call for the guards echoes through the manor. 2 weeks have passed since Davy accepted her offer, and now the princess stands in his office, flushed with frustration and embarrassment. She accuses him of ignoring her letters and demands to know why he never replied. Feeling a bit guilty, he listens as she fusses over him, checking if he needs anything or plans to back out of their agreement. Instead, Davy calmly inquires if anyone can be brought into the secret order to take part in the test. Believed by his question, she explains that each member of the Order of the Last Wisp can bring one student in their lifetime, so it won't be a problem. She proudly declares that she intends to use that right for him. While Davy thinks about her words, Berserk teases that the girl is wasting such an important privilege, joking about the heavy burden he's carrying. Davy shrugs it off, remarking that it isn't his problem, and prepares to get ready. As he picks up a small Rubik's Cube, he questions if he can bring his luggage. When Elena curiously inquires what he plans to take, Davy replies that he wants to bring Megatron with him. The name shocks her as she remembers the Golem Guardian she once fought. Completely unfazed, the boy doesn't understand her surprise, while Berserk points out that she is probably shocked to see such a powerful weapon turned into a toy. Shaking her head, the princess admits that being around Davy constantly breaks her sense of logic. Finally, she warns him to hold on tight as she activates the teleportation artifact in her hand, ready to take them to their next destination. Davy only smiles and takes it, teasing her gently until she snaps at him to stop laughing. In the next moment, the world around them shifts as they teleport into a vast bamboo grove filled with green light and rustling leaves. They have arrived in the northern part of Pandora region, an area so remote that it would take a month to reach on foot or a week by carriage. The boy is surprised to realize just how far they've come. As they walk through the thick roots, Elena explains that she is a breakthrough alpha in the Order of the Knights, a secret group tasked with handling threats that emerge from Pandora. When the boy questions if she plans to stay in this region, she reveals that once she becomes a full member of the Order, she'll be free to visit restricted areas. Even as a royal, that freedom isn't easily granted. Watching her determined stride, Davy realizes that this freedom is her real goal. Berserk quietly reveals that Elena's mother was killed by a vampire, and the princess has been searching for its traces ever since. Understanding this, the boy finally sees why she loses her composure whenever she faces creatures of the night. Before they can go further, something stirs in the shadows. Gray-clawed feet appear among the trees, and glowing red eyes begin to circle them. A pack of mutant wolves emerges from the darkness, surrounding the two. Seeing them, the girl warns that their claws and fangs are deadly poisonous, and prepares to summon her divine sword, but Davy steps in front of her, stopping her. His expression turns serious, but a spark of excitement flashes in his eyes. Holding up the cube that contains Megatron, he insists that no one will steal his chance for a real combat experience. Then, with a confident grin, he tosses the cube toward the beasts, ready for what's coming next. The small cube rises into the air and bursts with blue light, transforming into a massive metal golem surrounded by crackling lightning. The wolves freeze, watching the machine unfold before them. Davy proudly explains that he came here to collect combat data, and orders Megatron to deal with the entire pack. The forest shakes as the golem stomps forward, beginning its first real mission. Elena watches in disbelief as the towering machine launches into battle with its saw blades spinning and its cannons roaring. Explosions echo through the forest, shaking the ground and scattering birds into the sky. The princess can hardly believe that Davy built such a thing in only 2 weeks. As the dust settles, it reveals the defeated wolf laying dead on the forest floor. Looking at the fallen creatures, the girl feels an odd mix of pity and amazement. While Davy can't hide his excitement, he's thrilled by Megatron's performance, and impressed by how powerful his creation has become. When Elena urges him to stop and look at the terrified survivors, Davy simply raises his hand and orders the golem to finish the job. He insists that he needs every bit of data from this encounter, ignoring her frustration. Before she can speak, he finishes off the remaining wolves and heads back to the carriage. The girl's frustrated that he's earned so much money that he even expanded the carriage and built the Megatron. Davy just grins and jokes that one should never be stingy with their hobbies. Elena studies him quietly, realizing just how much wealth and skill he must have. Hovering beside him, Berserk jokes that the girl's wide-eyed stare clearly reveals she's both amazed and suspicious. From the carriage window, part of the bamboo forest comes into view. Lost in thought, Davy guesses that ordering all the equipment from a magic tower would have cost a fortune, but since everything was made by him, it wasn't nearly as expensive. As they move deeper into the forest, streams of mana swirl in the air, but something feels wrong. Berserk notices that the mana flow is scattered and unstable, and mentions that the deeper they go, the more uncomfortable it becomes. Curious, the boy wonders if there is a barrier in the area. Elena confirms it, explaining that the barrier was built to hide the base of the Lion Force Alpha's group and prevent detection. She adds that this is why it's difficult to sense the forest's energy. Remembering her first visit, she admits that she had been completely lost back then and couldn't even tell where the strange noises were coming from. Looking outside, she inquires what Davy thinks about the difference between the mana here and outside the forest. Davy just smiles, noticing that she seems unusually cheerful. Leaning back, Elena reveals she only learned about all this after joining the Order. Most groups of the Last Wisp, she explains, use similar barriers to conceal their bases. She guesses that this particular barrier covers most of the forest. Davy listens quietly, deep in thought, before questioning how the Order's members use that barrier. Elena shows him a piece of jewelry on her finger, revealing that they use this. She, explaining that it's a protective artifact said to shield the wearer from the barrier's influence. She admits she doesn't know much about magic, only that the ring releases a special energy wave. Sunlight fades behind thick branches, and high above their carriage, a man silently watches them from the sky. Elena explains that they recruit gifted children and train them from a young age, though she admits she joined later than most. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the carriage, and before anyone can react, it sinks into a massive pit. As it happens, 2 shady guys observe it from the shadows. Elena climbs out, flinching from the impact, and tries to understand what just happened. Standing on a stone platform ahead is a man who coldly orders her to leave. When Elena looks up, she is shocked to see Shio. Furious, she demands to know what he's doing. Shio replies that he is dealing with an intruder, and scolds her for bringing a stranger into the restricted area. She snaps back, reminding him that Davy is with her, not an enemy. Shio ignores her anger, stating she has no right to question him, and that she is breaking the rules, a violation that could earn severe punishment. Another member nearby reports that no one else is in the area. Shio folds his arms, noting that it's fortunate Elena isn't foolish enough to bring more outsiders, or she would have been executed on the spot. Enraged, Elena draws her sword and demands to know who gave him the authority to punish fellow members. Shio calmly insists that everything he's doing is for the sake of Lion Force Alpha. Her sacred sword glows with powerful mana as she warns him to step back or face consequences. Before either can strike, a messenger bird swoops down, bringing new orders. The soldier informs Shio that they are to return and escort Elena along with the civilian. Shio turns away, enraged that she is lucky this time. Meanwhile, the girl apologizes to Davy, frustrated by how things turned out. Our boy shrugs it off, assuring she did her best, then teasingly pats Shio, calling him a dangerous man who should be more careful next time. Shio gets pissed, but his buddy stops him, reminding him why they joined in the first place. With that, the group leaves the forest and manages to arrive at the gates before the night. Davy takes in the view, impressed by how beautiful and well-kept everything looks despite the age of the buildings. Purser comments that she wants something like this, and excitedly explains that this style of architecture dates back to her own lifetime. The palace walls shine in the sunset as Elena turns to Shio, suggesting she'll take Davy back to the dorms and report in later. Before she can move, Shio interrupts and insists that the princess go with him instead. He orders Trev to take Davy to a remote dorm and keep him under strict watch until a verdict is given. Trev agrees and orders Davy to lend him his hands. Mana flows from Trev's palms, forming what appear to be magical shackles, though Davy quickly realizes they're an illusion. Elena looks uneasy, but our boy reassures her that everything is fine, even as worry flashes across her face. When they reach the dorm, Trev opens the door and orders Davy to step inside. He advises him to stay quiet, warning that he doesn't want to use force, but could kill him with a single word if necessary. Davy only smiles and assures him not to worry. Trev adds that he never uses that ability against humans without reason. Lying on the bed, our boy reflects on Trev's strange power and guesses that people like him might not even be fully human. Soon after, Shio returns and orders him to follow as their mentor is waiting for him. They arrive at the palace's main hall, where several powerful figures sit in judgment. Davy can tell immediately that they are all master-level experts. One mentor accuses Elena of breaking her vow by bringing an outsider to their headquarters, demanding that she admit her mistake. Standing before the mentors, Elena's face burns with anger as she admits her actions. One of the senior women reminds everyone that all members of the Night Order must be held accountable for their choices, no matter their rank. She demands that Elena acknowledge what she has done. When Elena agrees, another mentor coldly concludes that there is nothing more to discuss and declares that the princess will be punished while Davy's memory will be erased. If either of them resists, they will be executed immediately. Before the order can proceed, Elena steps forward and requests to speak. She admits that the rules forbid bringing outsiders to their headquarters, but questions whether Davy should even be considered an outsider. The mentors stare in disbelief as Elena boldly declares that Davy has joined the order under her authority. The room falls silent as one of the mentors reminds her that every member only has the right to recruit one person in their lifetime. She inquires if Elena truly wants to waste that right on Davy. Without hesitation, she confirms that she does, explaining that this was her intention from the beginning. She reminds them that they tried to deprive her of her exam results, but she got a solution for it now. Hearing that, the mentors question Elena's ability to teach anyone, since she is still a student herself, but she insists that it no longer matters. What matters is that she has made her choice, and that Davy meets the requirements to join. When Shio interrupts angrily, calling her claim nonsense, Elena snaps back, reminding it is no longer his place to decide. Shio turns red with rage, declaring that trusting a stranger based on Elena's word alone is madness, but the princess refuses to back down. The meeting room falls silent as Shio raises his hand, pointing out that Elena's words sound logical at first, but she made two key mistakes. Turning to Shio, one of the mentors reminds him that he has no right to speak, but Shio argues anyway, shouting that no one can truly know if Davy has a sense of duty. He agrees that they also don't know if Davy has any special talent or ability. Looking at Davy, who stands shackled before them, Shio adds that he can't feel any mana from him at all. He then quickly reminds everyone of the rule that only people whose abilities are tested by at least two mentors can join the order. Davy freezes, realizing what this means for him. Shio then suggests that maybe Davy is a spy sent to investigate the Lion Force information. Before anyone can react, a sudden explosion shakes the conference hall. Elena steps forward, crossing swords with Shio. She snaps that just because he can talk doesn't mean he should, and even though he annoys her, she can't just watch him die since they're both disciples. When the guy still mocks her, she snaps and warns him not to make her angry. With a serious expression, she claims that he made a mistake from the start, as she never said she would cut him. Her gaze shifts toward Davy, who gives her a calm smile, leaving Shio stunned. Delia, leaning on a nearby wall, reports to the others that if Elena and Shio cause trouble again, they'll both be thrown out. Elena freezes beside Davy, trying to hold her anger. Fritos then remarks that Shio's judgment might be correct and adds that Davy's mana seems to be average at best. Our boy only smiles faintly. When asked for her opinion, Elena insists that Davy's strength is incredible. The mentors laugh, claiming she's just being biased. Taking everything into consideration, the teacher concludes that, as Shio mentioned, they see no potential or sense of duty in Davy. With that, the mentors decide to reject Elena's request, leaving the princess silently fuming. As the mentor prepares to end the meeting, Davy suddenly raises his hand and requests them to wait. Everyone turns to him, surprised. With a calm grin, he suggests that they should clear up the misunderstanding before making any decisions. He admits that he doesn't even know what is happening or what their mission is, which stirs anger in Shio, who tells him to stay silent. Shilia, however, interrupts and allows Davy to continue, intrigued by his confidence. The boy questions how anyone outside could possibly know about the secret organization's hidden base or purpose. Then, with a sharp edge to his words, he suggests that deep down, the members of the Night Order want their sacrifices to be recognized by the world. His words infuriate Shio, who see them as an insult to their honor. Shilia steps in again, warning Shio to hold his tongue. Davy then points out that the Order tends to recruit those with potential, not those already skilled. Shilia questions if he means he fits that requirement, but isn't sure if he got the sense of duty for it. The boy smiles, pointing that the Lion Force Alpha exists for a noble goal, and that true purpose will come naturally. Boris laughs and agrees. Curious now, he asks Davy about his name. When the boy introduces himself, Boris challenges him to prove his worth and demands if he really believes he has the talent to join their ranks. The boy calmly replies that judging someone's potential only by the amount of mana is foolish. Looking around the silent room, he adds that he still hopes this organization isn't as shallow as it appears. Inwardly, he recalls stories from Apollon about the final piece, which had made him admire the Order before meeting them. Hearing his bold words, Boris admits that the mentors may have judged too quickly, and requests him to demonstrate his strength. Davy smirks and directly challenges Shio to a duel if they want to compare his strength with someone. Soon, the duel begins with Shio stepping forward and pulling out a magic item. He warns Davy that his mentors told him not to go too far, but makes it clear that he should not expect any mercy. The boy, unbothered, studies his opponent's wand and points out that it is blessed. This surprises Berserk, who wonders how Davy can analyze such details so easily. Around the arena, members of the Secret Order gather to watch the match unfold. A worried student questions Elena if Davy will be alright. The princess replies that she believes in him but quietly admits she is nervous about what he plans to do next. Shio offers Davy the first move, confident that someone with no visible mana cannot possibly surprise him. In the morning, Davy throws a small cube on the ground. The cube bursts with energy, and from it emerges a massive golem, Megatron. The crowd gasps in shock, and even Shio freezes for a moment, realizing the golem is real. However, he dismisses it, remarking that a machine like that cannot replace real power. Wasting no time, the boy orders Megatron to ready a saw, and the giant obeys instantly, filling the room with mechanical hums. Elena watches in disbelief as Davy casually offers Shio if he wants to take a break. The princess also warns Davy not to kill anyone, but it's too late as Megatron charges forward at incredible speed. The force of the movement sends gusts of wind sweeping through the hall. Sacred mana surges around Shio as he raises his wand, unleashing a storm of magic projectiles. For a moment, Davy seems caught off guard, but then he smiles. Just then, Megatron shields him completely, blocking every projectile with its armored body. Davy calmly observes the aftermath, amused by Shio's flashy magic. On the other hand, Shio is now furious and confused, and prepares to launch his next attack. Our boy knows, those blessed with mana hold great value in this world. Unlike ordinary mages who need long incantations, they can cast magic quickly through what is called a half-form. Their spells come naturally, their power synchronized with the mana of their souls. This makes their magic not only faster, but more than twice as strong as normal spells. As the fight continues, Shio prepares an ice-based attack using the frost technique. His movements are sharp and confident, but Davy, observing from the sidelines, sees more than raw skill. He notices that Shio's magic is strong, stronger than most mages from the magic towers, but also unstable. Berserk wonders if Shio might even rival Euless, though Davy doubts it. The battle quickly intensifies as Megatron moves forward with its chainsaw arm out for the kill. However, Davy notes that the golem defense system is slowing down due to the cold air around and takes notes of that in his book. He knows the engine works well, but its power distribution still needs improvement. Shio, frustrated by Davy's calm attitude, unleashes another ice spell, freezing the air around him. Seeing that, the boy orders Megatron to attack moderately, testing the golem's limits. Overflowing with magical energy, the golem captures its target and launches a counterstrike. The ground shakes as Shio freezes in shock, unable to react in time. Ice builds up across Megatron's body, but even as the chainsaw struggles against it, the golem continues its advance. Shio falls back, shouting that the golem is trying to kill him, while Davy simply snaps at him not to be weak. The onlookers are stunned. Boris and the others debate whether they should stop the fight. Elena also watches in silence, realizing that Davy's power goes far beyond anything she expected. To her, Megatron is not just a golem, it's a monster, a weapon that defies logic. Fritos and Shilia agree that Davy's control over such a powerful construct, despite his small mana reserve, is nothing short of extraordinary. Shilia watches closely as Davy fights, and realizes that he relies too much on his golem, leaving himself open and defenseless. To her, this shows a lack of real combat experience. Fritos agrees, thinking that few opportunities remain in this age to truly gain experience. Boris believes this problem can be solved with proper training, and even suggests that Davy could be helpful in scouting missions if he spends less time with his golem. Meanwhile, Megatron stands frozen in thick layers of ice. Shilia assumes it is finished, while Fritos points out that the boy seems to have forgotten that a golem should only act as an extension of its master. Shilia notices Shio watching carefully, and realizes that he has been slowly freezing the golem's joints to stop its movement from within. The mentor quietly praises his strategy, noting that this shows good awareness on the battlefield. Satisfied, Shio thinks the match is over. He claims that Davy's golem can no longer move, and that this is the difference between a real mage and one who only hides behind machines. He holds a piece of frozen ice in his hand and mocks Davy, telling him to take his time writing notes about his defeat. But the boy remains calm, resting a wooden board on his shoulder, and watches Shio without a word. When the guy rushes forward to finish the fight, their weapons clash in a burst of speed and strength. Shio's sword destroys Davy's stick, and he lunges again, confident that victory is his. The observers are stunned and beg for the fight to stop, but Elena only watches, realizing that Davy has been hiding his true power all along. For a moment, everything freezes. Then Davy parries the attack with incredible precision. Seeing his attack deflected, Shio stands motionless, unable to believe what just happened. With overwhelming power, Davy strikes him across the face, sending sparks flying. Amused, Davy mocks if something is wrong before landing another blow that sends part of his wooden board flying. The impact also leaves Davy wincing for a moment, but he quickly recovers, looking down at the defeated Shio lying on the floor. Our boy inquires if that means he has won, leaving the members of the secret guild in disbelief as none of them expected such an outcome. During the scene, Elena feels a strange sense of déjà vu and quietly wonders where she has seen this moment before. Fritos observes Davy standing tall after the battle and admits that the result seems almost impossible. Boris bursts into laughter while commenting that luck is also a kind of skill. Turning toward Davy, Boris acknowledges his ability, admitting that a promise is a promise. He adds that perhaps Shio has been too lazy with his training. Furious, Shio rises to his feet and insists that Davy only won because of his golem's power. Shio, however, scolds him for being unfair and reminds him that golem lords are meant to support from the rear, not dominate the battlefield. She argues that if Shio truly wanted a fair fight, he should have faced the golem properly. Fritos steps forward and orders everyone to calm down. He reminds Shio of the 8th clause of the Lion Force Alpha rule, which says that knights must always do their best and accept both victory and defeat. Embarrassed, Shio reluctantly backs down as Fritos orders him to stop acting out. With this, Elena congratulates Davy on his impressive performance, though Shio mutters that Davy only won through luck. Hearing that, the princess yells and drives him away, leaving Davy standing victorious. However, Elena grows frustrated as she watches Davy act indifferent after his duel. She wonders why both he and Shio behave in such foolish ways. She complains to herself that she could have stayed quiet, but instead she let her annoyance show. In her thoughts, she believes he is pretending not to understand and hides his strength behind a casual attitude, never showing his full power unless necessary. Curious about his next step, she asks about his position in the order. Davy replies that there should be no problems with it, and she silently agrees. Later, a meeting takes place inside the palace where Boris, Davy's mentor, evaluates his performance. The council's decision is revealed that 7 members are in Davy's support, while 3 oppose him. With Boris adding his own approval, Davy is officially recognized as a member of the order. Boris acknowledges that it's unreasonable to judge a golem lord by ordinary standards. He notes that Davy's combat skills were undeniably impressive. Boris congratulates Davy and offers him a drink, which he politely declines due to his restriction on alcohol. Amused, Boris finds the reasoning fitting for an alchemist and takes it in stride. He goes on to praise Davy's intellect and curiosity, briefly mentioning Princess Elena. Davy's quiet smile gives away that his earlier words were merely an assumption. Observing him, Boris reflects that Elena has indeed introduced them to someone truly remarkable. Just then, as Boris is talking, our boy gulps down the glass of alcohol, realizing it still has traces of mana left in it. The act draws attention, as he drinks it without even asking what it is. Unbothered, the boy wipes his face and explains that someone needs to remain composed, noting that the taste feels no different from usual. Perched nearby, Berserk observes that Davy seems unusually relaxed, though Davy maintains that his drinking restriction no longer applies to a mage of his level. He insists that nothing will happen to him, and apologizes for the concern. Opening the empty glass, Boris decides to move on to a more serious matter. He brings up the question of whether Davy has sworn to protect the secrets of the Lion Face Alpha, to which Boris affirms that trust within their ranks is essential. The boy clarifies that he came to offer help to a friend, though his curiosity about demonic spirits also plays a role. His words leave Boris intrigued, suspecting that he already knows more than he lets on, while Davy himself quietly senses the mentor's growing suspicion. To test his honesty, Boris places a glowing artifact on the table, an object capable of detecting lies. As Davy picks it up and studies it closely, the mentor assures him that he just confirmed everything, so he should be alright. With the night drawing to a close, he proposes ending the meeting, and instructs Davy to begin following Elena from the next day onward. When morning arrives, Elena meets Davy and presents him with a special ring. She explains that it will grant him free passage through forest barriers and teleportation zones. Davy examines the ring with genuine interest, though the girl reminds him that it must be returned later and handled carefully. Upon learning that his ring is of a lower rank, he is told that earning official membership will require approval from his superiors, a process Elena considers simple. Amused, she refers to him as her temporary assistant, though her patience briefly falters when Davy jokingly wonders what would happen if he decided to quit. Regaining her composure, Elena gathers the group, announcing that training will begin immediately. Their instructor agrees, emphasizing the importance of starting early. Davy, slightly puzzled, learns that all students participate in regular training sessions, a commitment that even Elena upholds despite her royal duties. She explains that basic lessons are overseen by specialized instructors, while advanced sessions focus on teamwork and practical challenges. Observing her dedication, Davy silently acknowledges her as a remarkably diligent princess. Intrigued, Davy finds the upcoming training surprisingly appealing, while Elena notes that while it's not too hard, true progress takes dedication. Glancing around the guild, she admits it feels so warm and peaceful she could almost give up her royal title to stay. Her words linger, leaving Davy lost in thought until she catches him standing still. He smiles and waves her on, and as she walks away reminding him not to be late, a faint glow of mana ripples through the ground around him. Our boy goes ghost mode and starts stalking the mentors, discussing something dangerous involving a golem. After picking up enough details, he makes his way to the training field where Elena is already warming up. She seems pleased that he made it just in time, though Davy's calm demeanor masks a growing unease that doesn't escape her notice. Meanwhile, our boy recalls the conversation he overheard between the mentors about his golem. Though Fritos praised Davy's craftsmanship, Shilia quickly pointed out that his movements in the recent fight were awkward and lacked precision. Boris joined in, expressing concern that sending Davy on a field test with Elena could be risky if he remained unprepared. The girl insisted that he still needed proper combat training, especially against monsters. Perched nearby, Perk listened in surprise while Davy quietly processed their doubts. He realized that by defeating Shio too easily, he had made the instructors suspicious instead of earning their respect. He, however, knew they were all underestimating what a golden mage was truly capable of. With quiet determination, he resolved to prove them wrong, this time with patience, precision, and the full extent of his power. When training begins, his loud laughter echoes across the field, startling everyone. Elena admits that he seems a bit scary today. Suddenly, chaos breaks out as one of the girls gets stuck to the ground by some strange, sticky substance. She struggles to move, unsure where it came from. In the nearby forest, loud explosions shake the ground as Davy's golem continues its attack. Elena rushes over, calling the golem too dangerous. Furious, she declares that she will destroy it once training ends, saying that the outside world should never see such a weapon. Davy, amused, challenges her to do it, confident that he has already won. As the smoke clears, the boy proudly observes his work. Even though the enemy was new, he barely had to try. He imagines the shocked faces of his mentors and thinks that they will finally stop doubting him. Elena sighs, feeling sorry for the students who got caught up as test subjects in his experiment. Watching more volleys from the golem, Davy calmly reveals the coordinates of the remaining members, and hearing that the golem launches blasts at the targets. In his thoughts, he explains that a true alchemist fights by controlling the situation from a distance. He admires the precision and stability of his creation and calls it a perfect example of alchemy in battle. As smoke fills the air, Elena finally orders him to stop. The training session is over. After entering the hall, the boy walks slowly, thinking about how he has not only changed things but completely destroyed the old order. He smirks to himself, comparing it to replacing an old stone with a rolling one. Sparks seem to fly between him and Elena as tension builds. Though the princess insists this is just a routine exercise, she cannot understand why Davy has to take things so far. Davy, on the other hand, believes it is necessary to gather data for Megatron. However, Elena thinks the training could have been handled better, but he feels satisfied since he has already reached his goal. Around them, jealous students whisper among themselves, frustrated by his success, though the boy hardly seems to care about anything other than his work and money. Their conversation is interrupted when a woman excitedly waves them over. It's Lindsay Pela, clearly thrilled to see Elena again, and she greets her with genuine warmth before chatting briefly about life outside the guild. She also praises Elena for bringing along such an intriguing companion. When curiosity turns toward Davy, he introduces himself with a confident smile, which seems to please Pela. She then introduces him to the twins, Shurarenda and Fendirenda, as well as a young man named Head, who is already busy eating. Lindsay, noticing Davy's age, jokes that they're the same and inquires if it's okay to speak casually around him. The boy, unfazed, lets her know she can speak however she likes, earning a bright, cheerful grin in response. As they sit together, Purser quietly observes that Lindsay must not have trained much. Pela teases Elena for arriving at a critical time, and the princess admits she had a lot to do in the Hindslands. Hearing that, Lindsay assumes that both she and Davy are roaming knights. Surprised, the boy listens as Heg explains that roaming knights are knights who travel the world, gathering information and supplies. Those who remain in one region to protect and manage it are called anchor knights. Shur steers the conversation toward Davy's past, curious about the kind of work he did outside the guild. Noticing that he carries a surname, she guesses that he must be of noble birth and even wonders if he has royal blood. Elena, grinning, jumps in to clarify that despite his appearance, Davy is indeed a prince and even a lord. The twin lights up at the revelation, admitting she never expected to meet an actual prince in person. Impressed, she praises him and inquires if he created the golem himself, recalling how stunned she was when the magical projectiles appeared during training. As everyone gathers at the dinner table, Davy reflects on what happened earlier. He wonders why Elena has not scolded him yet, but soon realizes that she has accepted the results and acknowledged his strength. Nearby, a student jokes that the group is full of weirdos, which makes Elena a bit flustered. Another student admits that Davy's intense stare makes her nervous but still finds the atmosphere better than anywhere else. The group laughs, though Shio looks visibly irritated. Seeing the boy's frustration hearing the murmurs, Elena reveals that Shio is an anchor knight and that's why he hates roamers. This is because there is already conflict between both the knight groups. Davy simply finds all of it strange. As they eat, Elena brings up the Lion Force Alpha, explaining that it still exists because there are two realms that keep it balanced. The discussion turns serious, but Davy can't help smiling at how accurate Elena's logic sounds. Meanwhile, Lindsay whispers to the others that something must be going on between Davy and Elena. She teases that Elena never mentioned him before and wonders about their relationship. Caught off guard, the princess becomes embarrassed while our boy looks confused. Trying to answer, Elena hesitates before finally calling Davy a friend with whom she shares secrets. She runs downstairs in surprise while Davy sits frozen, unsure how to react. Lindsay, on the other hand, looks more than pleased by the answer. Elena's face flushes bright red when a nun with long green hair appears behind them, declaring that friendship between a man and a woman is impossible. The nun, a priestess named Lucia, lights up with joy at seeing Elena again after so long. She suggests that their encounter must be guided by the grace of the first Saint Daphne, leaving Elena momentarily frozen in surprise. Davy also watches Lucia, confused why she isn't praying to Priya, while Lindsay quietly explains she's a devoted follower of Daphne. The priest, who seems overly emotional, starts recalling every great act of a saint, turning every moment into a lesson. Lucia, overwhelmed with admiration, introduces herself and her calm partner, Paladin Fildra, who stands silently behind her. When the priestess suddenly reacts too dramatically while meeting Davy, he steps back in discomfort. Realizing her mistake, she apologizes and eagerly offers to discuss Saint Daphne's achievements. Davy forces a nervous smile, thinking this woman's obsession makes Elena's admiration for the sword god look mild in comparison. Lucia continues talking passionately about her beloved saint, her excitement spilling over as she clasps Davy's hands and leans closer. Davy, who actually knew Daphne in person, remembers her as a troublemaker who loved to start fights. As Lucia kneels on the table, preaching about the saint's greatness, Davy mentally adds sarcastic comments while Purser quietly urges him not to reveal the truth. Before Lucia can begin another long story, her partner Fildra interrupts her, apologizing to everyone as he gently pulls her back. She struggles to break free, still trying to continue her speech. Watching from a distance, Lindsay and Davy both feel sorry for the poor man who must deal with her daily devotion. Our boy looks at Lucia with clear irritation, still thinking about her claim that men and women cannot be friends. As the priestess yapping settles, Elena uses the moment to ask Lindsay why the knightly ranks feel so tense. Just as Davy wonders if he is being called an outsider, another figure steps forward. stopping the group's chatter. A red-haired stranger grins, hinting that someone has tampered with a transcendental wound, casting a tense atmosphere over the group. She is Alicia Patrick, a noblewoman from the Palace Empire who greets Princess Elena, though Elena quickly urges her not to dwell on ranks or titles here. Alicia goes on to mention circulating rumors of spies within the knighthood, creating unease and stirring division among the members. One of the twins scolds her, insisting such matters should be kept from the cadets, but Alicia counters that the information is already widely known, leaving the sisters momentarily speechless. Alicia turns toward Davy with a warm smile, admitting that she never expected to meet a prince within the order. Surprised, Davy wonders if she actually knows him, and she confirms that his name carries weight across the eastern continent. He relaxes, finding her demeanor genuinely pleasant, but a strange sense of familiarity soon creeps over him. Alicia hesitates, searching for the right words, and Davy can't help but wonder what she's about to say. Suddenly she produces a bright green piece of paper, her cheeks flushing with excitement, and asks for his autograph. Realization hits him that she's one of his fans. The mix of embarrassment and amusement sweeps over him as Alicia holds out the paper eagerly, proclaiming him her idol, while the others watch quietly. Observing the scene, Davy can't help but think that the people in this order are far stranger than he imagined, and a small worry nags at him about how he'll ever truly fit in. Tonight, in a quiet library, a woman named Millie, wearing glasses and a medical gown, is working when a man greets her with a soft smile. Curious, she inquires why he has come from the entertainment district. The man, Face, mentions Sherry's recent victory, but adds that she still lacks something important. He explains that he is currently preparing for his next move when the right time comes. Leaving Millie puzzled, Millie notices the serious look on the guy's face and inquires what he plans to do next. Curious, she wonders if he ever worries that all his efforts will one day be forgotten, but he brushes off her question and instead points out her bad habits. He then questions why she came to such a cold and remote place. Millie explains that she is investigating a strange monster that has been causing trouble in the northern region. Face soon becomes distracted when he senses something below them and identifies a hidden treasure buried deep within the ruins. Just then, it reveals a massive structure containing a floating crystal surrounded by golden rings and sealed in stone, called the God of Machinery. Millie explains that it is the heart of a golem capable of endless growth, and that she wants to open it for study, but admits she lacks the power to do so. Face's hand glows red as sharp claws form, and with a single strike, he releases a shockwave that shakes the entire chamber. When the dust settles, he holds a strange, leaf-shaped stone in his hand, while Millie watches in disbelief. With a wicked grin, he warns her not to do anything reckless. Nearby, their attention shifts to a capsule holding a mysterious girl with white wings. Face wonders if she is still alive before turning away, muttering that Millie always finds herself drawn to trouble. Meanwhile, far away in the kingdom of Heinz, Davy begins developing a new weapon for his Megatron just after the end of a grand ceremony. Preserk watches as Davy calmly tests it, wondering if it's any different from his earlier designs. On his order, Elena Fellow starts blasting the golem with their spells, but the machine remains unharmed and counters with a chainsaw and drill, terrifying everyone. As Elena complains that Davy enjoys tormenting them, he simply reminds the exhausted group that if training were easy, it wouldn't be training at all. Two new volunteers step onto the balcony, smiling and unaware of what awaits them. Davy's usual serious look softens as he greets them. 2 weeks have passed since he officially became a student, and during that time, he realizes that meeting new people has changed him a little. For the first time in both his past and present life, he feels what it's like to have genuine friends. Watching his classmates laugh and mess around, he enjoys their company more than he expected. With that, he remembers his past life when he stopped going to school after elementary school and spent his life in the hospital. In the training hall, Shure and Head confidently assure Davy that they are ready for whatever challenge he has in mind. Amused, Davy tells them he's looking forward to seeing what they can do. When he commands his creation, Megatron, to launch a powerful Triple D attack, the others react in surprise. His signature smirk appears, signaling that something chaotic is about to happen. Amid flashes of purple light and skeletal mermaids rising in the simulation, Davy dramatically describes the attack as darkness, deadly death, and devastating destruction. His teammates groan at the ridiculous naming choice, wondering why he insists on calling moves that way. Just as the sparring grows intense, an announcement cuts through the estate that new ruins have been discovered, and the exercise must stop. The group quickly shifts focus to the new mission. The next day, the sky is clear over Pandora, the base of the Lion Force Alphas, where the exploration team gathers. Boris stands on a balcony overlooking the students, reminding them of the dangers that could easily lead to death. He orders them to trust their partners no matter what. Among the crowd, Lindsay and one of the twins seem unusually cheerful. Davy, however, looks around and frowns, thinking that everyone appears far too relaxed for what lies ahead. Berserk, floating beside him, quietly advises him not to be so sarcastic as clouds drift slowly across the blue sky. Davy and his group arrive at the entrance of the labyrinth, where the air feels heavy with mystery. For a moment, the boy hesitates, unsure of what to expect. Lindsay, however, nudges him playfully, teasing that it must be his first time in such a place. She tries to encourage him, reminding him that most of them also lack experience. Berserk, on the other hand, is reminded of the ruins in the Highlands, noticing strange similarities in the design. As they move forward, a long stone corridor opens up before them. Curiosity takes over Davy's thoughts, and he begins to secretly test his theories about what might lie ahead. While others focus on the mission, he daydreams about creations like Megatron and wonders if ancient ruins might still exist nearby. Just then, Princess Elena questions if they plan to explore the third floor, and the group confirms it. The first and second floors are for initial exploration, but rumors about the third floor spark unease. Elena and Alicia discuss the dangers that might await them there. Alicia mentions that no monsters have been seen on the third floor, only lifeless golems, or maybe even something more mysterious. Alicia seems pleased that her insight helps him, while Davy feels a mix of pity and concern for her innocence, especially under Elena's cold stare. As they proceed, Davy grows restless, thinking only about the third floor and what it might conceal. Distracted to stay in formation, he walks faster, unaware of the trouble his impatience might cause. On the first two floors, the monsters are manageable, but the third holds far greater challenges: mechanical golems and strange, climate-controlled ruins. When a sudden scream breaks the silence, everyone turns. Lindsay and the twins stare in shock at a massive golem, Megatron, standing at the heart of an explosion. Just then, the mentor approaches to praise Davy's courage, but quickly reminds him that teamwork matters more than reckless bravery. Boris observes the new golem and quickly realizes that it has become much stronger and more agile than before. Davy responds with a calm smile, remarking that an alchemist must rely on his mind in battle. Boris agrees, but reminds him that physical training is just as important. The boy looks displeased at the comment, though Boris explains that if the golem ever fails, he would have to fight on his own. When Davy claims he must ensure nothing goes wrong, Boris proudly praises his student's determination before continuing his lecture. While Boris speaks, the rest of the group battles a monster nearby, fighting together with swords and magic. Seeing that, the demoness casually wonders if he truly takes his position in the order seriously. As Boris scolds the students for their mistakes, Davy realizes that he is simply enjoying the role he now holds. When Berserk calls out to him, he turns to see the Demon Queen asking if he wants to be part of their group. It is a strange feeling for him, one of belonging and warmth he has not known for a long time. Davy admits to himself that Berserk is right. He has not felt peaceful in ages. He wants this calm to last. The demoness reminds him that power comes with responsibility, pushing him to stay grounded. Davy accepts this, vowing to protect his comrades if danger strikes. Staring at the glowing star before him, he admits that even a golem has limits. He clenches his fist, ready to show his true power through his creations. With that, the group clears the second floor easily, but danger returns on the third. A powerful monster appears, only to be quickly defeated by reinforcements. Our boy is impressed that Elena provided strong support and offers her water, earning an irritated glance. She jokes that he acts like an old man who has lived for centuries, making him panic slightly. Their quiet exchange ends when the ground begins to tremble. Boris shouts for everyone to gather as the labyrinth itself starts to shift around them. Berserk realizes with fear that the strange shaking around them feels exactly like what happened in the labyrinth of the Highlands. Pella also grips her wand as panic spreads as the walls begin to tremble. Everyone knows that in a structure like this, touching the wrong thing could trigger disaster. Suddenly, the eyes of a massive stone gargoyle glow bright blue, and the ground splits beneath their feet. Teacher Shilia panics, but Boris snaps at her to stay quiet as the floor collapses. The students scream as a huge hole opens, swallowing Shio and the priestess Lucia. Elena barely has time to react before the boy darts forward with lightning speed. While she calls after him, he activates Megatron and orders the golem to protect everyone. Without hesitation, he leaps down the collapsing tunnel, using ledges to slow his fall. As he dives, he spots the two falling figures and summons seventh circle gravity magic. White energy surges around him as he lands, catching the others just in time. The impact shakes him, and he coughs as Berserk rushes to his side in panic. She insists that he should not be able to use such high-level magic yet, but he only grins, teasing her for worrying too much. Berserk is still shaken when she notices the glowing magic circles above his head, realizing he has somehow increased his power. Davy explains that it is only temporary, granted by his bond with Manhwa, who tends to reveal his true strength only in dangerous moments. Looking at Shio and Lucia lying injured, Davy focuses on healing them first. He stabilizes Shio's arm and reassures him that he will recover soon. When Shio wakes, confusion fills the air. He demands to know why the boy saved him, his voice sharp with pride and frustration. Davy simply shrugs it off, claiming that rescuing him was just a bonus. Shio clenches his fist in anger, pointing out that he can barely feel mana from him. So how he used that advanced magic? Lucia stands quietly, her face blank as always. While Davy looks confused by Shio's words, the priest, listening to the back and forth, notices a crimson glow forming in Davy's hand. Davy warns Shio not to trust everything he believes to be true. Lifting his red flag sword, he reminds the magician that just as Shio uses his magic however he wants, Davy can do the same. As the boy strikes, bright red flashes explode through the air, shaking the ground and sending rocks flying. Shio watches in disbelief, struggling to accept that Davy really holds an aura sword. The prince smirks and questions if he still thinks his mana is weak. Shio's frustration grows, but the boy ends the argument, pointing out that the maze continues to shift. If they waste time, the moving walls could crush them alive. Lucia clings to Davy's side as they move deeper underground. The air grows colder, and her fear becomes obvious when they spot a swarm of golem guards blocking the path. Davy curses under his breath, while Berserk blushes at his excitement. Ignoring the warning to stay calm, he charges forward with his twin swords, red and blue flag, cutting through the stone creatures. His eyes glow red as he combines blood magic with raw strength, shattering the golems piece by piece until their fragments rain down around him. When the last golem falls, Davy takes its blue crystal but nearly collapses from exhaustion. Berserk scolds him for pushing too hard, but Davy insists it was worth it. Lucia rushes over, claiming she can heal him with restoration magic. However, Davy awkwardly admits he can heal himself using holy magic, but she insists he should let others help him. As she speaks, Shio interrupts, wanting to ask something. Davy nods, ready to listen, as the magician hesitates before revealing his thoughts. While Lucia treats Davy's wounds, Shio questions the prince about his earlier strange movements. If Davy is truly skilled enough to forge aura swords, Shio wonders why he fought so clumsily. Davy calmly inquires if he means the drunken movements, then explains that what he saw was a drunken fighting style, a sword technique that appears ridiculous to outsiders but helps confuse opponents. Lucia watches in awe, amazed that such a style even exists. Davy, smirking, admits that he fought that way on purpose to humiliate Shio. The magician's face turns red with a mix of anger and confusion, as Davy calmly explains that misdirection is simply part of the art of combat. Shio, furious, lashes out in frustration, while Davy remains composed and unbothered. When questioned about why he didn't use magic during training, Davy responds evenly, stating that it makes little difference when both fighters are on equal footing. If his golem had been destroyed, his magic would have revealed itself anyway. The answer leaves Shio stunned, his disbelief spilling into a question about whether Davy is even human. Davy offers no reply, instead turning to Lucia and reminding her that no matter how flawless someone may seem on the surface, no one can ever truly know what lies within. Lucia doesn't understand, and Davy hides his unease behind a grin. He silently thinks that perhaps this must be what a vassal serving a foolish king feels like. Later, the trio enters a dark room lined with tall shelves. Davy scans the space and concludes that this must be the final chamber. Then his eyes catch something, a huge glass vessel containing a humanoid creature with long hair and wings. Meanwhile, elsewhere, knights argue about who should join the next mission. The elders refuse to let the younger ones go, warning the ruins have become too dangerous. Meanwhile, Elena sits quietly, lost in sorrow, until her friends try to comfort her. Talk shifts to Shio and Davy's abilities, and everyone recalls how strong Davy's golem is. Watching its power, some begin to worry, while Elena wonders how they would react if they learn the golem master is also a sword master. She looks away, silently hoping Davy returns soon. Back underground, Davy stands frozen, staring in shock at the strange humanoid creature floating inside a giant test tube. He realizes that it is a homunculus, a result of advanced alchemy related to the study of golems. This is the kind of experiment that alchemists associate with the Philosopher's Stone, a dream few ever reach. As he turns, something else catches his eye, a glowing god of machines crystal surrounded by a metal ring. It shines brightly, shaped like a divine mechanism with intricate gears inside. Excited, Davy rushes closer, pressing against the protective glass with fascination. Meanwhile, Shio and Lucia turn toward him, surprised by his sudden enthusiasm. Davy, however, quickly recognizes the crystal as a perfect golem core, a mechanical heart with artificial ego, something his mentor Eva had once created successfully, but he cannot understand why such a divine object exists in this hidden place. He recalls that divine alchemy is said to channel the power of divine will, a force comparable to the abyss of the demon queen. The mechanical heart before him, the divine machine, should not exist by any known law. Still, Davy admits he wants to claim it for himself. Shio doubts him, and Lucia laughs, calling him childish. When Berserk urges him to touch it, Davy instead decides to inject mana first. Just as he readies to try, a message appears above in an ancient language. Reading it, our boy learns that the divine machine has finished configuring, and that the homunculus, called the divine priest, is ready for a heart transplant. Calling it madness, Davy draws his blue sword and strikes the dome. Even his aura blade cannot break the glass. Calmly, he switches weapons and orders Lucia to step back. With one powerful swing, he shatters the dome and lifts a glowing blue core from the debris. Suddenly the water floods out and the winged creature falls free. Davy quickly wraps it in his jacket, claiming it as his own, while Shio and Lucia watch in disbelief. Just before dark fingers reach toward Lucia's face, it's Millie who grips Lucia's neck tightly, her long nails pressing into the priestess's skin as she coldly praises Davy's efforts. The vampire demands that the prince hand over everything he has, her eyes fixed on the sleeping homunculus in his arms. Davy, expressionless, listens in silence before sarcastically mocking if vampires now hunt on the go. Unbothered by his remark, Millie insists that he surrender the valuable research material she failed to extract. Before Davy can respond, Shio raises his magic wand and fires shards of ice at the red-haired scientist. Millie doesn't even flinch. With a wave of her hand, she reflects the attack in a purple shockwave that throws Shio backward. Calmly, she introduces herself and asks for Davy's name. When he gives it, her eyes widen in recognition. She explains that she heard about him from a blonde vampire named Face, the same one who once tried to kill him. Millie then questions why Davy is protecting this place, confusing the prince, who finds her impossible to talk to. She warns that Face plans to burn his home to the ground. Instead of panicking, the boy laughs. The floor cracks under his feet as he warns that anyone invading his land will face destruction. He even remembers Yuria, the maid who possesses enough power to destroy vampires completely. Staying in his palace, Millie, unimpressed by his threats, repeats her demand for the research. When Davy refuses, she tightens her grip on Lucia's throat, threatening to kill everyone. Just as she raises her claws to strike, a golden ray of light hits her hand. Startled, Millie stumbles back, clutching her wounded palm while Lucia collapses to the floor and runs behind Davy. The vampire studies him curiously, noting that ordinary humans shouldn't be able to wield aura blades. A red glow flares around her as she mutters that he is fascinating. Her calm expression fades into wild obsession as she decides she must study him. Meanwhile, as our boy checks her status, he finds out that she is a 223-year-old half-blood vampire. He quickly moves on, noting that the woman before him is a half-blood, part vampire, which explains her strange aura. As tension builds, Millie warns him that this is his final chance. Davy, calm and collected, takes out the heart of the god of machines and places it on the chest of the homunculus lying before him. He admits that he doesn't know what will happen next, but since he has already installed the heart, there's no turning back. A blinding light fills the room as the homunculus begins to rise in midair. Energy swirls around her in the form of flames and lightning, while a glowing circle shape forms above her head. Tears start flashing in her eyes before she slowly descends and lands on the floor. With this, the girl, named Luna, opens her eyes and approaches Davy. She extends her hand to begin connecting with his DNA, but something goes wrong. Luna calmly announces that there is a data error and that she needs to update again. When she suddenly sticks her finger into Davy's nose, Lucia gasps in shock while Millie watches with amusement. Luna explains that she is trying to collect data through the membrane, but our boy, both annoyed and disgusted, demands to know why she needs to put the same finger into his mouth afterward. Luna only smiles and declares that the data collection is complete. She then analyzes Millie, identifying her as a vampire. Millie just laughs and invites Luna to fight her, promising to study her body afterward. The girl, however, refuses and prepares for battle, creating a glowing holographic turret above her. Davy observes the structure with interest, impressed by its design. Meanwhile, Luna calmly reports that the turret installation is complete and that the chance of destroying her opponent stands at 21%. Millie grins in fascination, while the girl, expressionless, prepares to prove her worth in combat. A sudden blast of mana shoots from Luna's turret, shaking the entire room. Shio's vision blurs as explosions erupt nearby, forcing Lucia to pull him down for cover. Mana beams strike the ceiling, and one lands dangerously close, sending both of them crashing into each other. When Shio regains his focus, he sees a bright light speeding toward them. Acting fast, Davy raises his sword, red flag, and deflects the projectile. The impact curves away and explodes behind them, filling the air with dust and fire. The boy quickly explains that the homunculus, Luna, is on their side. Still, his hands tremble from the strength of the turret's blast. He realizes that her power far surpasses anything he expected, almost comparable to a fifth circle magic user. Even the floor cracks under the pressure of her attacks. Millie, the vampire, watches closely from above, clearly interested in Luna's abilities. She smiles, confident that the turret cannot harm her, but Davy warns that Luna still lacks real combat experience. As the fight rages on, Millie easily dodges Luna's shots, moving like it's nothing. Then, out of nowhere, the whole space erupts. Books and debris scatter through the air in a burst of chaos. The vampire just laughs, clearly impressed by Luna's firepower, and claims that she wants to see even more of it. But before she can make her next move, Davy suddenly appears right behind her. In one swift motion, he unleashes his technique, Azure Slash. A blue blade flashes through the air, slicing across her side and splattering vampire blood across the floor. Clutching her wound, Millie quickly realizes that the sword, Blue Flag, isn't just any weapon, it's something made to kill vampires. Even though she's hurt, she keeps talking, refusing to give in. Luna lands beside Davy, ready to keep fighting, but Millie finally admits she doesn't want to die. In a sudden flash of energy, she changes form and vanishes from the scene. Watching it happen, Preserk appears next to Davy, commenting that retreating was probably the smart move. Just then, Shio steps forward and questions if it's finally over, but Davy just looks up, silently knowing their journey is far from finished. Luna grabs Davy by the front of his clothes, demanding to know if he truly intends to go higher. He confirms, though his mind is still caught on the unsettling behavior of the homunculus. Scanning the room, Luna wonders aloud if the place should simply be destroyed, but Davy cautions her to move carefully, reminding that one wrong move, and they might not make it out alive. From a distance, Shio and Lucia watch as the little girl begins her analysis. Extending her hand, she initiates a connection, summoning a massive energy cannon into form. Sparks of lightning crackle around its barrel as the weapon hums to life, and she positions herself in front, warning Davy to stay back. Davy briefly considers using his sword's aura, but quickly realizes it wouldn't be enough to break through the barrier ahead. Luna, assessing the situation, decides to unleash half of her power, fully aware that doing so will shut down most of her system afterward. Before activating the sequence, she reminds the boy not to leave without her. She makes a light-hearted remark about her seeming lighter than she looks, earning a faint smile from her as she receives authorization from the system to initiate hyperpyrexia. A brilliant flash engulfs her body, and moments later, the energy cannon fires. The blast tears a massive hole through the ceiling, shaking the entire chamber. Davy studies the aftermath in silence, realizing Luna must have gone beyond her limits. It becomes clear she may have misunderstood his intent, thinking she needed to create the largest hole possible to prove her capability. Luna clenches her fists, clearly expecting praise, while the boy can't help but think that even the abyss seems to have a sense of humor. After confirming that everyone is unharmed, he concludes they'll need flight magic to escape. Without hesitation, Shio lifts Lucia and takes to the air, revealing strength he had kept hidden until now. Davy also lifts Luna into his arms, but her weight immediately drives him down to one knee. Luna tilts her head, genuinely puzzled, admitting that she might be considered heavy by human standards. When the boy agrees, she calmly announces that her emotion ship has overheated, and she is now, quite literally, angry. Amused by the unexpected response, Davy laughs, realizing that his homunculus can actually feel emotions. As they ascend toward the light above, Davy reflects on the bond forming between them, deciding he prefers partnership over control. When they pause on a ledge to rest, Luna wonders what proper title she should use for her master, only for Prakak to appear nearby, offering a few playful suggestions of her own. Davy settles the matter by telling Luna to simply call him Sir Davy, a name that instantly brightens her expression. Meanwhile, on the third floor, tension builds among the waiting students. Restless murmurs turn into shouts until Shilia steps forward, urging everyone to back away from the growing crack in the floor. She positions herself in front, promising to keep them safe as the hole widens and bright light begins to leak through. From below, Luna's voice echoes upward, complaining that Davy's climbing speed is too slow and claiming her calculations prove he should be faster. The boy can't help but laugh, teasing that she's probably older than him anyway. Hearing that, Shilia frowns as Luna's voice grows increasingly emotional, recording what she refers to as boiling rage. Moments later, the floor erupts in a burst of light and debris. Davy barely manages to dodge as Luna's powerful kick whips past him, sparking an unprepared mid-air clash that leaves the students staring in disbelief. Watching the chaos unfold, Elena is annoyed and calmly wonders what kind of trouble Davy has managed to stir up this time. With this, ultimately the investigation of the ruins were wrapped up quickly with a few explorers' deaths, but the leadership takes some comfort in knowing that the students made it out alive. Soon after, Davy, Lucia, and Shio are called in for a formal meeting with the Knight commanders. Davy, never one for lengthy reports, submits only a brief written summary before leaving a note behind, saying he's gone home to catch a rat and will return soon. Inside the Knight's meeting room, Boris steps up to defend him. He reminds the others that Davy isn't just a skilled student, but also a lord with responsibilities beyond the academy walls. The other commanders agree, acknowledging his talent and potential, deciding he shouldn't be judged too harshly for acting on his own. One of them mentions wanting to meet the young lord in person, and Boris promises to make it happen. Somewhere far from the academy, Davy scratches his ear, half smiling as if he somehow knows they're talking about him. Berserk appears at his side, agreeing that his recent actions make sense considering everything he's accomplished. Sitting on a quiet hill overlooking his lands, Davy reflects on the week since his return. He had planned to come back right after the trial, but stayed longer because of Millie's warning about a possible Yellowstone vampire attack. The details were unclear, but ignoring it wasn't an option. Even Ina, usually the one with all the answers, had nothing to offer this time. On top of that, troubling news from the royal mansion reaches him reporting an incident serious enough to make him wonder if his role as a son is finally nearing its end. A moment later, Elena joined them, remarking that their journey had taken longer than expected. Davy, ever casual, joked that a fly swatter would have been a lifesaver against a swarm of mosquitoes along the way, but his expression soon shifted as he looked toward the horizon as something in the air made him suspect they were already being watched. Elena sighed, remembering her squad warning to act properly, though she'd clearly ignored it the moment she heard vampires were involved. When she asked about his latest project, the boy explained that while Megatron handled research, he'd been working on creating golems from whatever materials were available. When Ina frowned, half amused and half exasperated, teasing that he was always making strange machines and probably planned to make them fly next, Davy just smiled, confirming her guess with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Luna soon appeared with her wings spread wide and proudly showing off her new outfit. Davy couldn't help but think that she was far stronger than any golem he could build. With her divine sword and advanced design, even Megatron and the others wouldn't stand a chance against her. Berserk laughed, suggesting that he probably built golems out of sheer greed, while Elena crossed her arms, glaring at Luna's outfit and accusing Davy of trying to embarrass her. Luna, unbothered, explained that her biological armor had weakened her metal components, so she'd replaced it with multifunctional protective gear. Davy sighed, insisting it was the most modest option available, but Elena clearly didn't agree, demanding to know how that outfit could be considered modest. Luna tilted her head, calmly analyzing the princess's reaction before deciding that Elena was simply unusual. Over time, Luna had also come to realize just how far ahead her master's knowledge was compared to this era. Before anyone could respond, Winley came sprinting up the hill, breathless and alarmed. She reported that a massive horde of monsters was approaching, nearly 5,000 of them, with goblins leading the charge. Reaching the location, Elena quickly takes out an artifact and calls Davy over. From her position in a tree, she confirms that there are indeed thousands of monsters, though none appear to be vampires. Looking toward the canyon, she warns that the horde will cross it soon. Using his binoculars, Davy observes that the monsters are moving in a coordinated formation, suggesting they are being controlled. Nearby, Berserk tightens her fist and agrees that someone must be commanding them. Just then, Davy also spots a mage in the distance and concludes that he is the one controlling the horde. Meanwhile, seeing it all, Winley is panicking, wondering if it all really will be okay. Davy, however, decides to stay calm. He chooses not to alert the others yet, knowing that panic would only make things worse. Ulyss soon joins them, but his face is also showing panic as he reports that the enemy numbers are overwhelming. Without a word, Davy steps forward, picks up a cube, and holds a glowing sphere in his hand before giving Luna the signal to begin the operation. Meanwhile, at the Hinds territory on the day of their arrival, Luna looks up at the sky, noting that she has a natural gift for understanding and executing commands. Davy teases that she sounds a bit hostile when she says that. Back at his office, he studies her structure and discovers that she belongs to the Bacchic species, beings once known as divine messengers who shared a collective consciousness. Luna, however, only carries faint traces of that ancient ability. Now, as battle preparations begin, Luna raises her hand and activates her Decepticon mode. The cube in Davy's grip glows brightly, syncing with her mind as lightning crackles through the air. The golems respond instantly, their systems linking to her commands and locking into formation. Seeing that Ulyss is amazed, he realizes it's something different from Megatron. It's Luna's sniper mode. She's simultaneously controlling the golem rifles while targeting the previous enemies. From the hilltop, she fires each bullet with precision, creating a fiery display that nearly blinds the onlookers. Watching in awe, Winley and Euless stand speechless as our boy suggests they move beside Luna, who is flawlessly orchestrating it all. The golems are unleashing an unrelenting storm of bullets, tearing through the goblins with mechanical precision. Thanks to Davy's upgrades, their firepower and magical output now exceed human limits. Euless can hardly believe his eyes, wondering if Davy truly created these machines. Our boy explains that the golems are designed to handle weapons that ordinary humans can't, making it seem as if the machines themselves are channeling magic. But Luna notices that not all monsters are down. Without hesitation, she decides to join the battle herself. With Davy's approval, she releases a surge of mana from her hands, forming 2 radiant swords before activating her full combat mode. She shoots into the sky with her blades glowing like twin comets as she cuts through the enemy lines. Euless watches, amazed that she's managed to condense all her mana into pure light. As she strikes, explosions shake the battlefield, and at last the fight ends in total victory with not a single casualty among them. Meanwhile at Davy's estate, a cloaked figure quietly approaches a narrow alley nearby. Before he can make a move, Yuri appears behind him, clearly unimpressed. She's been hearing strange noises near the castle walls and wants to know what's going on. The intruder turns with his aura flaring up in response, but before he can strike, a surge of water crashes into him. In seconds his body withers, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton that quickly crumbles into dust. With a sigh, Yuri realizes yet another vampire had come for them, which is proof that her master was beginning to attract some dangerous attention. High in his tower, Davy contemplates the recent vampire attacks, already shifting his focus to the next objective, securing a red magic stone. With it, he plans to forge a mana stone powerful enough to enhance his golem production and cement his reputation as a master blacksmith. Euless, eager to learn, wants to see the entire process himself, but Davy refuses unless he can get his hands on a mana stone first. Elena points out that red moons, the key ingredient, are snapped up by nobles the moment they appear, making them both rare and painfully expensive. When she fails to offer a solution, Davy dismisses her with a sharp comment, turning his attention elsewhere. Euless quickly steps in, requesting Winley to stay out of it before things escalate. Trying to lighten the mood, he suggests attending a royal party where they might have better luck finding what they need. He remembers about Linda's palace holding a party soon, and inquiries if Davy got an invitation from them already. Hearing that Winley mentions that a royal from the Round Kingdom, Carlos, will be attending, and the princess admits she's always dreamed of going to such an event. Meanwhile, Davy rummages through a pile of old clutter until he uncovers a wrinkled invitation. Euless takes a look and notes how worn it seems, but Davy assures him it's still valid. When Elena reads it, she realizes it was personally addressed to Sir Davy, a sign that he's far more respected than she thought. She also mentions that an auction of rare stones will take place during the event. Seizing the opportunity, Davy decides to attend, with Elena determined to accompany him. The scene shifts to Princess Arya, sitting alone at a long, empty table. She is said to be the only hybrid in the imperial family, and avoids others in case her beastly cravings surface. She lives in isolation, attended by only a few maids who have ever seen her face, as many believe she suffers from a terrible and brutal disease. The disease is called Devil's Blood, also known as the melting virus, and it could kill her at any time. However, the princess's symptoms were different from others because of her hybrid nature. Despite it granting her some resistance, being a hybrid subjected her to disdain. This is why she always wore a mask and spent 2 years in a church, hoping to receive treatment for the disease. Coming to the present, a healer named Gorno visits her, giving her an injection and assuring her that a cure exists. For the first time in a while, Arya feels a flicker of hope. More than anything, she dreams of living freely and meeting people who would accept her for who she truly is. Despite her condition, Arya continues searching for the dark mage who once saved her in the forest. She never saw his face, only his shadow, but that brief encounter has lingered in her memory ever since. Baron Gorno tries to comfort her, reminding her that her coming-of-age ceremony is approaching and promising that she'll be able to attend the grand reception without her mask. She agrees quietly, though deep down, she knows the loneliness that defines her life won't fade so easily. Back at Davy's estate, he finishes writing a letter and hands it to Amy, ordering her to send it to the Imperial Palace. When everyone else leaves, Berserk appears on his shoulder, commenting on how unusually quiet the day feels. Davy agrees, finding a strange peace in the stillness. With Winley already gone to the Palan Empire to prepare for the royal event, most of the work has fallen to Ulysses and Elena. Luna, however, voices her concern that their enemy's leader is still at large and urges Davy to start planning countermeasures. He responds calmly, revealing he already has someone in mind for the task. Anik soon breaks the silence and Yuria enters, pushing a cart of tea with her usual polite smile. Davy thanks her for managing the territory while he's been away and informs her that he'll be leaving again soon, so she'll need to take charge once more. She hesitates but agrees, determined to do her best. As they talk, Davy comments on the tea's unique flavor, suggesting it could even be turned into a product. Yuria beams proudly and reveals her secret ingredient, the shells of cricket wings. Davy freezes mid-sip before immediately spitting out the tea in horror, coughing while the girl watches him with an oddly cheerful grin. Not long after, our boy steps through the magic gate and arrives in the capital of the Lindus Empire. The sight takes his breath away as he notices the gleaming spires, the bustling streets, the unmistakable hum of progress. Even Berserk can't help but note how far the northern nations have come. Luna is also taking in all the beautiful atmosphere when she suddenly points toward a meat grill stand, drawn by its smell. Amused, our boy buys her one, telling her she doesn't need to hold back if she wants something. The vendor laughs, calling Luna a cute little sister, but his tone quickly changes when the girl bluntly declares that she belongs to Davy. Misunderstanding her words, the man assumes she's a slave and warns Davy not to speak of such things so openly. Davy simply explains that Luna isn't a slave, just a bit eccentric. The vendor relaxes, mentioning that while the Empire despises slavery, beastmen still don't get treated much better. Before the little girl can make things more awkward, Davy steers her away from the stall. Not long after, Red and Blue Flag join them, and the small group spends the day wandering through the capital. The girls nibble on cookies, laugh at street performers, and even climb rooftops just to see the view, leaving Davy half amused and half terrified they'll fall. Despite the chaos, he can't help but enjoy himself as it's been a long time since he's felt this kind of peace. Just simple fun and good company. Their carefree day takes a sharp turn when a boy suddenly bumps into Davy and bolts down the street. Luna immediately spots that his wallet is missing, and wonders why he didn't stop the thief. Davy only smiles, stating he'd rather deal with the people pulling the strings. Moments later, Luna returns, standing over a group of beaten pickpockets. Seeing their near-dying state, Davy orders her to spare them and warns their leader that next time, he won't be as forgiving. Among the stolen goods Luna recovers, Davy comes across something that makes him stop, a sleek, rectangular device that looks completely out of place. To his surprise, it turns out to be a smartphone.